Hey, what's up? It's cute. What if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was Omega. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Aizawa had never looked so tired before. Katsuki and the rest of his class stood in silence before their teacher, nobody willing to look at each other. Even amongst so many of their peers, they were each alone in that moment, utterly impotent and terrified. Very few had the resolve to meet their teacher's gaze. Even fewer dared to hold it for any length of time. Yet Katsuki couldn't seem to look away. He kept searching the pro-hero's face, though for what, he wasn't sure. It all had to be a nightmare, right? A trick? Some stupid media stunt? Of course, all of that was complete CRP and Katsuki knew it. No matter how much he stared into Aizawa's eyes, he wasn't going to find a different answer. This was now the world they inhabited. This was the world they were entering. This was their reality, from now until the day they died. As everyone stood in shocked silence before him, Aizawa slipped his hands into his pockets, passed a glance over each of his students, seemed to tally them up, again, one more time, then perhaps once more, just to confirm it to himself. I'm sure you all have heard the news, so I won't bore you with the details, he drawled on, as if this were just any normal day. All you need to know is the situation is under control and you've been requested to return to UA. Under control? Katsuki didn't even know who spoke, could hardly hear them over Aizawa's words repeating again and again in his head. You can't be serious. Aizawa pinned the student with a harsh look. I'm always serious. And in any case, it doesn't change the fact that all of you are to return to the school immediately. Because it's too dangerous for us now, someone said somewhere behind Katsuki. Aizawa shook his head. Oh. Because the situation is under control and there's nothing any of you can do here. It's better if you all leave so not to get in the way. Nobody said anything more. Nobody moved. One more time, Aizawa scanned them all, worn, red eyes lingering briefly on each of them. Katsuki felt his arms aching when his teacher's gaze swept over him, feeling as if the pro-hero were cataloging each of his injuries, taking note of the way his hands shook or the cut along his cheek, the BLD running down his shoulder. After the silence went on for much too long, Aizawa dipped his chin down, buried his mouth in his scarf. He sighed deeply. There was always a problem with having a singular symbol, he said quietly, and there was something harsh in his words. Something that had Katsuki bristling, something that made him want to rage and tell Aizawa how dare he say this now, but when his teacher continued, he listened, very intently. After all, if you pin all your hope and dreams on one idea, on one vision, on one person, it's bound to fail eventually. It's simply illogical to put so much time and effort into developing something that, at the end of the day, is so fragile. Please stop, Mr. Aizawa, a voice that shook and sniffled said. You're being cruel. I'm being pragmatic. There came a strong line to their teacher's voice, one each of them knew well. This was not the first time Aizawa had spoken to them like this, nor was it bound to be the last. But Katsuki knew it would be the most memorable. This was an inevitability that nobody wanted to face. Now that it's here, we pro-heroes, unfortunately, aren't the ones who have to live with the consequences. He raised his chin, stared out at his students, the young heroes he'd been grooming for so long now. You are the ones who have to bear this burden now. It didn't seem possible for there to be anything else that could shock them. Yet each student recoiled from his words, perhaps not believing him, perhaps not understanding. Katsuki both believed and understood Aizawa's words, but the full weight of them pressed down on his shoulders, made him stagger, made his knees tremble threateningly. It took all his strength to remain standing, to face his teacher as the old, tired pro-hero look out among his students. In the end, the new heroes will be the ones who will have to pick up the slack. Each of you will have to become a symbol in your own right. It's unlikely we will ever be able to claim a singular symbol of peace again. The hero paused, seemed to sag. Katsuki had always thought he looked so tired, so worn. In that moment, just how much of a toll everything had taken on him was more than apparent. He'd never looked weak. And in that moment he still didn't look weak. But it wouldn't have surprised any of them if he'd fallen off his feet. However, Aizawa regained himself, seemed to look past the students, to something beyond them, to something they wouldn't have been able to see even if they looked. The future of this world is laying in your hands now. We can no longer afford to go easy on any of you. The world is different now. It's never going to be the same. You students are going to be the pioneers for that world. All I can do is help you be prepared for whatever you may face. There was a resignation in his words, in his voice, that had Katsuki swaying. Someone beside him fell to their knees, someone else sobbed. But he refused to show weakness. He couldn't afford to do that. Not now. Aizawa looked out over the students, closed his eyes, found a moment of rest. Your orders are to return to UA, get some sleep. And be prepared. As soon as classes start, the other teachers and I are going to put you through hell. There's still a lot you have to learn and we're quickly running out of time. He paused, glanced at the students. Then he grinned. It was strange to see. Out of place after all that had happened, all that he had said. But it caught everyone's attention, had everyone holding their breath, waiting to see what else he had to say. When Aizawa grinned, everyone waited, and when their teacher spoke, everyone listened. You've all now seen what it means to be a hero. Prove to me that you can be a hero. Otherwise, what have you been doing all this time? What have you been training for? Some students glanced around, perhaps looking for reassurance. Katsuki still found he couldn't move, found himself shivering as Aizawa's gaze fell to him. You've been training for almost 2 years now. You've still got some time and a long way to go. So we will push you. We will push you to your absolute limits, then beyond them. And it'll be hell. It'll be nothing like what you've been through as of yet. And at the end of it, you'll all be real heroes. His grin widened. That's what you all wanted, isn't it? To be heroes? Well, now's your chance. The world has given you a challenge. How will you respond to it? Will you back down? Or will you stand up to it? The more he spoke, the more the students around Katsuki looked up. The more they listened and the more they stilled and the more they silenced, drawn to what their teacher's words. Slowly, everyone picked themselves up, seemed to grow taller as he went on, until they were casting a shadow longer than anything Katsuki had ever seen before. And Katsuki? He stood and he stared and he didn't grow taller. He remained right where he was, weak and small and pathetic. When Aizawa grinned, it was with a knowledge that he wouldn't cut it, that he wasn't enough, that he'd never be enough. That he would never be able to reach for that challenge. Now is your time, Aizawa said, and Katsuki finally felt his knees buckle as the other students rose up around him, as Aizawa towered so much taller than he could ever hope to be. It's time for you to go beyond, to be. Plus, Potra. And if you aren't prepared to do that, then you'd better leave now. Katsuki tried to breathe, gasped, and very suddenly opened his eyes. He was staring up at the ceiling, the room around him dark, though familiar. A lingering scent in the air kept him calm, despite his heart still racing from the dream. Kazu was curled up in his nest as far away from Katsuki as he could get. It still hurt a little when the alpha glanced over at him, though he was happy to see the pup settled for the night. It had been ridiculous earlier trying to get him to lay down and go to sleep, having to promise again and again that yes, they were going to go see Deku tomorrow and yes, the Omega would still be awake when they saw him. The pup didn't seem certain, but in the end his own exhaustion had gotten the better of him and he'd finally slipped into sleep. Once he had, Katsuki had laid down as well, trying to convince himself that he needed sleep just as much as the pup did. In the end, he simply stared up at that same ceiling wrestling with his own thoughts, until he, too, found uneasy sleep. That sleep had led him to his dream, or rather his memory, of that night. The night everything had changed. It wasn't a night Katsuki liked to remember. In fact, what he remembered most of that night was the ride back to UA. He remembered calling Deku, hearing the Omega beg for him to tell him that he was okay, that what he'd seen on the news wasn't true. Katsuki remembered telling him that he wasn't hurt badly, but that what he had seen was true. That the symbol of peace was gone. That he wasn't coming back. He remembered that conversation, remembered having to listen to the Omega cry, remembered for the first time feeling nothing at the sound of Deku's distress. He didn't remember much else. Mostly because he didn't want to remember much else. Deku's crying seemed the least offensive part of the night. Ironically enough, Katsuki had laid in bed and stared up at the ceiling that night much like he had this night, waiting for sleep to take him. He laid for several moments, resolved himself to getting up, grabbed for the clock. 5 in the morning. Only people who would be awake would be anyone getting ready to go out on patrol. Them and maybe one more person. Careful not to wake Kazu, Katsuki got up, threw on comfortable clothes, stepped out of the room. The entire top floor of the pack house included a huge gym, perfect for any hero of any kind to keep their skills and body sharp, large enough for most of the pack to participate in group workout sessions, to work off each other and support each other. It wasn't uncommon for the betas to all work out or spar together, causing enough of a commotion to shake the entire house. Katsuki hardly ever participated in group session, preferring to focus on himself, on his routines. The only exceptions he made were sparring sessions, testing himself against the innovations of his packmates, relishing the feeling of them having improved and figuring out how to best their new strategies. But that was normally the extent of his participation. Normally. It was not a surprise to Katsuki to walk into the room and find Todoroki sitting in the middle of a mat, head down, eyes closed, as serene as the alpha ever was. He didn't react when Katsuki approached, not until the alpha growled, "Hey, icy hot. Spot me." It was, admittedly, an unusual enough request that Todoroki opened his eyes, looking after Katsuki as he walked over to the supply closet, drawing out wraps for his hands. While he wrapped his fists, the other alpha slowly unwound from where he had been sitting, followed him over to one of the punching bags. When Katsuki sunk into a fighting stance, he braced the bag, staying silent as the alpha began his routine. They were quiet, the only noise the satisfying impact of Katsuki's fists against the bag, the occasional grunt or growl from the alpha. Toward the end of the routine, Todoroki peered at him from around the bag. "Going to explain why you needed me here?" Katsuki threw one final punch, the impact sending Todoroki leaning into his heels. He growled, wiped at his forehead. "Get the mitts?" Todoroki considered him, but again, didn't speak when Katsuki turned away. The other alpha donned punching mitts as Katsuki rubbed himself down with a towel. In the quiet moment, his mind began to race again, turning back to his dream, his memory, his current situation. With a growl, he grabbed his watch, checked the time. He'd have to wake Kazu eventually or have one of the betas or omegas get him up. After what had happened last night, he didn't want the pup woken by anyone else, so he'd have to keep track of the time, make sure he didn't let the pup wake to an empty room. He tossed his watch aside, faced Todoroki. The other alpha was watching him. Katsuki paused, wondered if he actually did have anything to say to him. He crossed the room, sunk into his stance, Todoroki doing the same. When the alpha presented his hand, Katsuki jabbed forward, keeping up as Todoroki dipped and dodged, focused on the targets in front of him, not the world around him. Eventually, though, they fell into an easy pattern and his mind wandered, thought of Deku, alone, afraid, sitting with his own thoughts of what had happened to him. Katsuki jabbed forward, into empty air, missing the target completely. Todoroki paused as he stumbled slightly, eyebrows raising. But he said nothing, presented his hand when Katsuki repositioned himself. They went on for a few more rotations. Then Katsuki clicked his tongue. "Aren't going to yell at me or question my intentions?" Todoroki considered him, dodged around before presenting another target. "I thought Ida did a fair job of expressing any concerns the pack may have. We remember what you were like in school." He paused, long enough to throw off the rhythm of their session. Katsuki met his eyes, tried to discern exactly what he might be thinking. "We also remember what you were like after graduation." Katsuki narrowed his eyes, swayed his fists until Todoroki gave him a target. "You wouldn't understand," he growled. Todoroki gave no reaction, went on with their session. Katsuki was grateful for the silence. Some time later, when Katsuki was breathing heavily, Todoroki rose out of his stance. "That's enough. You need some water." Katsuki clicked his tongue, but went over to his things, checked his watch. Only time for one more session. The other alpha followed him, took a drink from his own water bottle. Katsuki didn't miss when he glanced in his direction. "Bakugo, we are on your side, you know. Even Ida. We're just concerned. It's a complicated situation. You don't think I know that?" Katsuki growled. He took another drink, bit down on a snarl. Believe it or not, Deku's precious to me. Always has been. Even through all the bullshit. Todoroki screwed the cap on his water bottle, tightened it methodically, set it down. I understand, you know, he said just as measuredly. It's difficult loving someone in our line of work. You worry about leaving them alone. You worry about hurting them. You worry about how your work will affect them. He tried to catch Katsuki's gaze, but the alpha pointedly ignored him. It's different for Momo and I. She's a hero. But she's also another alpha. I've never loved an omega, but from what I know, they're more sensitive to being affected by the stress and emotions of their mate. Katsuki scoffed, threw his water bottle aside, wiped at his forehead, did anything to show he wasn't listening. Todoroki didn't seem to notice. Is that what you're so worried about? Katsuki snapped his jaws. Don't assume Deku's weak. Deku is the strongest omega I've ever known. Our packmates included. Then what are you afraid of? Todoroki didn't flinch when Katsuki growled at his question, when he tried to walk away, though the other alpha didn't try to follow. Bakugo, why did you want me to spot you? Because, Katsuki snarled, it's the closest I can come to beating the CRP out of you without breaking pack rules. Come on. I only have time for one more session. Todoroki considered him, didn't move. If that's the case, you should come meditate with me. It'll be good for you. Katsuki growled sharply. Pass. So are you afraid of your own thoughts then? The alpha snapped his jaws. Presumptuous of you. He tossed a RBB knife to Todoroki. I've been too busy to get in a good workout. Have to stay at the top of my game. So shut up and come at me already. Todoroki turned the knife over in his hand, then tossed it back. Momo's on patrol. I have to get ready to get Takahiro up. You can cool down by yourself, right? And with that, the other alpha picked up his things, left without another word. Katsuki watched him go, threw the knife aside. He went to the weight machines, began his normal routine. Within 5 minutes, his min was wandering dangerously. He stopped, cursed himself. Then he got up. He stretched briefly, poured water over his hair, shook it out. Checked the time. Picked up his phone, looked for any messages that might have been from the hospital. Grabbed his stuff and went to the bathroom. Kazu was still sleeping when Katsuki returned. He took advantage of the pup's quiet to dress, found himself looking into the mirror, running his fingers through his hair. Then he went over to the pup, carefully picked him up from his nest. Kazu stirred, began to whine until the alpha released some of his scent, then the pup calmed dramatically, settled on his seat. Katsuki took him down to the main level and straight into the kitchen. Sue was at the counter, standing over a running pot of coffee. Good morning, she chirped. Katsuki growled, until Kazu grunted shortly, put a hand over the alpha's mouth. Shoo, he muttered. No growling, Kakin. Sue put a finger to her lips. Even your pup knows that's a bad habit of yours. If there wasn't a little hand still pressed to his mouth, he would have growled again. As Kazu dozed on his seat, Katsuki got out the eggs, rice, everything he needed to make a quick breakfast. It was a bit of a challenge with only the use of one hand, but Sue wordlessly came over and helped him, bringing no attention to her actions. Katsuki ignored her, paying only enough attention to make sure they were cooking at about the same pace. The more time went on, the more the rest of the pack wandered downstairs, gathering sleepily in the kitchen doorframe. Even Todoroki made a quick appearance to check in on them, though he left without a word. As the food came ready to eat, Kazu stirred more and more, watching Katsuki cook intently. As the alpha stepped back to let the pack put everything onto serving trays, the pup buried himself into his scent gland, breathed in deeply. Mommy? After breakfast, Katsuki checked his watch again. Visiting hours were still a couple hours away. Even after breakfast, they'd have some time before they could see Deku. The pup whined and Katsuki rubbed his back. We'll go and see if they'll let us see him a bit early. But you need to eat first? Kazu sighed deeply, but didn't protest when the alpha sat him down and placed a plate in front of him. The pack gathered in the dining room, slow murmuring escalating into cheerful chatter as everyone began waking up. Katsuki watched Kazu carefully, noted that the pup didn't once glance to Todoroki, who was seated only a couple of places down the table. Progress? Or was the pup just too focused on his food and his mom to notice? Either way, Katsuki gave it no voice, ate his breakfast in peace. He passed a glance over those gathered, noticed Kirishima wasn't there. Must be out on patrol. He'd have to go to the hospital alone or he'd have to ask someone else to come with him. But he would be fine. He could face Deku alone. It would be okay. Thoughts of Deku began filling up his mind, so he picked up on the conversation as people began talking about their plans for the day. "Nobody need me today," Kaminari proclaimed loudly. "I'm spending the day with Hitoshi, no ifs, ands, or buts." "What a shame," Jiro deadpanned. "How am I going to charge my phone now?" "Haha," Kaminari muttered into his bowl. "Isn't his heat coming up?" Shoji asked. "Will you two be spending it here again?" Kaminari nodded. "It's still a couple of weeks out, but yeah, when the time comes." He felt safe here. Better than just the two of us alone and out of it at his place. "Is he or is he not your mate? When is he just going to join already?" Zero muttered. "If Ito was here, he'd say something about open invitations," Jiro quipped. It's not that bad," Mina grinned, leaned back in her chair. "Besides, if everyone who had an invitation actually lived here, we'd need a bigger house." Tsu hummed. "Actually, that's a good point. Are we going to have enough space here if Midoriya joins?" Katsuki paused, sensed more than saw everyone turn to him. At his name, Kazuo perked up. "Join?" he muttered. "Sure," Tsu nodded. "Kirishima said you and your Omega can join the—" Katsuki growled sharply, silenced Tsu and everyone else at the table. He turned back to his breakfast. "We haven't had that conversation yet. Deku's going to be in the hospital for a couple more days." Kaminari chuckled. "Sounds like someone got rejected?" A small spike of pain and anger flared to life. He pushed it down. "It's not about me. It's about whether he'll want to be in a pack to begin with. Some people just don't like that kind of environment. As you might know." He growled the last part, had Kaminari frowning, though the beta said nothing else. Kazuo stared between them all, seemed to be thinking about something very strong. Before he could form something to say, Katsuki set his chopsticks down. "You done, Kaz? We should get going soon." "Yes." The pup shoved his plate aside. "I'm done. Let's go." Katsuki examined his plate, pointed to the half-eaten eggs. "Finish up. Then we'll go." The pup snorted unhappily, shoveled the last of his food into his mouth, and pushed his plate aside again. "I'm done. Thank you for the food." Katsuki ruffled his hair. "Good pup. Clothes, wash your face, then we'll go." Kazuo chirped in agreement, leaped off his seat, saying a quick goodbye to the pack before racing out of the room. The pup rushed Katsuki through the last tasks asked of him, then tugged him along, drawing him closer and closer to the hospital. Closer to Deku. Closer to their second confrontation. As much as Katsuki wanted to see the Omega again, he didn't really know what to expect anymore. But he wasn't one to run away. And he wasn't one to deprive Pup and Omega of their comforting company. So he let himself be dragged along without a word, never giving voice to the growing unease in his stomach. The pack's car was gone, for whatever reason, so Katsuki pulled on a hat, pushed sunglasses onto his face, and warned the pup not to tell anyone who he was. He carried Kazuo to the train station, kept him closer during the ride down to the hospital. The pup seemed comfortable on the train, though Katsuki assumed that Deku must have used public transportation quite a bit. It was unlikely he owned a vehicle of any sort, so perhaps that pup was more comfortable in a train than even a car. He was grateful for that as he led Kazuo along. By the time they arrived at the hospital, they still had about 20 minutes before visiting hours, though the nurses allowed them to sit in the waiting room. Now that they were back in the hospital and with the promise of getting to see his Omega soon, the pup was calm and much happier, chirping and giggling when the nurses paused to say hello. Katsuki checked his watch, saw it was nearly time just as one of the nurses came into the waiting room, Kazuo sitting up at the sight of her. "Ms. Aoi," he said, surprising the alpha. The nurse smiled widely. "Hey Kazuo. Welcome back." She crouched in front of the pup, who shied away, clung to Katsuki's arm. "Needle again?" he whispered. Aoi shook her head. "Not today. Would you like to play with me for a little while?" "No. I want to see my mom." Aoi giggled. Heard, loud and clear. How about this? Would you like to see some of the tools the doctors use? Then we can go see your mom. Kazue's eyes lit up and he blinked up at Katsuki, a question in the air. Katsuki, however, was eyeing Aoi carefully. The nurse's smile softened as she met his gaze. Midoriya would like to speak with you privately. The alpha's stomach dropped. He tried not to think about that. Instead, he nodded, handed Kazue over to Aoi, who took him by the hand and led him into the back and down a different hallway to the one that led to Deku. She nodded to Katsuki before turning away, giving him permission to go to the Omega. He took in a deep breath, let it out slowly, took the long walk down the hallway. At Deku's door, he knocked as he had the previous day. "Deku?" he said quietly, opening it and peering inside. He found the Omega laying on his side, back to the door. A few papers were scattered on his side table. One glance and Katsuki knew what they were. After all, he could see his own signature at the bottom of paper stacked atop all the others. Slowly, he stepped inside, closed the door. Stayed where he was. Waited for the Omega to react. But he simply didn't, to the point Katsuki wondered if he was asleep, knew he was once again going to have to brave the silence. He took in a breath. "Deku, don't." The Omega snapped up, turned to snarl at the Alpha, tears running freely down his face. He pointed a shivering finger at Katsuki. "But you dare call me that?" Katsuki swallowed, shuffled his feet. "Do you prefer Izuku or Midoriya? Just shut up." The Omega snarled, coughed as he tried to stop himself from sobbing. He grabbed the paper, shoved it toward Katsuki. "What is this?" He paused, but Katsuki couldn't find anything to say. "What is this?" "I just thought." "Thought what?" Deku threw the paper away, but it caught in the air, swung back toward the Omega, Deku swatting it desperately away. He ran a hand through his hair, shook his head, gasped, laughed, though it wasn't much of a laugh. Katsuki breathed in again. "I didn't think you would want to carry that bestiardy's pup." Deku laughed again, sharp, bitter, a shiver going through his body. He turned away. Shook his head. "I don't know what I would have wanted. But you took that choice away from me. You made that choice for me when you didn't have the right. I just wanted to do right by you." "Oh." Deku laughed again. "Do right by me? But after all this time? Is it convenient for you now?" "No, it's not." He stopped when Deku waved his hand. "Do you know what that procedure could do to me? Or did you just not care?" Katsuki paused, thoughts racing back to the day he'd signed that DMN paper. He didn't get to think long before Deku growled deeply. "It could make me infertile. And you signed off on it. You didn't have that right. To take away my choice on my own body, on my future pups." "I'm sorry," Katsuki tried to say, but Deku snarled over them. "But just don't." He collapsed back, looking more than a little exhausted. Katsuki shifted, not knowing if he should offer help, but the Omega pinned him with a hateful look the moment he made a move. "You didn't have the right. Just because you're an Alpha and I'm an Omega? Just because we were together? That I had a pup with you? Did you think that gave you the right?" Katsuki shook his head, again and again. "You'd already been through hell. I didn't think you'd want a reminder." "A reminder?" Deku raised his arms, looked around as if searching for something to break. "I don't need a reminder, Katsuki. I know what happened. I'll never forget what happened. I'm sorry." "No, you're not." The Omega made a frustrated noise, ran both hands along his face. This time, Katsuki let there be some silence between them, let the Omega sit and breathe and think. Let himself stew upon the acidic words spat at his feet. The words he'd always known were coming, the words he still didn't know how to face. Then, when enough the silence grew unbearable, he said, "Yes, I am Izuku." Deku snarled at his name, but Katsuki pressed forward. "I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. I'm sorry any of this happened at all." He swallowed when Deku narrowed his eyes. None of it should have happened. For once, the Omega was quiet. So quiet, Katsuki felt pinpricks along his body. Then, with a huff, he turned away. "You don't understand anything." Katsuki bit his lip. Thought about leaving. Then, there's something else. that you should know. And you should hear it from me. He waited, but the Omega was silent for a long time. This time, Katsuki would not break the silence first. With a sigh, Deku eventually turned to face him, glaring expectantly. Katsuki clenched his hands, felt sweat gathering on his palms, wiped them nervously, saw that the Omega noticed. He didn't move closer, but he did lower his voice. He did tilt his neck slightly in SB Amazon. And he told the Omega about Mai and her quirk. He told him everything about how it worked, about how he'd volunteered, about what he'd seen. The more he spoke, the more he saw Deku's resolve breaking. It started as a wall, tall and unyielding, but slowly, brick by brick, word by word, it crumbled. When Katsuki finished explaining about the bite to his wrist, the hope he'd override the Alpha's claim, Deku grabbed the offending limb, trembled slightly. He was no longer looking at Katsuki. In the silence, there wasn't anything to break the tension. Not the sound of a heart monitor. Or a ventilator. Not even a clock hung on the wall. You saw it all? The Omega's voice was small. So very small. Katsuki shook his head. Not completely. I saw what you saw. You were unconscious for a lot of it. The Omega fell silent. Slowly, he turned onto his side again, back to Katsuki, curled up around himself. Just go, he whispered, begged. Seeing, no, feeling the hurt from the Omega, Katsuki didn't want to go. He wanted to stay, to go nearer, to comfort and console him. But he knew anything he did would just upset him further. So he opened the door, stepped out. There was one thing he knew he could do to help the Omega. So he followed the hallways, had to ask a passing nurse for directions, eventually found himself standing in the doorframe of an exam room, watching Kazu playing with a stethoscope. As soon as the pup saw him, he threw it back in Aoi's hands, ran to the Alpha, who picked him up. Mommy? He asked. Katsuki nodded. Your mom needs you right now, okay, Kazu? Make sure you give him lots of love. The pup gave a serene nod, as if he completely understood, though Katsuki knew he never would. Numb, he took Kazu back down the hall, knocked at Deku's door. When he opened it, it was to the Omega sobbing, still curled up on his side. Kazu was strangely quiet as Katsuki crossed the room and set him on the bed, though he immediately clambered over Deku's body, crawling into his arms and onto his scent gland. It's okay, Mommy, the pup whispered. Everything will be okay. I'm here now. So it's okay. Deku gave little reaction to the pup's presence, other than to hold him close, to curl up a little more around him. Katsuki waited just a moment, just to make sure Pup and Omega were together, right as they should be. Then he stepped out, shut the door, hurried away before Kazu could realize he was gone. In the end, no matter how much Katsuki growled and threatened and otherwise had Ida clawing his hair out in frustration, the doctors could offer him no quick fix to his unsteadiness. He had to wait it out. He did so with mumbled curses and many clicks of his teeth, literally biting at the chomp to get to see Deku. He was pacified only slightly when told that the Omega was still recovering and wouldn't be able to see him anyway, not for a couple of hours, though he had a sinking suspicion the doctors only told him that to get him to calm down. He was even more suspicious and annoyed when his own door was knocked on and Tsukachi stepped inside. The hell do you want? Katsuki growled. Unfazed, the inspector smiled pleasantly. I was making sure you weren't too badly hurt. When I got the news that you'd been in a room with a feral Omega, I was concerned you may have been injured. He pointedly stared at Katsuki's neck, wrapped in bandages. The Alpha clicked his tongue. I'm fine. Deku didn't hurt me. Aha. Tsukachi took a seat next to Ida, nodding politely to the other hero. Then he took out his notebook. With Midoriya conscious, we'll be able to move forward in our investigation. That being said, we do recommend both he and your pup remain in protective custody for the time being. Is that what we're calling it? Protective custody? Katsuki growled. Tsukachi smiled pleasantly. Do you prefer kidnapping? The Alpha lifted his lip, a silent warning, but the inspector shrugged. Despite being the pup's Alpha, you didn't have a right to just take him without intervention from the court. Ito wrote up some paperwork for you, but don't think that's gone unnoticed. Katsuki blinked, keeping the snarl on his face to hide his surprise. Ito had covered for him? He didn't have much time to consider it as Tsukachi continued. Midoriya has agreed to allow Kazu to remain in your protective custody temporarily, but only temporarily, and he has full say over where he goes and with whom. The inspector scribbled something on his notebook, tore off the page, held it out to Katsuki. Lots of people are covering for you, Ground Zero. Don't make it a habit of being their problem to fix. You want to say that again? Katsuki nearly leaped up, but Ida was suddenly there, pushing him back down. Bakugo! Enough. You're just proving him right. Katsuki snarled, locked eyes with the inspector. Tsukachi didn't look concerned at all. He offered the paper again. This situation is a very delicate one. I can't nor will I go into detail, but we have suspicion that both the pup and Omega may still be in danger. Whatever your personal issues or attachments to them, now is the time to take care of them. They need someone there for them. Don't let yourself get in the way of that. In all honesty, they weren't words Katsuki hadn't heard before. People had been telling him for years that he was making things harder for himself by acting the way he did. It was all too easy to shrug them off, to dismiss their ideas because he knew what he wanted and he knew how he wanted to get there. But there was something raw about what Tsukachi was telling him. Before, his actions had only ever hurt himself. Now, they were directly affecting both Kazu and Deku. He was too stunned to move, caught between wanting to snarl and rage or just curl up under the weight of all that had happened. It was Ida who ultimately took the paper from Tsukachi. Thank you, Inspector. Tsukachi smiled at him. I'm trusting you'll keep him in line, Ingenium. Worry not. The Pack Alpha stood tall and proud at attention. We will assist the police however we can. And we will continue to look after Kazu for as long as necessary. Good. I'll be in touch if anything changes. The inspector left without another word to Katsuki, and once he was gone, Ida slumped as if in relief. He sat heavily next to Katsuki, rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't realize you'd just taken Kazu. I thought you had worked with the police to help him while Midoriya was asleep. That was not a pleasant conversation to have. Should I even care about what the hell you mean? It was easy to snap at people. Much easier than to face the consequences barreling toward him. Ida pinched the bridge of his nose again, his glass clacking as they were pushed up his face. Of course you should care. You very nearly lost all rights to that pup. You should be grateful that Midoriya was amenable to allowing you to care for him. Katsuki shifted in his bed. Flexed his toes, still feeling a few pins and needles in them. What did Deku say? Ida readjusted his glasses, once, twice. Peered through them down at Katsuki. When Tsukachi told me he had discovered that Ito had drawn up a protective order for the pup in your name, I immediately went to speak with Midoriya. I was worried he would be upset with what we had done, that he would demand we give the pup back to the proper authorities. I was worried I was going to have to convince him that Kazu was quite safe and happy with us and that while he recovered, the best place for his pup was with us. He sat back, crossed his arms. I remembered what you said about your relationship with him, and I suspected he was the Omega you sometimes spoke of or smelled like when we were in school, so I didn't know if there was much animosity between the two of you. But he seemed relieved to hear Kazu was with us. He was happy that the pup had found you. Perhaps it wasn't a surprise. After all, Deku had begged Kazu go and find Katsuki, had used what he might have thought were his last words to try to send his pup away and to the Alpha who had abandoned them years earlier. Even so, Katsuki found himself equally grateful that the Omega wasn't upset. Perhaps as much as he shouldn't have been surprised by this, he deserved to have Deku absolutely furious that he'd taken advantage of the situation. Because, good intentions or not, he knew full well he'd taken advantage of the situation. Deku was smart enough to realize that as well. The thought brought up another point that was itching at the back of the Alpha's head. Deku had said he wanted to talk with him. What exactly did he have to say? If he had told Ida he was okay with Kazu staying with them, then what else was there to say? And what to him, specifically? More so, what did Katsuki have to say to Deku? The last question bore at his nerves, twisted up his tongue until he was biting it to making sure it was flat in his mouth. Ida held out the paper to him, though Katsuki ignored him until he said, "This is important, for both you and the pup. So I suggest you do as he requests." Katsuki growled, snatched the paper. saw that the inspector had written, again, the name and number of the psychiatrist whose card he'd given the Alpha the previous day. Underneath the information, he'd written, "A stable environment is one of the requirements for your continued protective custody order. That means you, Bakugo. Make an appointment. Make one for the pup as well. You both need it." Katsuki ground his teeth, balled up the paper, tossed it aside. Ida frowned but didn't move to get it. "This is serious, Katsuki. He could take Kazu away if you don't do as he says." "It's fine," the Alpha snapped. "I have a plan." The pack Alpha watched him, sighed deeply. Before he could start lecturing again, Katsuki moved to the edge of the bed, carefully put his feet on the ground. He stood, wary, but his knees didn't buckle, nor did he feel the pins and needles as badly anymore. "Where's Deku? I won't keep him waiting anymore." Ida frowned. "You really should wait for the doctors." "Ha!" Katsuki stomped over to the door. "Cover for me. I won't be back." He shut it before Ida could call him back, made his way towards the nurse's station, ignoring the slightly limp in his step. Though unhappy with him being out and about, the nurses told Katsuki Deku's room number after the Alpha explained the Omega was looking for him and that he'd rest after speaking with him. The attending nurse's nostrils flared at his request, though eventually, she shook her head. "You Alphas are really terrible at that, you know. Demanding things just because you think you're owed them." She pointed to a nearby room. "If you upset my patient, I'll have you forcibly removed." Part of Katsuki wanted to stay and argue with her, put her in her place, but another part of him knew it would just prove her right. And anyway, Deku was waiting for him. So he snapped his jaws and turned on his heels, focusing on the door she had pointed out. He stepped confidentially up to it, but the moment he stood in front of it, he wavered, hand raised. Was he actually about to do this? Was he actually about to confront Deku again? See him? Speak with him? He still didn't know what he wanted to say. Nor did he know what Deku was going to say. As much as Katsuki didn't want it to affect him, he felt his heart beating wildly, his palms sweating. A glance around told him the nurse was watching him with narrowed eyes. So he wiped his hands on his breathes, knocked at the door and opened it. The moment before entering, he took in a breath, then he leaned through the doorway, took a single step over the threshold. Viridian eyes locked onto his almost immediately, pinned him in place with a silent stare that spoke more words than Katsuki knew could ever pass between them. There was something about the way the Omega was looking at the Alpha. It was hardened and untrusting, cautious in a way that made Katsuki's Alpha brain whine. Omega unhappy. Make Omega happy. As much as he wanted to snip and snarl at the voice in his head, he couldn't seem to move, waiting for Deku to do something first. The Omega, however, seemed content to just look at Katsuki, to take him in piece by piece, eyes taking a wandering path up his figure. Katsuki, too, found himself looking at the Omega, though not as deeply, flicking to his neck, bandaged, as well as his wrist, also bandaged, brace still in place. But mostly he drunk in Deku's eyes, relishing the sight of them, trying to memorize every detail. Every shade of green, every fleck of silver and ebony, every shimmer of unspoken emotion. Once upon a time, he could tell what Deku was thinking just with a glance. Now, he couldn't tell exactly what was going through his head. He didn't seem particularly glad to see Katsuki. He didn't seem disappointed. Not scared. He seemed guarded. Protecting himself. Anticipating having to defend himself. Something left over from the attack? Barriers thrown up because of who he was facing? He couldn't tell. What quickly became clear was the Omega had no intention of speaking first, taking his evaluation of Katsuki slowly, then sitting there, waiting. So Katsuki shifted. "May I come in?" Deku raised an eyebrow, a narrowed, perhaps surprised look. He nodded to the seat next to him, as much of an invitation as Katsuki was going to get. Still he took it. He shut the door quietly, sat slowly at Deku's side. The entire time, the Omega's eyes never left him. He didn't even seem to blink. So Katsuki moved slowly and deliberately, careful not to startle him. Although, the more he thought about it, the less Katsuki thought he looked afraid. Instead, he seemed intently focused. Another silence passed between them, Deku making no moves to break it. It was Katsuki again who carefully said, "How are you feeling?" The Omega finally looked away, though the Alpha saw the dry look on his face. "I've been better." Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck, felt the bandages under his fingers, realized he and Deku had matching bandages, though very different wounds. "I'm sorry for that." Deku smiled vaguely. "Inspector Tsukachi says I have you to thank for being here. Being alive, the words were awkward. It would have been easy to dismiss them as he had so many other times with hundreds of others he'd rescued. But this was very different. Maybe at the surface it wasn't Deku, the victim, Katsuki, the hero, the rescuer, but the truth was so much more than that. Their history was far too deep for it to be that simple. So Katsuki didn't know what to say. Eventually he muttered, "Yeah, well, I was just on patrol and Kazu found me." Deku's smile wavered, deepened sadly. "The inspector said he's okay. That you're taking care of him?" "Yeah, I am. Well, me and my pack." Deku's head snapped toward him, expression sharp. Katsuki held up his hands, sensing the Omega's sudden aggression. "Don't worry. My pack are all heroes. Ida, Ingenium, he's out pack Alpha." "I know." The Omega's voice was sharp when he spoke. Katsuki waited, but he didn't elaborate. Tentatively, he continued, "Our head Beta, Kirishima, he's bringing Kazue to see you." At the mention of his pup, Deku's lip quivered. He turned quickly away from the Alpha, gripping his blanket tightly. He breathed out and his voice was shaky. Was it this badly?" Katsuki shook his head, lowered his voice. No. He was okay. Bite mark, some burns on his hands. Where had those come from? He couldn't think of anything from Deku's memories that explained those. "He's fully recovered now. He's okay." He paused as Deku nodded, though the Omega said nothing more, let the silence continue on until Katsuki broached it once again. "He brought a blanket with his scent. Thought it might make you feel better." To his surprise, Deku snorted, smiled, perhaps ironically. "That wasn't a very smart idea, you know." Katsuki blinked as the Omega turned to him. "My guess is you didn't tell the doctor you had that, huh?" "No." Katsuki shifted, tried to hide his nervousness as Deku smiled, seemingly laughing at him. "Omegas are always calmed by the scent of their pups, I thought." "Oh, I get that's what you thought." Deku laughed, though it wasn't much of a laugh. "Have you never heard of protective instincts?" Katsuki paused and Deku laughed again. "You know, that instinct that kicks into the highest gear when an Omega goes feral? The instinct that every Omega is most affected by when it comes to their pups." Katsuki clicked his tongue. I didn't think about that." Deku shook his head. "But would you, I guess?" Katsuki rubbed his neck again. "I'm sorry for making it worse." Immediately, Deku's eyes went to the Alpha's hand, to the bandages wrapped around his neck. This time, Katsuki was absolutely certain he knew what words were forming in the Omega's mouth, clicking his teeth first and saying, "Don't you dare say anything about this. You didn't do this to me. I was being stupid. It was my fault." The Omega seemed to think, to consider him. Then he shrugged. "You're right." Something in his tone had Katsuki pausing, had a growl rumbling in his ear, though he cut it off quickly, horrified at what he'd done. But then, Deku was laughing, an actual, genuine laugh, leaning back in his bed, relaxing. The sight of the Omega calming settled Katsuki, had him accepting the criticism without fuss. In the end, he sat back, relaxed as the Omega relaxed, calmed as the Omega calmed. It was familiar. How many times before had Deku calmed Katsuki with just his presence? How many times had Deku helped Katsuki by just being at his side? How long had the Alpha been craving this? "You know, I still haven't told you thanks." The Omega spoke quietly, carefully, as if afraid of the words tripping along his tongue. Katsuki turned to him, found Deku with tears in his eyes. Without thinking, he took the Omega's hand, squeezed it, held him. Deku tried to smile at him, but his expression broke as his lip quivered and he wiped at his eyes, sniffled, then sobbed. There was a lot Katsuki wanted to do. He wanted to lean in, to comfort the Omega as he would have years ago. But he knew that wouldn't be appropriate. So he held Deku's hand, he let the Omega cry, let him unwind from all the emotions he was holding back. "Thank you," he gasped, sobbed. "Thank you for saving my pup. Thank you for saving me. Just, thank you. There weren't words for what Katsuki wanted to say. Nothing that could accurately convey what he was thinking. Maybe it was better to show him. Slowly, Katsuki raised Deku's hand. Pressed his lips to his knuckles again. Felt the Omega stiffen, saw his eyes go wide, his tears silencing, if only for a moment. Encouraged, Katsuki whispered, "Anytime, Deku." It was like a door closing. A wall built up. A barrier raising. Deku's eyes closed off, and he slipped his hand out of Katsuki's. An awkward moment followed, passed between them, something Katsuki wasn't really certain he could name. All he knew was Deku was no longer crying, but he wasn't happy. Not at all. They were spared another minute of uncertain silence when Katsuki's phone dinged. He fumbled for it, saw it was a message from Kirishima, knew what it meant. Immediately he stood. "I'll be right back." He caught a raised eyebrow from Deku as the Alpha quickly scrambled from the room without saying anything more. He rushed down the hallway, found himself in the waiting room, found himself standing in front of Kirishima and Kazu, the pup curled up on the beta seat. "Hey man, what's going on?" Kirishima spoke, but Katsuki hardly heard him. All he saw was his pup, how his eyes lit up as he realized Katsuki smelled of his Omega, a question in his face, a hope that was so close to burning out. Katsuki took him from Kirishima. "Come on. We're going to go see your mom." "Mommy?" Kazu perked up, gripping Katsuki tightly. "Yes, but you have to be calm, okay?" The hallways were going by quickly. He didn't even know if Kirishima was with them, nor did he care. "Okay." The pup brought his voice to a whisper, watched the hallway in front of them curiously. When they got to Deku's room, Katsuki didn't even knock at the door. He walked right in, saw the Omega startle, then saw his eyes go wide as Kazu chirped loudly. "Mommy!" Kazu squirmed in Katsuki's arms and Deku reached out, tears falling down his cheeks again. "Kazu!" The Omega leaned forward, accepting the pup when Katsuki handed him over. He wrapped his arms around Kazu, pressed him to his knee as the pup immediately began crying, scenting and purring for him. "It's all right, Firecracker, it's all right now." "You're okay." "I'm okay." "It's all right." Whether Kazu heard his words or only his voice, the pup curled himself up on Deku's knee, nestled into a space he fit perfectly. Katsuki had thought Kazu had slotted neatly onto his knee, along his neck. Now he knew that wasn't the case. The pup fit with Deku. He belonged with Deku. And Katsuki? One glance at the scene in front of him and he knew. He didn't have a place in this. Slowly, so not to disturb them, the Alpha stood. He yearned to stay, ached to wrap his arms around them, to clam them and promise them he would always keep them safe. But he knew a line when he saw one. He knew a dismissal as much as he knew an invitation. He knew what Deku withdrawing his hand meant, at its very basic level. So he stood. So he turned. So he walked away. The door shut behind him and he stood there for a moment, a burning hurt in his knee. His Alpha brain howled for him to go back, to be with Pup and Omega. He shut that voice out, walked back down the hallway. Kirishima was nowhere to be seen, so Katsuki figured he'd find him in the waiting room. A door banged open behind him, followed quickly by a distressed yelp from an Omega. Katsuki snapped around, found Kazu running toward him, heard Deku desperately calling the pup back. Kazu grabbed his arm, tugged him toward the room, growling shortly when he didn't move. "Kaz." The pup growled, yanked impatiently at him. "Kazu, listen." He yelped demandingly, clung to Katsuki when he tried to pull away. Sighing deeply, Katsuki picked the pup back up, took him to Deku's room. He found the Omega halfway out of bed, grimacing from pain. "Oi, lay back down. You need to rest." Katsuki deposited Kazu back in Deku's arms once the Omega laid back down. Deku shivered in relief, scented the pup, wrapped his arms tightly around him. Katsuki once again went to leave, but Kazue's hand jerked out, grabbed him, held him still. Katsuki sighed again, glanced at Deku. The Omega met his gaze. Said nothing. But he did nod to the seat next to him. Katsuki knew an invitation. Just as much as he knew a dismissal. Slowly, he sat down, relaxed as Deku turned his attention to caring for his pup, as Kazu curled himself up in the Omega's, purred comfortingly when Deku sniffled. He sat and he watched and he said nothing. He knew, despite everything, that this would be a moment he would cherish for the rest of his life. Eventually, Omega and pup curled up against one another and drifted into sleep. Deku seemed entirely relaxed with Kazu back in his arms, and the pup was equally affected by the presence of his Omega. Katsuki knew neither had been this happy since being rescued from the Alpha. Despite Kazu now being asleep, he kept his spot at their side, not wanting to wake the pup by leaving. He texted Kirishima, told him Deku was awake and well and reunited with his pup. The beta, in turn, must have told the entire pack because everyone else was soon texting him demanding updates and giving him congratulations, along with a few reprimands for being reckless. For the most part, Katsuki ignored these texts, though he did note a very curt one from Ida that simply said, "Good news. We'll discuss later." While Deku and Kazu slept, Katsuki busied himself with checking the news. Articles had started popping up asking where he was, people wondering if Ground Zero was on a secret mission, some wondering if he'd been severely injured and was squirreled away somewhere. Recovering. Yaoyorozu had done some media management, telling them that he was simply taking some personal time, but it seemed like nobody was buying it. Ground Zero didn't take personal time. It was well known what his aim was, to be the #1 hero. You didn't do that by taking personal time. He stopped reading when he found an article quoting the current #1 hero, a certain Mirio Togata, saying that taking personal time was a wonderful idea and that he respected Katsuki for doing so. He grumbled and hissed and spat and immediately closed the article. In general, Katsuki didn't think of himself as a jealous person. Possessive, aggressive, certainly, but not jealous. However, seeing Togata's name had something cruel and vile making his stomach twist. Togata was the #1 hero. He had a wonderful partnership with his mate, Tamaki Amajiki. They had 3 appealing pups and that they cared for and loved. He'd always done everything right. He'd done no wrongs and he could do no wrongs. He was just about everything Katsuki wasn't, and Katsuki hated him for it. He had never really considered that he hated Togata until that moment. But he did. At least while reading that article, while thinking about just how much Togata had that he didn't, he hated the other Alpha. But he refused to let himself dwell. Dwelling wasn't going to change anything. He needed to do something, to act. So, he got back on his phone, started researching the company Ito had told him Deku worked at. He was busy making his way through Deku's degree requirements, wondering how far along the Omega was in the program, when there came a knock at the door. Slowly, it opened, Tanaka appearing inside. When he saw Deku and Kazu curled up sleeping, he smiled, closed the door behind him, nodded to Katsuki. "I'm glad to see them doing well," the doctor said. Katsuki shrugged. They just needed to be together. Tanaka shifted. "Well then, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we would like to keep Midoriya for a couple more days. Just to make sure he is stable and doing well since we don't know what happened. Unfortunately, the pup won't be able to stay." Katsuki lifted his lip in a silent growl, but he understood. Still, he wasn't happy about the idea of separating Omega and pup again. "We'll be back tomorrow," he said as Tanaka approached the bed. Bright and early, the doctor smiled, then reached for Deku. Before he could touch the Omega, Deku's nostrils flared and his eyes shot open. He let out a horrible, piercing cry, something between a snarl and a shriek of fear, scrambling away from Tanaka's hand, pressing Kazu tightly to his each. Tanaka stepped quickly backward as Deku cowered against the head of his bed and snarled deeply at him. "Easy, easy." Katsuki reached forward, put himself between Tanaka and Deku. Upon seeing him, the Omega's eyes focused, then he blinked again. Slowly, very slowly, he began to relax, Kazu looking around in confusion and fear. "It's all right, It's just the doctor." Deku nodded once, then again. Sorry. He shook his head, brushed the hair from Kazue's face when his pup looked up at him. "It's quite all right." Tanaka slowly came forward again, his steps more cautious than before. "I was just coming to wake you. We had some tests come back and we have a couple more we'd like to run." "Oh, okay, right?" Deku shifted, seemed to realize very suddenly that Kazu was in his arms, staring down at the pup and the pup staring back up at him. When the Omega turned to Tanaka, the doctor smiled sadly. I'm afraid visiting hours are over now. Deku's face fell, dropped quickly into despair as he wrapped his arms around Kazu. Katsuki pitched forward, but reeled himself back in, taking in a deep breath through the mouth just in case the Omega was putting off a distressed scent. Mommy? Kazu whispered, staring up at Deku. Deku blinked at the little pup, seemed more than a little lost. Then he smiled. It was a familiar smile. A haunting one. Katsuki could place the exact moment he'd first seen the Omega smile down at Kazu like that, just before he'd turned to face that bestiality alpha in the alleyway. This time, Deku stroked Kazu's face, pushed his hair back, leaned down to embrace his forehead. Kazu, listen very carefully to me, okay? Okay, mommy. I need you to go with Katsuki for the night. Katsuki felt his stomach drop. The Omega had used his name. His real name. Kazu tilted his head, glanced at Katsuki. He seemed to have a question in his eyes that quickly snapped away as Deku lifted him up, tried to hand him away, and the pup struggled to stay at his no. Mommy, I want to stay with you. I know, firecracker. Deku drew the pup closer, shivering. Katsuki could feel pain radiating from the Omega. He was half tempted to tell the doctor they would stay, no ifs, ands, or buts. However, the Omega gulped in a breath, settled himself. You can come see me in the morning. Kazu stopped, stared up at him. No, mommy. Bright and early. You'll have to tell me all about the pack you've been staying with. The pup blinked. Pack? Sure. Katsuki's pack. You've been staying with them, haven't you? Kazu traced a pattern on Deku's isti. He'd done the same to Katsuki not too long ago. Yes, mommy. There's 2 pups. Oh, what's their names? Takahiro and Fumiko. Are they nice? Kazu thought about it, then shrugged. Takahiro is littler. And Fumiko is bossy. Deku chuckled, shifted Kazu a little away from him, toward Katsuki. The pup didn't seem to notice. Do you have fun playing with them? Yes. Good. Well then, he suddenly lifted Kazu up, Katsuki realizing what he was doing and stepped in to take the pup, settling him on his ichi. Kazu resisted, but Deku smiled at him. You go have fun with them, okay? Tell me all about it tomorrow. Mommy. The pup whined and Deku shivered deeply. Good night, Kazu. I'll see you tomorrow. I promise. I'll see you tomorrow. The Omega was doing his best to hold himself together. Katsuki could see the strain in his eyes, could practically feel the tension rising in the room. Tanaka stepped closer to him, whispered, It's best if you just go. And maybe it was best. But it felt wrong. Go on, Katsuki, Deku said, that name aching in the Alpha's bones. The Omega was smiling, but he wasn't actually smiling at anything. I'll see you tomorrow? Katsuki nodded, stepped away. Bright and early. Deku smiled, closed his eyes. Katsuki had noticed the tears filling them up. No, mommy. Kazu reached for his Omega, squirmed in Katsuki's arms. Come on, pup, the Alpha whispered, taking him from the room, closing the door as the pup began wailing. It's all right. We'll see him tomorrow. No. Kazu pushed against Katsuki, did his best to try to get out of his grip. I want my mommy. I want my mommy now. Katsuki didn't really know what to do. Because he couldn't blame the pup. Of course he wanted his Omega. He'd just been reunited with him after such a traumatic experience. To be torn away like this? It wasn't fair. Katsuki wanted to turn around and put him back in Deku's arms, to demand they let him stay the night. But this wasn't a good place for Kazu. Especially if Deku was still getting tests done. The pup didn't need to be there for that. So he stepped quickly to the nurse's station, gave his phone number and told the nurse on duty that if Deku wanted to contact him, that was the best way. Then, with the pup fighting and screaming and crying, Katsuki made his way back down the hallway. It was the first time he'd seen Kazu have a meltdown. He'd seen them before, of course, with both Takahiro and Fumiko. It was a different experience to be the Alpha whose pup was crying. It was a horrible noise. Grating in a way no other pup's cries ever had been. He wanted to do anything to make it stop, to keep his pup from feeling the pain he was expressing. But for now, there was nothing to be done. They just had to go home. When they reached the waiting room, Kirishima was standing as if knowing they were there. But of course he would know. No doubt he'd heard Kazuo screaming from down the hall. "Let's go," Katsuki said shortly. Kirishima glanced him up and down. "Do you want me to take him?" He held out his hands to Kazuo, who shrieked loudly and curled up at Katsuki's isi. "No, no, 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 no." All right. Katsuki rubbed Kazuo's back, sighed when he began crying for Deku again. "Let's just go." On the way home, Kazuo literally cried himself to sleep. By the time he did, Katsuki had a throbbing headache. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, pinching the bridge of his nose to try to quell it, though having very little luck. Kirishima was oddly quiet beside him for the entire ride. Nothing was said between them, the silence unusual and awkward once the pup had fallen asleep. Ida, who apparently had gone home earlier in the day, was waiting for them when they entered the pack house. Katsuki had successfully pulled Kazuo from his seat without waking him, but once they were inside the house and with most of the pack around and making noise, the pup began stirring. As soon as he did, he began crying again, starting off at a whine and slowly winding up to screaming for Deku again. As soon as he did, all three Omegas were there. Uraraka took Kazuo without much of a fuss, just as she had done with the other pups many times before, pressing him to her scent gland and whispering comfortingly at him as Tsu and Jiro crowded around them, lending their presence and their scent. While the Omegas cared for the crying pup, Katsuki immediately went to the medicine cabinet and knocked back several pain relievers, grumbling as he did so. When he turned, Ida was standing in the doorframe. "We should talk," he said quietly. Katsuki growled lowly. "What about?" "Midoriya," Ida fingered his glasses. "What are your intentions with him?" It was a fair question, he knew. But it was still an annoying one. Katsuki's growl deepened and he shouldered past Ida, walking back toward the kitchen. "I want to keep him safe. That's my only priority at the moment." "And anything else?" Katsuki rounded on him, narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Ida shifted slightly, crossed his arms. "Midoriya is extremely traumatized as well as Kazu. Now would not be a good time to try to impose yourself on him in any way." Something deep, something snarling and furious, had Katsuki pausing, had his mind racing to form coherent words. Had he just insinuated that Katsuki would take advantage of death like that? Red colored his world. Katsuki leaped forward, snapped at Ida's throat. Instinct had Ida snarling back, holding his ground, the two alphas growling and snarling, a challenge rising between them. At the sudden, sharp scent of two alphas facing off, the rest of the pack was immediately there, surrounding them. While the betas stayed back, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu carefully stepped forward. "That's enough, you two. You'll scare the pups," the female alpha reprimanded. Todoroki, likewise, nodded toward the staircase. "Bakugo, you'll upset Kazuo." At the mention of his pup, Katsuki snapped at Todoroki, who backed away, but looked quite displeased. Yaoyorozu took his place. "Enough," she said. "What's gotten into you? Let me tell you something." He let his voice carry low, looking past Yaoyorozu and Todoroki and everyone else, staring right at Ida. Ida had not backed down from Katsuki's challenge, facing the other alpha with cold steel in his eyes. If needed, he would defend himself and his pack, even from one of their own. Katsuki knew that. He just didn't care. "Don't you ever presume that I would do anything to hurt Deku. He means more to me than any one of you shitty extras. I would never hurt him." Ida met Katsuki's snarling with a deep, piercing silence. He didn't feel the need to growl back. He simply stood in defiance of the other alpha's challenge. "You say that, and yet you're the one who left him 5 years ago." Katsuki didn't want to show how much his words hurt. But he couldn't stop himself from falling silent, from tensing. He couldn't argue. Ida was right. He said he'd never hurt Deku, but he'd abandoned him once already. After getting him PR'd in tea, no less. Why would anyone think he wouldn't just get what he wanted and do it again? "Katsuki," Ida said sharply, bringing his attention back, "it is our intention, as Kirishima said several days ago, to offer a place among us to both Midoriya and your pup, if that is what is necessary or wanted." Knowing that, I consider them part of my pack and under my protection as Pack Alpha. And I will not, let me repeat, will not just allow any harm of any kind befall my packmates. That means even from you. Katsuki snarled, but Ida spoke over him. Think about your intentions and if need be, re-evaluate them. If Midoriya is to be an Omega of my pack, then I will treat him as I do the others. No alphas will be permitted to prey upon him in any way. Any such infractions will be dealt with harshly. As you well know. Katsuki's snarl lowered to a growl as Ida's glasses flashed. Consider what I've said and take some time to think about what you intend to do now that we know he will survive. This very well may be the most important decision you make in your life. Slowly, the Pack Alpha stood, released a calming scent. Even Katsuki couldn't stop himself from sagging forward, from falling into peace at the commanding scent of his Pack Alpha. Ida waited until he'd stopped growling, until he'd stopped challenging him, before turning and leaving. The rest of the pack watched him go, though ultimately, their eyes went back to Katsuki. Katsuki straightened, bit down on a snarl, and stomped away. He didn't really know where he wanted to go. All he knew was he didn't want to be there. He found himself standing in the kitchen momentarily, but it felt cold and empty and he didn't really want to be where any of the rest of the pack could find him. So he made his way upstairs, thought about trying to find Kazu, but knew he was better off with the Omegas for now. Growling under his breath, he instead went to the bathroom, stripping off his clothes and stepping into the shower, running the water cold. Standing under the freezing water, he stilled, let his blood calm from its boil. Thought about what Ida had said. What his intentions were with Deku. What he did want. At the very base level, to see Deku safe and happy. But, did he want more? And the answer, of course, was yes. Yes, he wanted Deku. He'd never stopped wanting Deku. Somewhere along the way, he'd just fooled himself into thinking he didn't want Deku as much as he wanted to be the #1 hero. How much did that really matter anymore? Yes, he still wanted to be #1. And if Togata of all people could do it, then surely he could too. He could do it even better than that loser. And he'd do it with Deku at his side. He'd make sure Deku was safe and happy first, yes, but then, maybe he did want to have the Omega. To please him. And be with him forever. The thought made his heart swell and his alpha brain growl contently. He knew it wasn't going to be that simple though. He could still feel the burn of the Omega pulling his hand out of his. After all that had happened, he needed time. Katsuki could afford time. He'd give him as much time as he needed. But he'd be there. For however long it took, he'd be there. With one last growl, Katsuki snapped the water off, shook out his hair, stepped out of the shower. Resolved himself to what he wanted, decided in that moment to something that he would work toward from now until he achieved it. He would see Deku happy. He would see Deku safe. And if Deku would have him, he'd see the Omega as his. That was his promise. Aizawa had never looked so tired before. Katsuki and the rest of his class stood in silence before their teacher, nobody willing to look at each other. Even amongst so many of their peers, they were each alone in that moment, utterly impotent and terrified. Very few had the resolve to meet their teacher's gaze. Even fewer dared to hold it for any length of time. Yet Katsuki couldn't seem to look away. He kept searching the pro-hero's face, though for what, he wasn't sure. It all had to be a nightmare, right? A trick? Some stupid media stunt? Of course, all of that was complete CRP and Katsuki knew it. No matter how much he stared into Aizawa's eyes, he wasn't going to find a different answer. This was now the world they inhabited. This was the world they were entering. This was their reality, from now until the day they died. As everyone stood in shocked silence before him, Aizawa slipped his hands into his pockets, passed a glance over each of his students, seemed to tally them up, again, one more time, then perhaps once more, just to confirm it to himself. I'm sure you all have heard the news, so I won't bore you with the details, he drawled on, as if this were just any normal day. All you need to know is the situation is under control and you've been requested to return to UA. Under control? Katsuki didn't even know who spoke, could hardly hear them over Aizawa's words repeating again and again in his head. You can't be serious. Aizawa pinned the student with a harsh look. I'm always serious. And in any case, it doesn't change the fact that all of you are to return to the school immediately. Because it's too dangerous for us now, someone said somewhere behind Katsuki. Aizawa shook his head. No. Because the situation is under control and there's nothing any of you can do here. It's better if you all leave so not to get in the way. Nobody said anything more. Nobody moved. One more time, Aizawa scanned them all, worn, red eyes lingering briefly on each of them. Katsuki felt his arms aching when his teacher's gaze swept over him, feeling as if the pro-hero were cataloging each of his injuries, taking note of the way his hands shook or the cut along his cheek, the BLD running down his shoulder. After the silence went on for much too long, Aizawa dipped his chin down, buried his mouth in his scarf. He sighed deeply. There was always a problem with having a singular symbol, he said quietly, and there was something harsh in his words. Something that had Katsuki bristling, something that made him want to rage and tell Aizawa how dare he say this now, but when his teacher continued, he listened, very intently. After all, if you pin all your hope and dreams on one idea, on one vision, on one person, it's bound to fail eventually. It's simply illogical to put so much time and effort into developing something that, at the end of the day, is so fragile. Please stop, Mr. Aizawa, a voice that shook and sniffled said. You're being cruel. I'm being pragmatic. There came a strong line to their teacher's voice, one each of them knew well. This was not the first time Aizawa had spoken to them like this, nor was it bound to be the last. But Katsuki knew it would be the most memorable. This was an inevitability that nobody wanted to face. Now that it's here, we pro-heroes, unfortunately, aren't the ones who have to live with the consequences. He raised his chin, stared out at his students, the young heroes he'd been grooming for so long now. You are the ones who have to bear this burden now. It didn't seem possible for there to be anything else that could shock them. Yet each student recoiled from his words, perhaps not believing him, perhaps not understanding. Katsuki both believed and understood Aizawa's words, but the full weight of them pressed down on his shoulders, made him stagger, made his knees tremble threateningly. It took all his strength to remain standing, to face his teacher as the old, tired pro-hero look out among his students. In the end, the new heroes will be the ones who will have to pick up the slack. Each of you will have to become a symbol in your own right. It's unlikely we will ever be able to claim a singular symbol of peace again. The hero paused, seemed to sag. Katsuki had always thought he looked so tired, so worn. In that moment, just how much of a toll everything had taken on him was more than apparent. He'd never looked weak. And in that moment he still didn't look weak. But it wouldn't have surprised any of them if he'd fallen off his feet. However, Aizawa regained himself, seemed to look past the students, to something beyond them, to something they wouldn't have been able to see even if they looked. The future of this world is laying in your hands now. We can no longer afford to go easy on any of you. The world is different now. It's never going to be the same. You students are going to be the pioneers for that world. All I can do is help you be prepared for whatever you may face. There was a resignation in his words, in his voice, that had Katsuki swaying. Someone beside him fell to their knees, someone else sobbed. But he refused to show weakness. He couldn't afford to do that. Not now. Aizawa looked out over the students, closed his eyes, found a moment of rest. Your orders are to return to UA, get some sleep. And be prepared. As soon as classes start, the other teachers and I are going to put you through hell. There's still a lot you have to learn and we're quickly running out of time. He paused, glanced at the students. Then he grinned. It was strange to see. Out of place after all that had happened, all that he had said. But it caught everyone's attention, had everyone holding their breath, waiting to see what else he had to say. When Aizawa grinned, everyone waited, and when their teacher spoke, everyone listened. You've all now seen what it means to be a hero. Prove to me that you can be a hero. Otherwise, what have you been doing all this time? What have you been training for? Some students glanced around, perhaps looking for reassurance. Katsuki still found he couldn't move, found himself shivering as Aizawa's gaze fell to him. You've been training for almost 2 years now. You've still got some time and a long way to go. So we will push you. We will push you to your absolute limits, then beyond them. And it'll be hell. It'll be nothing like what you've been through as of yet. And at the end of it, you'll all be real heroes. His grin widened. That's what you all wanted, isn't it? To be heroes? Well, now's your chance. The world has given you a challenge. How will you respond to it? Will you back down? Or will you stand up to it? The more he spoke, the more the students around Katsuki looked up. The more they listened and the more they stilled and the more silenced, drawn to what their teacher's words. Slowly, everyone picked themselves up, seemed to grow taller as he went on, until they were casting a shadow longer than anything Katsuki had ever seen before. And Katsuki? He stood and he stared and he didn't grow taller. He remained right where he was, weak and small and pathetic. When Aizawa grinned, it was with a knowledge that he wouldn't cut it, that he wasn't enough, that he'd never be enough. That he would never be able to reach for that challenge. Now is your time, Aizawa said, and Katsuki finally felt his knees buckle as the other students rose up around him, as Aizawa towered so much taller than he could ever hope to be. It's time for you to go beyond, to be plus ultra. And if you aren't prepared to do that, then you'd better leave now. Katsuki tried to breathe, gasped, and very suddenly opened his eyes. He was staring up at the ceiling, the room around him dark, though familiar. A lingering scent in the air kept him calm, despite his heart still racing from the dream. Kazu was curled up in his nest as far away from Katsuki as he could get. It still hurt a little when the alpha glanced over at him, though he was happy to see the pup settled for the night. It had been ridiculous earlier trying to get him to lay down and go to sleep, having to promise again and again that yes, they were going to go see Deku tomorrow and yes, the Omega would still be awake when they saw him. The pup didn't seem certain, but in the end his own exhaustion had gotten the better of him and he'd finally slipped into sleep. Once he had, Katsuki had laid down as well, trying to convince himself that he needed sleep just as much as the pup did. In the end he simply stared up at that same ceiling wrestling with his own thoughts, until he, too, found uneasy sleep. That sleep had led him to his dream, or rather his memory, of that night. The night everything had changed. It wasn't a night Katsuki liked to remember. In fact, what he remembered most of that night was the ride back to UA. He remembered calling Deku, hearing the Omega beg for him to tell him that he was okay, that what he'd seen on the news wasn't true. Katsuki remembered telling him that he wasn't hurt badly, but that what he had seen was true. That the symbol of peace was gone. That he wasn't coming back. He remembered that conversation, remembered having to listen to the Omega cry, remembered for the first time feeling nothing at the sound of Deku's distress. He didn't remember much else. Mostly because he didn't want to remember much else. Deku's crying seemed the least offensive part of the night. Ironically enough, Katsuki had laid in bed and stared up at the ceiling that night much like he had this night, waiting for sleep to take him. He laid for several moments, resolved himself to getting up, grabbed for the clock. 5 in the morning. Only people who would be awake would be anyone getting ready to go out on patrol. Them and maybe one more person. Careful not to wake Kazu, Katsuki got up, threw on comfortable clothes, stepped out of the room. The entire top floor of the pack house included a huge gym, perfect for any hero of any kind to keep their skills and body sharp, large enough for most of the pack to participate in group workout sessions, to work off each other and support each other. It wasn't uncommon for the betas to all work out or spar together, causing enough of a commotion to shake the entire house. Katsuki hardly ever participated in group session, preferring to focus on himself, on his routines. The only exceptions he made were sparring sessions, testing himself against the innovations of his packmates, relishing the feeling of them having improved and figuring out how to best their new strategies. But that was normally the extent of his participation. Normally. It was not a surprise to Katsuki to walk into the room and find Todoroki sitting in the middle of a mat, head down, eyes closed, as serene as the alpha ever was. He didn't react when Katsuki approached, not until the alpha growled, "Hey, icy hot. Spot me." It was, admittedly, an unusual enough request that Todoroki opened his eyes, looking after Katsuki as he walked over to the supply closet, drawing out wraps for his hands. While he wrapped his fists, the other alpha slowly unwound from where he had been sitting, followed him over to one of the punching bags. When Katsuki sunk into a fighting stance, he braced the bag, staying silent as the alpha began his routine. They were quiet, The only noise the satisfying impact of Katsuki's fists against the bag, the occasional grunt or growl from the alpha. Toward the end of the routine, Todoroki peered at him from around the bag. Going to explain why you needed me here? Katsuki threw one final punch, the impact sending Todoroki leaning into his heels. He growled, wiped at his forehead. Get the mitts? Todoroki considered him, but again, didn't speak when Katsuki turned away. The other alpha donned punching mitts as Katsuki rubbed himself down with a towel. In the quiet moment, his mind began to race again, turning back to his dream, his memory, his current situation. With a growl, he grabbed his watch, checked the time. He'd have to wake Kazu eventually or have one of the betas or omegas get him up. After what had happened last night, he didn't want the pup woken by anyone else, so he'd have to keep track of the time, make sure he didn't let the pup wake to an empty room. He tossed his watch aside, faced Todoroki. The other alpha was watching him. Katsuki paused, wondered if he actually did have anything to say to him. He crossed the room, sunk into his stance, Todoroki doing the same. When the alpha presented his hand, Katsuki jabbed forward, keeping up as Todoroki dipped and dodged, focused on the targets in front of him, not the world around him. Eventually, though, they fell into an easy pattern and his mind wandered, thought of Deku, alone, afraid, sitting with his own thoughts of what had happened to him. Katsuki jabbed forward, into empty air, missing the target completely. Todoroki paused as he stumbled slightly, eyebrows raising. But he said nothing, presented his hand when Katsuki repositioned himself. They went on for a few more rotations. Then Katsuki clicked his tongue. Aren't going to yell at me or question my intentions? Todoroki considered him, dodged around before presenting another target. I thought Ida did a fair job of expressing any concerns the pack may have. We remember what you were like in school. He paused, long enough to throw off the rhythm of their session. Katsuki met his eyes, tried to discern exactly what he might be thinking. We also remember what you were like after graduation. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, swayed his fists until Todoroki gave him a target. You wouldn't understand, he growled. Todoroki gave no reaction, went on with their session. Katsuki was grateful for the silence. Some time later, when Katsuki was breathing heavily, Todoroki rose out of his stance. That's enough. You need some water. Katsuki clicked his tongue, but went over to his things, checked his watch. Only time for one more session. The other alpha followed him, took a drink from his own water bottle. Katsuki didn't miss when he glanced in his direction. Bakugo, we are on your side, you know. Even Ida. We're just concerned. It's a complicated situation. You don't think I know that? Katsuki growled. He took another drink, bit down on a snarl. Believe it or not, Deku's precious to me. Even through all the bullshit, Todoroki screwed the cap on his water bottle, tightened it methodically, set it down. I understand, you know, he said just as measuredly. It's difficult loving someone in our line of work. You worry about leaving them alone. You worry about hurting them. You worry about how your work will affect them. He tried to catch Katsuki's gaze, but the alpha pointedly ignored him. It's different for Momo and I. She's a hero, but she's also another alpha. I've never loved an omega, but from what I know, they're more sensitive to being affected by the stress and emotions of their mate. Katsuki scoffed, threw his water bottle aside, wiped at his forehead, did anything to show he wasn't listening. Todoroki didn't seem to notice. Is that what you're so worried about? Katsuki snapped his jaws. Don't assume Deku's weak. Deku is the strongest omega I've ever known. Our packmates included. Then what are you afraid of? Todoroki didn't flinch when Katsuki growled at his question, when he tried to walk away, though the other alpha didn't try to follow. Bakugo, why did you want me to spot you? Because, Katsuki snarled, it's the closest I can come to beating the CRP out of you without breaking pack rules. Come on. I only have time for one more session. Todoroki considered him, didn't move. If that's the case, you should come meditate with me. It'll be good for you. Katsuki growled sharply. Pass. So are you afraid of your own thoughts then? The alpha snapped his jaws. Presumptuous of you. He tossed a RBB knife to Todoroki. I've been too busy to get in a good workout. Have to stay at the top of my game. So shut up and come at me already. Todoroki turned the knife over in his hand, then tossed it back. Momo's on patrol. I have to get ready to get Takahiro up. You can cool down by yourself, right? And with that, the other alpha picked up his things, left without another word. Katsuki watched him go, threw the knife aside. He went to the weight machines, began his normal routine. Within 5 minutes, his min was wandering dangerously. He stopped, cursed himself. Then he got up. He stretched briefly, poured water over his hair, shook it out, checked the time, picked up his phone, looked for any messages that might have been from the hospital, grabbed his stuff and went to the bathroom. Kazu was still sleeping when Katsuki returned. He took advantage of the pup's quiet to dress, found himself looking into the mirror, running his fingers through his hair. Then he went over to the pup, carefully picked him up from his nest. Kazu stirred, began to whine until the alpha released some of his scent, then the pup calmed dramatically, settled on his seat. Katsuki took him down to the main level and straight into the kitchen. Tsu was at the counter, standing over a running pot of coffee. "Good morning," she chirped. Katsuki growled, until Kazu grunted shortly, put a hand over the alpha's mouth. "Shoo," he muttered. "No growling, Kakin." Tsu put a finger to her lips. "Even your pup knows that's a bad habit of yours." If there wasn't a little hand still pressed to his mouth, he would have growled again. As Kazu dozed on his seat, Katsuki got out the eggs, rice, everything he needed to make a quick breakfast. It was a bit of a challenge with only the use of one hand, but Tsu wordlessly came over and helped him, bringing no attention to her actions. Katsuki ignored her, paying only enough attention to make sure they were cooking at about the same pace. The more time went on, the more the rest of the pack wandered downstairs, gathering sleepily in the kitchen doorframe. Even Todoroki made a quick appearance to check in on them, though he left without a word. As the food came ready to eat, Kazu stirred more and more, watching Katsuki cook intently. As the alpha stepped back to let the pack put everything onto serving trays, the pup buried himself into his scent gland, breathed in deeply. "Mommy?" After breakfast, Katsuki checked his watch again. Visiting hours were still a couple hours away. Even after breakfast, they'd have some time before they could see Deku. The pup whined and Katsuki rubbed his back. "We'll go and see if they'll let us see him a bit early. But you need to eat first." Kazu sighed deeply, but didn't protest when the alpha sat him down and placed a plate in front of him. The pack gathered in the dining room, slow murmuring escalating into cheerful chatter as everyone began waking up. Katsuki watched Kazu carefully, noted that the pup didn't once glance to Todoroki, who was seated only a couple of places down the table. Progress? Or was the pup just too focused on his food and his mom to notice? Either way, Katsuki gave it no voice, ate his breakfast in peace. He passed a glance over those gathered, noticed Kirishima wasn't there. Must be out on patrol. He'd have to go to the hospital alone or he'd have to ask someone else to come with them. But he would be fine. He could face Deku alone. It would be okay. Thoughts of Deku began filling up his mind, so he picked up on the conversation as people began talking about their plans for the day. "Nobody need me today," Kaminari proclaimed loudly. "I'm spending the day with Hitoshi, no ifs, ands, or buts." "What a shame," Jiro deadpanned. "How am I going to charge my phone now?" "Ha, Kaminari muttered into his bowl. "Isn't his heat coming up?" Shoji asked. "Will you two be spending it here again?" Kaminari nodded. "It's still a couple of weeks out, but yeah, when the time comes." He felt safe here. Better than just the two of us alone and out of it at his place. "Is he or is he not your mate? When is he just going to join already?" Shiro muttered. "If Ito was here, he'd say something about open invitations," Jiro quipped. It's not that bad," Mina grinned, leaned back in her chair. "Besides, if everyone who had an invitation actually lived here, we'd need a bigger house." Tsu hummed. "Actually, that's a good point. Are we going to have enough space here if Midoriya joins?" Katsuki paused, sensed more than saw everyone turn to him. At his name, Kazu perked up. "Join?" He muttered. "Sure," Tsu nodded. "Kirishima said you and your Omega can join the—" Katsuki growled sharply, silenced Tsu and everyone else at the table. He turned back to his breakfast. We haven't had that conversation yet. Deku's going to be in the hospital for a couple more days. Kaminari chuckled. Sounds like someone got rejected? A small spike of pain and anger flared to life. He pushed it down. It's not about me. It's about whether he'll want to be in a pack to begin with. Some people just don't like that kind of environment. As you might know. He growled the last part, had Kaminari frowning, though the beta said nothing else. Kazu stared between them all, seemed to be thinking about something very strong. Before he could form something to say, Katsuki set his chopsticks down. You done, Kaz? We should get going soon. Yes. The pup shoved his plate aside. I'm done. Let's go. Katsuki examined his plate, pointed to the half-eaten eggs. Finish up. Then we'll go. The pup snorted unhappily, shoveled the last of his food into his mouth, and pushed his plate aside again. I'm done. Thank you for the food. Katsuki ruffled his hair. Good pup. Clothes, wash your face, then we'll go. Kazu chirped in agreement, leaped off his seat, saying a quick goodbye to the pack before racing out of the room. The pup rushed Katsuki through the last tasks asked of him, then tugged along, drawing him closer and closer to the hospital. Closer to Deku. Closer to their second confrontation. As much as Katsuki wanted to see the Omega again, he didn't really know what to expect anymore. But he wasn't one to run away. And he wasn't one to deprive Pup and Omega of their comforting company. So he let himself be dragged along without a word, never giving voice to the growing unease in his stomach. The pack's car was gone, for whatever reason, so Katsuki pulled on a hat, pushed sunglasses onto his face, and warned the pup not to tell anyone who he was. He carried Kazu to the train station, kept him closer during the ride down to the hospital. The pup seemed comfortable on the train, though Katsuki assumed that Deku must have used public transportation quite a bit. It was unlikely he owned a vehicle of any sort, so perhaps that pup was more comfortable in a train than even a car. He was grateful for that as he led Kazu along. By the time they arrived at the hospital, they still had about 20 minutes before visiting hours, though the nurses allowed them to sit in the waiting room. Now that they were back in the hospital and with the promise of getting to see his Omega soon, the pup was calm and much happier, chirping and giggling when the nurses paused to say hello. Katsuki checked his watch, saw it was nearly time just as one of the nurses came into the waiting room, Kazu sitting up at the sight of her. Ms. Aoi, he said, surprising the alpha. The nurse smiled widely. Hey Kazu, welcome back. She crouched in front of the pup, who shied away, clung to Katsuki's arm. Needle again? He whispered. Aoi shook her head. Not today. Would you like to play with me for a little while? No. I want to see my mom. Aoi giggled. Heard, loud and clear. How about this? Would you like to see some of the tools the doctors use? Then we can go see your mom. Kazue's eyes lit up and he blinked up at Katsuki, a question in the air. Katsuki, however, was eyeing Aoi carefully. The nurse's smile softened as she met his gaze. Midoriya would like to speak with you privately. The alpha's stomach dropped. He tried not to think about that. Instead, he nodded, handed Kazu over to Aoi, who took him by the hand and led him into the back and down a different hallway to the one that led to Deku. She nodded to Katsuki before turning away, giving him permission to go to the Omega. He took in a deep breath, let it out slowly, took the long walk down the hallway. At Deku's door, he knocked as he had the previous day. Deku? He said quietly, opening it and peering inside. He found the Omega laying on his side, back to the door. A few papers were scattered on his side table. One glance and Katsuki knew what they were. After all, he could see his own signature at the bottom of paper stacked atop all the others. Slowly, he stepped inside, closed the door. Stayed where he was. Waited for the Omega to react. But he simply didn't, to the point Katsuki wondered if he was asleep, knew he was once again going to have to brave the silence. He took in a breath. Deku, don't. The Omega snapped up, turned to snarl at the Alpha, tears running freely down his face. He pointed a shivering finger at Katsuki. But you dare. Call me that. Katsuki swallowed. Shuffled his feet. Do you prefer Izuku or Midoriya? Just shut up. The Omega snarled, coughed as he tried to stop himself from sobbing. He grabbed the paper, shoved it toward Katsuki. What is this? He paused, but Katsuki couldn't find anything to say. What is this? I just thought. Thought what? Deku threw the paper away, but it caught in the air, swung back toward the Omega, Deku swatting it desperately away. He ran a hand through his hair, shook his head, gasped, laughed, though it wasn't much of a laugh. Katsuki breathed in again. I didn't think you would want to carry that bestiardy's pup. Deku laughed again, sharp, bitter, a shiver going through his body. He turned away. Shook his head. I don't know what I would have wanted. But you took that choice away from me. You made that choice for me when you didn't have the right. I just wanted to do right by you. Oh. Deku laughed again. Do right by me? After all this time? Is it convenient for you now? No, it's not. He stopped when Deku waved his hand. Do you know what that procedure could do to me? Or did you just not care? Katsuki paused, thoughts racing back to the day he'd signed that DMN paper. He didn't get to think long before Deku growled deeply. It could make me infertile. And you signed off on it. You didn't have that right. To take away my choice on my own body, on my future pups. I'm sorry, Katsuki tried to say, but Deku snarled over them. Just don't. He collapsed back, looking more than a little exhausted. Katsuki shifted, not knowing if he should offer help, but the Omega pinned him with a hateful look the moment he made a move. You didn't have the right. Just because you're an alpha and I'm an Omega? Just because we were together? That I had a pup with you? Did you think that gave you the right? Katsuki shook his head, again and again. You'd already been through hell. I didn't think you'd want a reminder. A reminder? Deku raised his arms, looked around as if searching for something to break. I don't need a reminder, Katsuki. I know what happened. I'll never forget what happened. I'm sorry. No, you're not. The Omega made a frustrated noise, ran both hands along his face. This time, Katsuki let there be some silence between them, let the Omega sit and breathe and think. Let himself stew upon the acidic words spat at his feet. The words he'd always known were coming, the words he still didn't know how to face. Then, when enough the silence grew unbearable, he said, Yes, I am Izuku. Deku snarled at his name, but Katsuki pressed forward. I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. I'm sorry any of this happened at all. He swallowed when Deku narrowed his eyes. None of it should have happened. For once, the Omega was quiet. So quiet, Katsuki felt pinpricks along his body. Then, with a huff, he turned away. You don't understand anything. Katsuki bit his lip. Thought about leaving. Then, there's something else. That you should know. And you should hear it from me. He waited, but the Omega was silent for a long time. This time, Katsuki would not break the silence first. With a sigh, Deku eventually turned to face him, glaring expectantly. Katsuki clenched his hands, felt sweat gathering on his palms, wiped them nervously, saw that the Omega noticed. He didn't move closer, but he did lower his voice, he did tilt his neck slightly in SB Amazon. And he told the Omega about Mai and her quirk. He told him everything about how it worked, about how he'd volunteered, about what he'd seen. The more he spoke, the more he saw Deku's resolve breaking. It started as a wall, tall and unyielding, but slowly, brick by brick, word by word, it crumbled. When Katsuki finished explaining about the bite to his wrist, the hope he'd override the Alpha's claim, Deku grabbed the offending limb, trembled slightly. He was no longer looking at Katsuki. In the silence, there wasn't anything to break the tension. Not the sound of a heart monitor. Or a ventilator. Not even a clock hung on the wall. You saw it all? The Omega's voice was small. So very small. Katsuki shook his head. Not completely. I saw what you saw. You were unconscious for a lot of it. The Omega. Silent. Slowly, he turned onto his side again, back to Katsuki, curled up around himself. Just go, he whispered, begged. Seeing, no, feeling the hurt from the Omega, Katsuki didn't want to go. He wanted to stay, to go nearer, to comfort and console him. But he knew anything he did would just upset him further. So he opened the door, stepped out. There was one thing he knew he could do to help the Omega. So he followed the hallways, had to ask a passing nurse for directions, eventually found himself standing in the doorframe of an exam room, watching Kazu playing with a stethoscope. As soon as the pup saw him, he threw it back in Aoi's hands, ran to the Alpha, who picked him up. "Mommy?" he asked. Katsuki nodded. "Your mom needs you right now, okay Kazu? Make sure you give him lots of love." The pup gave a serene nod, as if he completely understood, though Katsuki knew he never would. Numb, he took Kazu back down the hall, knocked at Deku's door. When he opened it, it was to the Omega sobbing, still curled up on his side. Kazu was strangely quiet as Katsuki crossed the room and set him on the bed, though he immediately clambered over Deku's body, crawling into his arms and onto his scent gland. "It's okay, Mommy," the pup whispered. "Everything will be okay. I'm here now. So it's okay." Deku gave little reaction to the pup's presence, other than to hold him close, to curl up a little more around him. Katsuki waited just a moment, just to make sure Pup and Omega were together, right as they should be. Then he stepped out, shut the door, hurried away before Kazu could realize he was gone. There was nothing to do in the waiting room, nor was there anything Katsuki particularly wanted to do. So he sat in the quiet and let the hospital continue to function around him, watching placidly as nurses and doctors and patients and visitors dipped in and out of the room, as the doors leading down the hallway to Deku and Kazu opened and closed over and over again. His phone buzzed a few times in his pocket, but he didn't move to check it. He didn't really want to know what was going on in the world. Instead, he leaned back, tilted his head against the chair, stared up at the ceiling, waited. Eventually, a nurse came and told him visiting hours were going on break and that he would have to leave. The only good news was that Deku's doctor had signed off on Kazu being allowed to stay for lunch, so long as he behaved himself. Grateful for that at least, Katsuki left without another word. He wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to do. Or rather, what he could do. He knew what he wanted. To ask Deku for forgiveness, to be allowed to protect him from that bastard Alpha. But after what had just happened, he didn't know how he was going to convince Deku to let him, to give him another chance. Maybe he didn't deserve one. Maybe this was karma coming for him finally. Maybe he was going to spend the rest of his life trying to make it up to the Omega. But if that was the case, then that was okay. He could accept that. Once outside the hospital, he pulled out his phone, checked for the nearest flower shop. He doubted they were going to have what he was looking for. He'd always had to order them days in advance before. But maybe he'd get lucky. He needed some after everything that had happened. Once he was on his way down the street, he flipped to his contacts, to a new number that he'd added only a couple of days earlier, in the dead of night when not even Kazu could see what he was doing. He paused, staring down at the screen. Then, he pressed the call button. The dial tone was unusually loud, as was the voice that answered, "Yeah? What?" "It's Bakugo." Katsuki bit into the side of his cheek, felt his nose wrinkling. "If the offer's still on the table, I'll take that cigarette now." Even after returning to the hospital, Katsuki stayed in the waiting room, head tilted back, dozing off and on. The nurses more than once asked if he wanted them to tell Deku he was still there, but he shook his head, told them only that he was ready to take Kazu whenever he needed to leave for the day. It wasn't worth interrupting the Omega and Pup's time together after being apart for so long. He didn't mind sitting there, waiting, just in case he was needed. That was fine with him. People came in and out of the waiting room, though they gave Katsuki a wide breadth, either due to the sketchy nature of his hood drawn over his head, his sunglasses still in place, or because people tended to just sense danger from him. So when someone came to sit directly next to him, he noticed, tilted his head down to see who it was. He was more than a little surprised to find it was Kirishima. The beta smiled widely. "Hey man, were you actually sleeping just now?" Katsuki glared at him. "The hell are you doing here?" "Just got back from patrol." Kirishima sighed, leaned back, stretched out his legs. "Hell of a day. But I figured you might need some backup, plus I brought the car." Didn't know how Kazu had done on the train. He was fine. The Alpha leaned back, stared up at the ceiling. "Deku kicked me out?" "Really?" He had the ball to sound surprised. "Yeah, I messed up. Big time. And he let me know it." The beta laughed. Sounds like one manly Omega. Not surprised he's the one who's caught your eye. He grinned. When am I going to get to meet him? At this rate? Maybe never. Ah, don't say that. Kirishima elbowed Katsuki in the side, earning a low growl from the alpha. Listen, it's been, what, a day since he woke up? He needs some time. Just let him process everything that's happened. Can't be easy on the poor guy. At the beta's words, Katsuki paused, lifted his head. It was true that even if it had been several days for him, Deku had just woken a little over 24 hours previously. It was a lot to take in, a lot to adjust to, a lot to live through. That, on top of the fact that he wasn't fully healed yet. No doubt he was still feeling physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted. He was still trying to catch up to the world while also trying to give himself the time he needed to heal. That couldn't be easy, and Katsuki knew it. He'd been in that situation before, had woken up in a hospital bed missing hours and days of his life, had had to reorient himself back into life. Nothing he'd been through could ever reach the level Deku was experiencing though. He knew that if nothing else. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he and the Omega hadn't even had the chance to have a normal conversation. They hadn't had the chance to catch up, to address the past. Everything in their present was so pressing, there had simply been no time or room to consider anything beyond it. Katsuki hadn't had the chance to ask Deku about Kazu. How he'd been when he was an infant, what his birthday was, what it had been like bringing him into the world. He hadn't had a chance to thank Deku for the gift of something so appealing and precious. He didn't even know if Deku would accept such words from him. But he wanted the chance to say them. Them and so many others. He hadn't had the chance to formally reunite with the Omega. At this point, he didn't know if that would ever be possible. Kirishima laughed beside him, Katsuki cutting him a glare. You're thinking mighty strong over there. Anything you want to share? The alpha snorted. Not on your life. Kirishima chuckled, shifted a bit closer to him. How'd you sleep last night? Katsuki's scowl earned another laugh. Lay back, take a nap. Midoriya kicked you out, I doubt he'll be calling you back anytime soon. And if anything happens, I'll wake you? Katsuki growled. Alphas don't sleep in public? The beta shrugged. Since when do you care what people say about what alphas do or don't do? As much as he wanted to argue with Kirishima, he couldn't. If nothing else, he could at least go back to dozing off and on, knowing the beta was there to keep an eye on things. Kirishima had already taken out his phone and was scrolling through some sort of social media, giving him the out to do as he wanted without the expectation of having to continue interacting with him. The beta knew he needed a break and he was more than happy to provide it, whether Katsuki wanted it or not. If nothing else, he was tired and he could use a moment to breathe. He leaned back, sighed, closed his eyes. Thought of death, thought of Kazu. Wondered what they were like outside the trauma, the heartache, the hurt. Wondered if he really knew anything about them at all. There was a heavy knock at the door, followed by a voice. Bakugo? Hey, you in there? It's me. Kirishima. The pause. You know? Ijiro Kirishima? From school? Yue? Hello. Katsuki stirred as if from a great sleep. His joints creaked. His muscles ached. His bones rattled. It was almost too difficult to move. Like stone rising from the mountainside. But the voice continued, as did the relentless pounding at his door, incessant, even as the calls went unanswered. The noise beat against his skull, another pain to tally along his body. He got to the door, tried to grab the doorknob, couldn't get his fingers around it. Flinched and growled when his hands shook and ached and throbbed and hurt. A pause from beyond the door. Bakugo? You all right in there? Katsuki growled, tried for the door again, rattled it uselessly, hissed, had to use both hands to finally get it open, to crack it, to peer out with slitted eyes. Katsuki would have recognized the beta's face anywhere. What he had a little more trouble with was the sudden shift in his expression, starting with a smile that fell quickly away. Bakugo? He sounded like he hardly believed it. Katsuki growled in warning. What do you want, shitty hair? It was a familiar name, something that warmed Katsuki from a small ember he thought had died months ago. However it affected the alpha, Kirishima gave no reaction to it. Instead, he leaned closer, tried to force the door open. What's happened to you? Let me in. No, Katsuki snarled and snapped at his hands. Go away. Come on. You're not looking well. Just let me make sure you're okay. Why? The alpha rose up in a challenge, knew that it was enough to scare off most betas. Kirishima, however, just threw his hands up in frustration. Because you look like CRP. Come on, let me in already. You're freaking me out, man. There didn't seem to be a choice in the matter. Either Katsuki let the beta in or he would break down the door to get to the alpha. That was certain, if Katsuki remembered anything from their friendship in school. And he really didn't want to get a new door. That would be a pain in the butt on top of having to deal with the pain in the butt in front of him. So he glared, snapped at the beta, but opened the door slightly, stepped away. Kirishima slipped inside before he could change his mind, glanced around the apartment. Oh man, the beta sighed. You used to have one of the tidier rooms in the dorm. Katsuki kicked an empty can aside. You got a problem with it? Instead of answering, Kirishima bent, picked up the can. Showed it to him. This from today? Katsuki growled lowly. You can't be serious, man. You know alcohol mixes badly with your quirk. Who cares? Katsuki flopped onto the couch. Didn't look at the beta. Well, what did you want? Kirishima was quiet. Even still, Katsuki didn't look over at him. Not until the beta approached, until he crouched next to him, until he tried to take his hand. Before he could help it, pain had him yelping, pulling away from the touch, snarling to hide his moment of weakness. Kirishima frowned. I knew it was bad, but come on, man. He grabbed Katsuki's hand again, ignored his snarls, turned it over to reveal the fresh welts along his palm. The beta frowned deeply. What's happened to you? In a time not so long ago, Katsuki would have had words for him. He would have had an explanation. But it didn't seem worth the effort anymore. So he said nothing. When the silence grew, Kirishima let him go. Sat at his side. Tilted his head slightly, exposing his neck and his scent gland. The show of SBMs had Katsuki pausing, hesitating long enough for the beta to release a little more of his scent. Immediately, the scent washed over him like a fresh breeze after being in stagnant air for so long. He remembered Kirishima's scent well, but somehow, it was different from what he remembered. The smell of the beta had Katsuki salivating, shaking with a craving for something he couldn't quite put his finger on. So caught up in the smell of his school friend that he listened when Kirishima smiled at him, when he said, Bakugo, please let me take care of you for today. A part of the alpha recoiled, snarled. The more dominate part of him paused, was perhaps confused by the offer. Please trust me. You need some backup, man. And you know I'll always have your back when you need me most. It was difficult to say yes. But it would be more difficult to say no. And honestly, he didn't really know what he wanted. So he sat there, didn't react as the beta took his hand, pulled him off the couch, took him to the sink to begin cleaning up his palms. A hand on his shoulder jolted Katsuki immediately awake. He was completely still, trying to reorient himself, until a small bundle was placed on his head. Kazu glared up at Katsuki with those wide red eyes of his, a little pout on his lips. Kaken, there was an accusation in his tone that had Katsuki tensing. You left us? He didn't move. He didn't even breathe. Eventually, the pup crossed his arms in a huff. Why didn't you sit with us? I had to make mommy stop crying all by myself. That's what he meant. Katsuki ruffled the pup's hair. I think you're the best one for that job, Kaz. He shifted, sat up, kept the pup close to his teeth. Kazu seemed calm, despite being away from his omega. He smelled strongly of Deku. How was your day? Kazu tilted his head from side to side. Good. Miss Sano came and saw us. Miss Sano? The name sent a chill over Katsuki's back. He remembered that name very clearly from Deku's memories. She had been in the hospital? Had potentially walked right by him? And he hadn't even noticed? Katsuki glanced to Kirishima, but the beta was still on his phone. The alpha checked his watch. Just about closing time. They needed to get home for dinner. He elbowed the beta, caught his attention as he stood, making his way back toward the door. Who is Miss Sano? Kazu shrugged. My friend. I go to her house sometimes and play with some other pups. We learn about lots of different things and get to play a bunch of games and have a lot of fun. Sounded like some sort of daycare. No doubt between working, his school, and trying to raise Kazuo alone, Deku had needed the time to himself. Plus, daycares often offered overnight services for single Omegas to watch their pups while they are in heat. It only made sense that he'd have found someone to help look after Kazuo every now and then. Katsuki wished he'd known she was there. He would have liked to, with her, to learn more about the Omega and pup. But maybe that would have been too far. Where was the line? He knew there was one, and he knew he had crossed it many times before, but he still wasn't exactly sure where it was. He didn't want to go over that line anymore, nor did he think it would be smart to toe it either. If he wanted to try to convince Deku to consider forgiving him, then he'd have to be on his best behavior. So maybe it was better that he hadn't known she was there. Maybe it was better that he hadn't had any temptations to give into. Well, I'm glad you got to see her, Katsuki muttered, following Kirishima into the parking lot. The beta was unusually quiet, but he seemed in good spirits. Something about him was putting the alpha on edge though. He just didn't know why. Kazuo nodded enthusiastically. I told her all about Takahiro and Fumiko and you and Kiri and the pack and everything. He made an exhaustive gesture, as if it had been far too much to get into. Katsuki felt a prickle of unease at the thought of this Sano knowing about him and his pack, wondered what the pup had said, realized he had probably talked about all of this in front of Deku too. What would the Omega think of everything his pup had been through while he was asleep? Maybe it wasn't worth dwelling on. He couldn't let himself worry over what the Omega was thinking or doing if he wanted to put enough time and effort into caring for Kazuo as the pup needed. So, at least for the time being, he put it from his mind, helped strap Kazuo into the car while Kirishima slid into the driver's seat. When Katsuki joined him in the passenger's seat, the beta chuckled. Shiro said you went off on Tsu about asking after Midoriya and the pack. Katsuki growled lowly, glanced to Kazuo from the rearview mirror. The pup had perked up curiously. That's a conversation for another time. And another person. The alpha paused, thought over Kirishima's words, but couldn't figure out what he was getting at. When he turned a questioning look to the beta, Kirishima only smiled. Don't worry about that. That's my job as head beta. When the time comes, I'll let him know his options. After all, it isn't just about joining up. It's about protection. That guy's still out there, right? Who knows what his intentions are? It was a bit of juggle to move around his words, though Katsuki appreciated that the beta wasn't speaking so straightforward in front of Kazuo. This wasn't for him to hear, wasn't for him to know. But the words themselves were a question mark to Katsuki. Yes, in most circumstances, the head beta of a pack would be the one to officially invite someone to join after receiving the blessing of the pack alpha. But this wasn't a typical case. Deku was his problem, not the pack's. This was his to handle. I know what you're thinking, Kirishima spoke softly, even when Katsuki cut him a short growl. But this is our choice, not yours. Yeah, you might be a key factor in it, but ultimately, this is the pack deciding what we want to do. So let me handle it. Besides, the beta grinned, we do want at least the possibility of him saying yes. If he's already kicked you out of his hospital room, I doubt he'll be chomping at the bit to live in the same house. Haha, Katsuki growled at the same time Kazuo made a chirping noise. Mommy is going to come live with us at the pack house? Katsuki bit down on a growl just as Kirishima laughed. Hey, what was your place like with your Omega? Do you miss it? The pup paused, long and strong. Then he hummed. It was fine. As long as Mommy is there, it's fine. Did you have any friends? As the beta slipped carefully into conversation with the pup, Katsuki let himself relaxed. Kirishima really had always been good with pups. He was thankful for the backup that day. I need a favor. Mina raised her eyebrows and blinked at him. Who are you and what have you done with Bakugo? Katsuki snarled at her, but she only laughed. Oh, it really is you after all. What's up, babe? Don't call me that. Come on. It's just an expression. A cute little name. Katsuki growled again as Mina folded her hands behind her head. All right, tell me what you need. Kirishima's going on patrol early in the morning and won't be around until later. Already know that. I need you to bring Kazuo to the hospital for visiting hours. Just after 10, to be exact. Mina paused, as did every other pack member in the vicinity. The only one who didn't seem to mind was Todoroki, the alpha stroking a hand along his mate's thigh while nose deep in a book. Say again? You want me to bring Kazu to the hospital? Mina said. You aren't going to go visit Midoriya? Tsu asked at the same time. Okay, you really aren't Bakugo, right? Kaminari said. A few others tried to speak, but Katsuki focused only on Mina, nodding once. Got something to take care of. I'll be there when you get there, just make sure Kazue's there to see his mom as early as he can be. For a moment, the female beta rocked back and forth, twisting her body around as if to examine him from as many different angles as possible. Katsuki let his lip raise in a silent snarl before she loudly exclaimed, You got it, babe? I said, don't call me that. Also, if any harm comes to my pup, I'll kill you. Oi hey! Kirishima stirred from the couch, though he only made a half-hearted attempt to rise. Don't go threatening her, man. Mina, however, was laughing. Come on. We're packmates. It just means I've got your back. She gave him a thumbs up. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll take care of Kazu, no problem. You just do what you gotta do. Thanks. He turned and walked away, going to where the three pups were playing with Shoji and Kaminari. Fumiko and Takahiro were climbing over Kaminari, Takahiro tugging at a sizable chunk of his hair while Fumiko was pointing and laughing and Kaminari was asking, quite desperately, for some help getting the pup off of him. Kazu was watching the three serenely, eyes half-lidded, curled up in Shoji's lap. When he saw Katsuki, he blinked up at the alpha, but didn't reach for him, content in the beta's arms. Kaz, Mina is going to take you to the hospital tomorrow. I have something to do beforehand. I'll see you when you get to the hospital. He paused. Is that okay? The pup tilted his head, rubbed his cheek against Shoji's arm. Hey, Bakugo. A little help. Kaminari whined. Katsuki ignored him, though Kazu gave him a strange look before turning his attention back to the alpha. He rubbed his eyes, snorted shortly. Kaken. He held out his hand. Yes? The pup whined sharply. Kaken. What? He flailed his arms at Katsuki and whined until the alpha sighed deeply and crouched, taking the pup when he crawled out of Shoji's arms. Kaken. What is it? The pup crawled up to his neck and rubbed at his scent gland. Smell nice? Katsuki sighed. Hasn't changed since I met you. Kazu said nothing else, simply curling up at his neck, settling deeply. Katsuki glanced to Shoji, who shrugged. He's gotten used to your scent. Probably just needs some time with you. Used to my scent? A shiver went over Katsuki as he pressed the pup to his ear, felt as Kazu rumbled out a satisfied purr in response. He checked his watch. Almost time for dinner, then bath, then bed. The pup squirmed. Mommy? Your Omega's still in the hospital. When's he going to come live with us? The room went very quiet. If he listened close enough, Katsuki was sure he wouldn't even be able to hear the ducks in the house rattle. Everyone around them had stilled as if put under a spell. Even the other pups, sensing the shift in the house, had gone silent. Only Kazu seemed unaffected, waiting for the alpha's response. There wasn't an easy answer. Of all the things Katsuki could say, none of them explained everything. Because the pups simply couldn't understand everything. Not now. Kirishima had dodged this question earlier, but it felt wrong just to do it again, and for some reason, Katsuki didn't think the pup would accept that from him anyway. So he considered his words carefully, let off a little more of his scent to settle the pup just a bit more. In the end, he said, one word at a time, that's going to be your mother's choice. It might be better to go home with him, won't it? Kazu grumbled lowly. Mommy. I know, pup, I know. Katsuki glanced to his packmates, saw them all watching them. He shifted Kazu higher on his body, breaking the pup's contact with his neck as he turned toward the kitchen. Kazu crawled a little higher, tugging at the alpha's hair as he tried to climb onto his head, until Katsuki growled sharply, pulling the pup away. What do you want for dinner? Any favorites? Soba. The pup chirped. Soba, huh? You and Todoroki should talk. Kazu tilted his head slightly, so Katsuki elaborated, one of the other alphas in the pack. Even before he finished speaking, Kazu huddled into his alpha. He growled. Katsuki sighed, set the pup on the counter as he began going around the kitchen, grabbing ingredients. Come on, Kaz. He's part of my pack. You really think anyone here would hurt you? Alpha or otherwise? Kazuo grumbled and pouted as Katsuki set the ingredients next to him. Here, pup. You want to help? Immediately, Kazuo perked up, grabbed onto his arm to watch exactly what he was doing, tilted his ear to listen as the alpha told him how to start making dinner. An alarm going off in the morning woke Katsuki, but the sound of his pup whining actually got him moving. He shut off the alarm, rubbed a hand along Kazuo's back to settle him, sat up, rubbed his face with a yawn. He went and showered, returned to the room to find Kazuo up and out of his nest, tugging at parts of a costume Katsuki had hung in his closet. The alpha rushed to stop him, growled a warning, realized with a quick glance that his room was very much not pup-proof. He scooped Kazuo up with another short growl as the pup wiggled to get away. Clothes, breakfast, then you're going to hang out with Mina for a little while? Kazuo nipped at his hand, growled, didn't respond to what he'd said. Katsuki sighed, but went to pick out something to wear for both himself and the pup. He made a quick breakfast, then had to go upstairs to kick in Mina's and Kirishima's door to wake the female beta. While she scrambled to get herself put together, he checked the time, his messages, saw that his order was ready, went back downstairs. In the dining room, he noticed Yaoyorozu with the two other pups helping them with breakfast and said, I have to go. Make sure Mina brings Kazuo to the hospital later. The female alpha barely even looked up from trying to pull a toy from Fumiko's hand. I'll remind her. Katsuki grumbled, grabbed his hat and sunglasses, aware that Kazuo had rushed over from where he'd been playing in the living room to watch him. He pushed the sunglasses onto his nose. Be good, pup. I'll see you at the hospital in a little bit. Mommy? There was a cautious note in the pup's voice. Katsuki ruffled his hair. You'll see him soon. Remember, be good? The pup stared after him, didn't respond. The alpha paused, waited to see if he would react, but when he didn't, he reached for the door. Immediately, something ran into his leg, held on. A sharp, sour scent had Katsuki pausing, nearly stumbling, the hair on his neck rising. The pup's eyes were wide, his fingers dug into the alpha's breathes. When Katsuki moved, Kazuo clung a little tighter, buried himself in the jeans. Taking a breath through his mouth to try to clear the pup's distressed scent only to taste the pungent squish of rotten milk, the alpha crouched down, let the pup grab onto his arm, didn't allow him to climb up to his scent gland. Kazuo, it's all right. I'll see you soon. I'm not leaving forever. The pup whined, dug himself into Katsuki's arms. Alpha. Katsuki glanced up, but Yaoyorozu hadn't appeared in the room. No doubt she'd noticed the sour scent in the air, but she probably had her hands full trying to keep the other pups calm. None of the alphas here will hurt you, Kaz. You should know that by now. No, the pup shivered. Alpha. Katsuki frowned, paused, felt his stomach sink as he realized what was actually being said. He wasn't worried about alphas. Or at least, he wasn't worried about any regular alpha. He was scared of the alpha who had attacked him and Deku. The realization had Katsuki's alpha brain rising up, roaring and raging at the thought of the alpha. It would have been easy to let go, to growl and hiss and smother everything in aggressive, possessive, territorial pheromones. But he couldn't do that. Not right now. Instead, he breathed in and out slowly, let more of his calming scent out. Took the pup's hand, unwound them from his jeans. Squeezed them tightly. Listen, Kazu, Katsuki said quietly, that alpha will never hurt you or your mom ever again. I'll make sure of it. My pack will make sure. We'll protect you. The pup shivered, rubbed his cheek to Katsuki's hand, looked up at him with slightly watery eyes. Promise? It was a simple word. A few short letters. But, spoken from the pup's trembling lips, it was so much more than just a word. There was too much for so few letters to hold, too much meaning, too much weight, too much hope and fear and grief and sorrow. But Katsuki took that word. Took it in. Gave it light and warmth. Looked his little, scared pup in the eyes, ran a hand along his face to clean his tears away. Promise? With all the gravity and weight in such a word, he nodded. I promise, Kazuo. We will always protect you. Even then, the pup didn't look convinced. But he let Katsuki rise, reluctantly let his hand slip away, let the alpha take a step back. I'll see you soon, Kaz. I promise. Mina and the pack will take good care of you until then. A little wrinkle to his nose, Kazuo shifted from one foot to the other, seemed to consider running after him. Promise? He asked again, quiet, maybe more assured. I promise. Mommy? You'll see him soon, pup. I promise that too. Kazuo blinked, tilted his head. Will you promise to keep my mommy safe too? Even under the weight of such a promise, Katsuki felt secure. It was a weight he was familiar with. A friend he'd shrugged off long ago. He'd lived most of his life with the weight of Deku's safety, with the Omega's protection at the forefront of his mind and actions. So when the pup laid that weight back on his shoulders, he shrugged it soundly into place, nodded, and said, yes, of course. I'll protect your mom too. Only then did the pup nod, let his hands drop. Goodbye, Kaken. I'll see you soon. Very soon. Those were the easy words to say. There were others Katsuki wanted to say, you'll be okay, I'll be there if you need me, I love you, but there were also words that felt sticky in his throat. Goodbye. He never wanted to say that. Not to Kazuo. Not to Deku. Not again. So he didn't, not as he turned away, opened the door, and slipped outside. It was more than a little nerve-wracking to knock at that door. Katsuki had fought villains and monsters that hadn't made his hands shake this badly. In one sense, he would have given almost anything to not be there. In another, he wouldn't have traded this moment for anything when he heard the Omega say, yes? Come in. Even after their last encounter, Katsuki swore he would never get used to the way the Omega's eyes changed when he entered the room. Years ago, his eyes had always brightened when he walked into the room, but not like this. Once upon a time, the Omega would have lit up like a beacon, a star shining brightest in a sea of other stars. Now, he was more like a flashlight, a beam that flickered on to investigate something, trying to shine some truth on something he couldn't quite understand. What was a little more clear was the closing of Deku's expression when he saw it was Katsuki come to see him, though intrigue broke through when the Omega noticed the vase the Alpha held. Being careful not to get too close to him, Katsuki crossed the room, set the vase on his side table, and pulled off the paper bag placed over the flower to reveal a single white egret orchid. Deku's jaw slipped open, surprise breaking through every barrier of his as the Alpha took a careful seat next to him. Are these still your favorite? He asked. Deku's jaw snapped shut and he turned to Katsuki, his expression narrowing. Katsuki sat quietly under his examination, dared not make any sudden movements that might aggravate or scare the Omega. At least he didn't immediately kick me out. That has to count as progress, right? Instead of answering the question, Deku sat back, folded his arms across his seat. Where's Kazuo? He's coming. One of the betas from my pack will drop him off soon. Why didn't you bring him? Katsuki felt his fingers twitching as he ran a hand along the back of his neck. He wasn't bandaged up anymore from Deku's attack, the angry red marks having faded. Deku, however, still had the bandages covering the claiming marks on his neck. Those, too, would fade in time, but they still had another week or so before that happened. I wanted a chance to talk before he got here. Deku's eyes flickered over him, pulling out the smaller details, no doubt. Eventually, he tilted his head down to glare at him. Test results came back. For whether I was PRGNT. There was a long moment of hesitation, one where Katsuki wasn't sure what to expect and Deku seemed to be bracing himself. The Omega's eyes slid as if pulled toward the orchid, lingered on the flower. I wasn't. There was no need for that procedure. It was good news. Katsuki tried to tell himself that again and again. It was good news. Deku hadn't been PRGNT. I can take a FRTLTY test after my next heat. The Omega sat back, tilted his chin back until his head rested against his pillow. But I have to be on suppressants for this CYCL. So won't know for a few months. There was something underneath the Omega's words, something Katsuki picked up on, something that had him shifting in his seat. What are you trying to say, Deku? I'm saying, the Omega huffed, annoyed, that it was completely unnecessary. Bullshit. Deku growled and bared his teeth. Katsuki knew it might not be a good idea to antagonize him, but he didn't really know any other way of saying it. Deku, at the time, we had no idea one way or the other, and by the time they could have tested for it, it would have been too late. So you want me to say I wouldn't have signed it if I'd known? Well, obviously I wouldn't have, but we didn't know and we couldn't have known. And I don't know what I would do if I had to do it over again. But, he bit his lip, saw as the Omega narrowed his eyes dangerously. He met those guarded eyes, leaned forward just as much as he dared. You were dying right in front of me. I had to do anything I could to save you. Anything I could do to take your pain away. The Omega swayed, seemed to burrow himself deeper into his glare, but Katsuki ignored it. I'm sorry. I know you're angry at me. But if you need someone to be angry at to help ease your pain, then that's fine. You can be angry with me. I'll accept that. This isn't about being angry at someone, Deku snarled. It's about you doing something wrong. You didn't have the right to do this to me. Yeah, you're right, I didn't. And I accept that wrong. But I told myself I'd do anything to save you, and I have. You're alive. For me, it doesn't matter that you're angry at me. As long as you're alive, that's all that I care about. He paused as the Omega turned away, fists balled up in his blanket. I am sorry, though, that I took advantage. The doctor said I could sign in as your alpha since Kazu is my pup. It was all the proof they needed. And you're right. That didn't actually give me the right. I just used it as an excuse. He waited as Deku's fists shook, as the Omega finally turned to glare at him, and Katsuki dipped his head low, nearly between his knees. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. For everything that happened to you. For the things I did trying to save you. I overstepped. You're right. And I'm sorry for that. You know that would mean something if you actually meant it? Katsuki rose up to catch a glare from the Omega. What's going to convince you that I'm being serious? At this, Deku finally looked away. When he did, his expression softened, twitched, seemed to shiver. He leaned back. I don't know. He spoke softly but sincerely. With one glance Katsuki could see the conflict ion in his face, the subtle lines and twitches that told him the Omega was unhappy. He wasn't sure when he'd get to see him happy again. He supposed it was going to be a long time, if ever. It was a goal to reach for however long it took. The Alpha sat back, glanced to the flower sitting on Deku's nightstand. Years ago, the Omega had said he loved the flower for its strange bird-like appearance, had said he could imagine taking flight himself if he looked at it long enough. Katsuki had never been very particular to them, but he'd bought several over the years of being with Deku. It was a small piece of normal in a situation that was anything but normal. Even that small piece was something to cling to, something to relish. It really was a strange little flower after all. Listen, Deku, the Alpha said, though he paused when the Omega snorted. I told you not to call me that. Katsuki bit the inside of his cheek, but he nodded. You're right. I'm sorry. He took a breath, then said, Listen, Izuku. He noticed the Omega's strong glare, but calling him Midoriya simply felt wrong, so he pressed on. I didn't come here to upset you. I know things are different between us. I understand that a lot of time has passed, a lot has happened, a lot has changed, but his tongue bunched up, so he had to swallow to flatten it. Guess it would be too much to ask for a normal conversation after all this time. But I haven't had a chance to tell you hello again, to tell you it's nice to see you, that I missed you. The Omega gave no reaction, save for to shift in his bed a little, a flick of his eyes toward the flower. Katsuki watched this all, took note and pressed on. I know it's presumptuous of me to ask this, but I would like to request something from you. Again, the Omega didn't react as Katsuki shifted in his seat, gathered his thoughts, his words. Won't ask for forgiveness. I know that's too much to ask for right now. But I'd like to ask that you consider giving me the chance to apologize. Not just for what happened here, but for what I did all those years ago. He interlaced his fingers, held them tightly. It's my fault you were hurt. If I'd been there, it wouldn't have happened. The Omega scoffed, had Katsuki pausing as Deku rolled his eyes. There's no telling even if we had been together that it wouldn't have happened. It's only presumptuous of you to think the world revolves around you so much that you could have stopped a random attack just by keeping in touch with me all these years. The words made sense, but not put together. The Alpha didn't really know what to say, paused, felt his hands shake as the Omega met his eyes, met him with a look not of forgiveness, but release. Katsuki, the attack was not your fault? A powerful shiver went through the Alpha, had him bowing his head, had shame and anger heating his face. However, Katsuki didn't look up at Deku, kept speaking. It is your fault about what you did. Signing off on that procedure. Trying to calm me down with Kazue's scent? Incredibly, the Omega actually laughed, low, quiet, but still musical. It was such a wonderful sound. The best sound. Katsuki clung to it, even for the brief moments it rung through the air. I think it is too much to ask for a normal conversation. Too much has happened. It would be weird just to say hello, how are you doing? It would have been too weird even if I wasn't laying in this diamond bed. He gave a sigh, shifted around. But I'll think about your other request. It was all he could ask for. For the Omega to consider it. He bowed his head low. Thank you, Izuku. I promise I will do better. For your sake and for Kazuo. The Omega hummed in dismissal, shifted again. When Katsuki looked up, there was a thoughtful expression on his face. You know, the media's been talking about you. Yeah. Katsuki snorted. Who cares what they're saying about me? They say you've been missing for about a week now. The Alpha paused. Deku wasn't looking at him. Yeah, well, I had other priorities. The Omega didn't say anything. Katsuki sat back, glanced at the clock. 10:30. He growled, stood. I should go track down Mina and Kazuo. I'll have a nurse bring him to you. And I won't intrude. He didn't need to say the words for them to be understood. Deku didn't say anything, didn't react as he walked away. It wasn't until his hand was on the doorknob that the Omega said, Katsuki? When the Alpha looked over his shoulder, the Omega still hadn't moved. But his nose was pinched and his eyebrows were drawn down. You've changed? There wasn't a simple response to that. Certainly not one that Katsuki could think of. He waited, long enough to realize the Omega had no intention of saying anything more. Then he grunted, opened the door, left. Picked up his phone. A single ring, then Mina picked up already screaming about being late, about how she was sorry. They were almost there. Katsuki growled a bit at her, but he wasn't surprised. He'd expected for her to be late after all. Izuku paused when there came a knock at his door, but from the scent just beyond it he knew who it was, plastering on a bright, happy smile just as the door opened and his pup rushed into the room. Mommy! Mommy! Kazuo leaped onto the bed, nearly crashed into the Omega, though a sharp chirp from Izuku made him hesitate long enough that when he collapsed onto his seat, it didn't quite rattle his insides. As much as he wanted to go back to the rough play they used to enjoy, he simply wasn't quite up to it yet. His broken arm was still a problem in and of itself with the pup, not to mention any of his other aches and pains, though Kazuo was at least somewhat aware of his injuries and tried to avoid them when he remembered them. Still, he was yet a pup, so with all the enthusiasm of a pup his age, he wrapped his arms around Izuku's neck and rubbed at his scent gland, over the still raw bite marks on his neck. Izuku never once flinched, held Kazuo tightly as he scented the pup, calmed him right now. As always, he smelled strongly of Katsuki, but there were other scents as well lingering on the pup, scents he was coming to recognize, though he'd never met these people before. Members of Katsuki's pack. From the smell of it, they'd taken a role in caring for the pup. Which honestly was best, even if Izuku didn't like the idea of his pup being around people he didn't know. For as much as Katsuki may want to help care for the pup, Izuku doubted he would have the necessary experience. Pack members could take up any slack the Alpha may not realize he had. So it was better. Even if Izuku didn't particularly like the scents that surrounded his pup. As the days had gone by, Izuku had begun to pick out particular scents. A couple of Alphas, though their scents were faint, stood out most to Izuku. One he recognized as Ida's, who had identified himself as Katsuki's pack Alpha earlier. But there were two others he could taste, coppery and cold. So at least 4 Alphas in his pack. Their scents were always faintest, meaning Kazuo probably wasn't around them all too often. Izuku suspected he never allowed the Alphas near him, just as he always shied away with the hospital staff. Whenever an Alpha entered the room, he would curl up at Izuku's ear and hiss and growl and shake like a little leaf. Izuku wondered how he reacted to the Alphas of Katsuki's pack. If the pup had ever reacted like that to even Katsuki himself. Beyond the alpha sense, Izuku could smell overwhelming 3 omegas, each very distinct. One like fresh rain, turned earth, water lilies swaying atop a pond. One like particularly sharp flowers, gardenias, tulips, a single rose any other color than red. The last like SPKD candy, not quite licorice, not quite chocolate. It made sense that the omegas of the pack be the ones handling Kazu more often than the others, especially since he knew there were 2 other pups in the pack that Kazu had spoken of. After the omegas, the beta scents lingered as well, though they were harder to pick out, just notes of open windows, fresh cotton, and the like. One beta scent, however, overpowered even the omega scents. Like a breeze over the ocean, salty and fresh, tasting of humid air and warm, sandy days. Sometimes, the beta scent ran just as deep as Katsuki's. It didn't take much time for Izuku to deduce that this must be the pack's head beta. It only surprised him that his scent be so overpowering on Kazu. He couldn't quite understand why one of the betas, the head beta especially, was taking such an interest in the pup. He'd also figured out through speaking with the pup that the head beta was probably this Kiri, Ijiro Kirishima or Red Riot as Izuku was used to hearing him called. He knew that Katsuki had talked about Kirishima when they were in school, but hadn't realized that the red-haired hero had taken up the position of head beta of his pack. Perhaps the beta had taken an interest because he and the alpha were good friends. Maybe there was something else to it. However, undeniably, over all the other scents, Izuku could smell fire, wood smoke, ash, a night under the stars. It had been years since he'd smelled that. He'd put it from his mind so long ago. And yet, whenever Katsuki entered the room, whenever Kazuya leaped into his arms, he felt a little shudder in his omega reacting to a scent he'd known so well. Even if his mind was no longer used to such a smell, his heart was. And it ached every time he tasted it. The pup only settled on his CST long enough for Izuku to thoroughly scent him, then he leaped onto a nearby chair, stopping Izuku's heart for a moment as the chair tipped dangerously. Then, he plopped down and glared strong at the omega. "Mommy, when are we going home?" "Soon, firecracker. The doctors have to make sure I'm all better." "But you smell all better." Izuku hummed quietly. "Just because I smell a little better doesn't mean I'm actually all better. See?" He showed the cast on his arm. "I'll be wearing this for a little while, and I won't be completely better until my arm is all healed up. The doctors want to make sure I'm doing okay before we go home." The pup swished his legs, tilted his head slightly. "When we go home, where are we going to go?" Izuku raised an eyebrow at the pup. "What do you mean?" "We'll go home." Kazuya kicked both legs out, flexed his toes experimentally. "Kiri said you can come home with the pack. Can't we go back to the pack house?" It took a lot of effort to not show his displeasure at the news, for Izuku to not immediately grimace. Instead of frowning, his lips twitched up into a smile at the pup. "Kazuya, we'll go home, I'll go back to work, you'll go back to playing with Miss Sano and the other pups. We'll just go back to normal." The pup stopped kicking his legs. Even if he hadn't really known how he expected the pup to react, he was not prepared for Kazuya to shudder, to curl inward, for his lip to quiver. A sour note entered his scent, Izuku immediately opening his arms and purring quietly, urging him to leap across to the bed and nestle in his arms. The omega pressed his pup to his zizi and kept purring, calming Kazuya as he buried himself into his scent gland. "What's wrong, firecracker?" Izuku asked quietly, stroking the pup's back slowly. Kazuya shivered deeply. "Alpha." When his pup said, Izuku felt a deep, hollow part of himself filling up with dread. It was the kind of dread someone could drown in, one that smelled of long stagnant water, things rotting in its depths. When his pup said the word alpha, he saw jagged teeth and slick black hair, a smile too terrible for words. Kazuya whined quietly, Izuku realizing he'd been letting out a distressed scent. He pulled himself together, purred deeply for the pup. "Don't worry about that, Kazu. It'll be all right." "Scared?" "I know, firecracker, but it's okay. We're safe now." The pup curled up, dug at the hospital robe the omega was wearing. He laid there for long enough that Izuku sat back, relaxed, purred contently with his pup so near. It didn't last very long before Kazu picked his head up, stared at him with wide, red eyes. "Mommy, you said heroes are supposed to protect us?" Izuku paused, knowing exactly where this was going. His pup was sometimes far too smart for Izuku's sanity sometimes. "They are and they do. But that doesn't mean we need to live with them." Kazu tilted his head one way then the other, then reached up to pat his cheek. "Mommy." "Yes?" "Mommy." The pup gave an exaggerated sigh and flopped over onto his back, peering up at Izuku. "Kiri said there's no costumes in the pack house. Nobody's really a hero there." "I don't think that's how that necessarily works." "Of course that's how that works. I know. I saw it." Izuku shook his head. "You saw it, huh? Are you sure?" "Positive." "Are you sure?" "Trust me, Mommy. I know. But are you absolutely sure?" He leaned over the pup, tickled his stomach, nosed and nuzzled him as the pup squirmed and laughed. As the pup riled up more and more, he began nipping at Izuku's fingers and nose. The Omega responded by nipping back at his cheeks and arm, letting off a little growl that the pup responded to in kind. Soon, all thoughts of heroes and packs and homes were gone. Kazu curled up at Izuku's heart. Izuku leaned back, content to be with his pup again. His eyes were just starting to close when Kazu climbed up him, rubbed at his cheek. "Mommy, why are you sleeping so much? You slept for like 100 days without waking up." A jab of pain spiked through the Omega's ear, right around his heart, but he only smiled, moved a strand of loose hair from the pup's face. "Well, I'm still getting all better. Sleeping helps with that." Kazu tilted his head to the side. "So, if you sleep more, you'll get all better soon?" "Yes." The pup chirped happily and dug himself into Izuku's neck, causing the Omega to wince, though Kazu didn't notice. "Let's take a nap then." "Lots of naps. So many that you'll be better super soon." "Let's do that." Izuku carefully pried the pup off the irritated wounds at his neck, laid back and curled up with the pup in his arms. "You're going to be good, right?" "Yes, Mommy. Good." He hugged the pup closer, leaning in to bury himself in the smell of burnt sugar, cinnamon. All his favorite things. A knock roused Izuku, had him pulling his arms to his ear, realizing with a jolt that Kazu was gone. He sat quickly up, found the pup curled up at the crook of his neck, right at his scent gland. Sighing, he stroked the pup's back, bit at his lip. Kazu was doing that more and more, and Izuku knew exactly what it was too. A protective instinct. Something that maybe nobody else could quite pinpoint. Except, maybe for Katsuki. Because Katsuki had done this to him many years ago. When he'd been feeling at his worst, the Alpha had always wrapped himself around Izuku, protecting the Omega from anything other harms, always with his head resting in that crook, right over his scent gland. He must still be subconsciously giving off a slightly distressed scent in his sleep, the pup reacting instinctually to calm him. He had to do better. The absence of a strong smell from the other side of the door had Izuku pausing, though when it opened to reveal a smiling doctor, he relaxed. "Hello, Midoriya." The beta doctor held an electronic tablet that he flipped open as he came to sit next to the Omega. "How are we feeling today?" "Better. Not 100%, but better." "Good." "Better is good and we'll keep aiming for 100%. In the meantime, I'll take better." He nodded to Kazu. "Is this your pup?" "Yes." Izuku picked Kazu up, the pup whining but opening his eyes to peer curiously up at the doctor. "This is Kazu." "Kazu, say hello." Kazu blinked, then yawned deeply. "Hello." "Hello, Kazu." The doctor held out his hand. "I'm Dr. Matsura. I'm going to make sure your Omega is all right and sunny again." When the doctor held out his hand, Kazu shrunk against Izuku, even when the Omega stroked his back comfortingly. "What about the other doctor?" Izuku paused for the briefest moment, just barely hiding a grimace. Luckily for him, Matsura smiled seamlessly. "All the doctors in this hospital work together to make sure all our patients are cared for well." "Work together?" The pup tilted his head slightly. "Like hero teams? Fighting off villains and keeping us safe." "Yes, exactly. Except, we help the people in the hospital." "Oh." Kazu leaned toward the doctor, who held out his hand again, the pup carefully shaking it. "Hello." Matsura smiled, then turned to his tablet. "Some good news. All your blood work is looking back to normal. We haven't seen any seizure activity, which is good. And your arm is healing nicely. All in all, you're trending back toward normal pretty quickly. Is my mommy all better? Kazu leaned as far forward as he could with Izuku's arms still wrapped around him. The doctor chuckled. Almost. We'd like to keep you overnight just in case, but if everything's looking good in the morning, you're free to go home. Yay. The pup leaped up, flung his arms around Izuku's neck. Mommy, did you hear that? You're all better. He said not quite, Kazu. Remember, my arm is still hurt. Oh. The pup glared down at the cast as if it were the cause of his pain. We will need you to return in a week to check on the progress of your arm, Matsura said without looking up from his tablet. But with current circumstances, we're also offering you a follow-up appointment at our sister hospital. I work there as well as here, so if you wish to see me there, we can set something up or you can see another doctor. They'll have all your files since our systems are connected. I'll take an appointment with you at the sister hospital, Izuku said without hesitation. Kazu peered curiously at him, but the Omega just stroked his head. It wasn't something to get into with the pup there. Very well. I'll make a note and send it over to the scheduler. She'll be in touch. He paused. What's a good phone number for you? It was a good question. Izuku didn't know what had happened to his phone or any of the other things he'd had on him when the Alpha had attacked. The police so far hadn't been able to find them and he obviously hadn't had a chance to pick up a new phone. He smiled. Can I get back to you on that? Sure. Matsura flipped the protective screen over the tablet. We'll get it at checkout tomorrow. Thank you. He paused. Doctor? Yes? Could you do me a favor? Within reason, Matsura leaned forward slightly. What's up? Can you check to see if anyone is in the waiting room for me? There should be an Alpha. Matsura nodded, took out a notebook. I'll have a nurse check for you. What's the Alpha's name? Bakugo. But I want to know if anyone else is with him. The doctor scribbled onto his notepad, clicked his pen, nodded. Very well. I'll be in to check on you in a couple hours. If you need anything, let us know, okay? Thank you, doctor. Of course, the doctor smiled one more time. Be good to your Omega, okay, Kazu? You have to be good for him to make sure he gets all better. Kazu blinked, then narrowed his eyes, grabbing onto Izuku's arm and letting out a little huff. The doctor chuckled, stood, and left. When the door shut, the pup turned to glare up at Izuku. Mommy. Yes, Firecracker? Kaken said you know him? Katsuki's familiar name brushed a nerve in Izuku, something jealous and spiteful, something he tried to ignore even if it made his nose twitch. He supposed it was better than hearing his pup call the Alpha Dad, but it still put a sour taste in his mouth. I did. I grew up with him. Kazue's brow furrowed. But you said Ground Zero is your favorite hero. And he is. Izuku brushed a hand over his face. But Kaken is Ground Zero. Didn't you know that? What a question that was. Didn't he know? Izuku nipped at the pup's cheek, had the pup growling playfully in response. Before he could get spun up too much, Izuku let out a calming scent, his pup settling immediately, purring quietly. He laid back, let them both relax, using his scent to lull the pup, let it wash over him until he felt boneless in the Omega's arms. It had been far too long since the pup had laid on him, limp and content and safe. It felt so right, so perfectly in place. Something to prove some things hadn't changed at all. That what had happened hadn't completely upended everything. That this, if only this, was sacred enough to remain. He nuzzled into the pup, drunk his scent in, forced himself not to think about it, not to notice the lingering aches in his body, his mind, his heart. Another knock jolted Izuku, Kazu immediately lifting himself up to growl at the door. Hush, Kazu. Yes? Izuku called. The door opened, a nurse leaning in. Hey, Mr. Midoriya. Dr. Matsura said you wanted to know if Mr. Bakugo was in the waiting room? Yes. Izuku watched carefully as Kazu tilted his head at the mention of the Alpha, as he crawled off the bed to peer closely at the nurse. And if anyone else was with him? The nurse smiled. He's here, if you wanted to see him. And there was someone else. A beta, I think? Izuku nodded, unsurprised, knowing it was probably Kirishima. Could you take Kazu to him? I'd like to speak with Bakugo. Alone. He said the last word firmly as the pup turned to him. Ah, mommy. Go with her. I'll see you in a few minutes. The pup whined, but Izuku raised an eyebrow, gave him a warning look. Kazu puffed his cheeks out, didn't fight when the nurse took his hand and led him out of the room. Just beyond the door, Izuku heard her speak quietly, then a hand pushed the door open and the alpha leaned inside. It always sent a shiver over Izuku's spine to see Katsuki's focused red eyes. They reminded him of Kazu, obviously, even if the pup had never looked at him quite like the alpha did. With a familiar, careful step, Katsuki entered the room, never letting his eyes slip from the Omega. You wanted to see me? It was, admittedly, strange to watch how the alpha reacted to him. As if he were actually afraid of Izuku. And he supposed that was part of it. But Izuku wasn't naive enough to think it was he, himself, that the alpha was afraid of. He was afraid of the situation, of what had happened, of the consequences of everything. He was afraid of the history between them, as well as their most recent past. He was afraid of having pushed the Omega away. He was afraid of having found him again. And he was deathly afraid of what was about to happen. In his current state, he was effectively useless to Izuku. He was simply too fearful of doing something wrong, of saying something stupid, of screwing this up. Even if Izuku still couldn't quite place what the alpha's plan was or what his intentions might be, everything about this made him unable to react, to even move. So the Omega nodded to the seat next to him. Come, sit down. You're making me nervous just standing there. The alpha hesitated, but only for a heartbeat. His uncertainty was overwhelmed by his need to please and concede to Izuku, so he stepped forward, sat at his side, though he was rigid in his seat. Izuku watched him carefully, looking for any signs he could pick up on. Once upon a time, he'd been able to tell exactly what the alpha was thinking and, to a point, he still could. But not completely. When Katsuki looked at him, it was with fear, but not a fear Izuku could so easily name. I fired Dr. Tanaka. Surprise lit Katsuki's eyes. Izuku wasn't sure why he started with that point. Mostly, he supposed he was just curious to see how the alpha would react. Katsuki paused, then snorted. Probably for the best. May I ask why? Izuku shrugged. I believe he had more traditional values that clouded his ability to care for me to the level that I expected. That is, to the fact that I'm an unmated Omega with a pup who is autonomous and has no alpha at all to speak of. Not even a family member. He sat back, tried to judge some point of pain or disagreement from Katsuki. The alpha didn't react, simply watched, giving nothing away, nothing he could name. You going to go any further? He asked eventually. Izuku shrugged. Can't. Technically the law says any alpha affiliated with a pup has say over the pup's Omega's better health in extreme situations, as the health and behavior of the Omega has a direct effect on their pup. He stared at Katsuki, saw surprise, maybe even horror in his face. In the legal sense, you had every right to do whatever you thought you needed to keep me alive for. Pup and the doctor had a duty to facilitate that. The alpha simply stared at Izuku, a crick in his jaw the only indication of a small pit of anger brewing in him. Izuku wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from, so he continued, when the law was first proposed, it was sold as a way for alphas to protect suicidal or otherwise mentally or physically impaired Omegas from harming themselves, therefore negatively affecting their pups. But it was really designed as a way for alphas to retain some control over Omegas they no longer had any other right to. After all, we Omegas are too fragile and emotionally unstable to care for ourselves without supervision. You can't be serious, Katsuki said flatly. It's just fine for the doctor to let me sign off on that procedure? Again, Izuku shrugged. It's a gray area and I don't have the funds to add any more black or white, nor do I have the energy for that fight. The alpha seemed flabbergasted, which just made another spike of danger rush to his fists, his fingers balling up in his blanket. The fact that you thought it was wrong and still did it kind of pisses me off, to be honest. That shocked Katsuki out of his thoughts, the alpha blinking at him, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. I already told you. I accepted I'd done her wrong, but I promised myself I'd do anything to save you. Even if it was against my will? The alpha leaned back, his lips thinning. I don't have a good answer for that. Izuku scoffed. Of course not. He let the words linger in the air, then he sat back, sighed. Listen. There's something we need to talk about. Katsuki growled shortly. Even if I don't have an answer, I'm not afraid of having that conversation, Izuku. First name still. Izuku sighed. At least it wasn't that all-too painful pet name. If you really want me to yell at you for being a boneheaded alpha some more, I'm perfectly fine with doing that, but this is something that affects Kazu, so we need to talk about it. Immediately, the alpha sat up straighter. All business, completely focused. That hadn't changed about him. He was still as serious as always. That was good. This was a serious situation. Izuku needed the alpha's full attention on this. Kazu has told me your head beta intends to invite me into your pack. The alpha tensed, opened his mouth to speak, until Izuku held up his hand. Me first. To start, how dare you talk about such things in front of an impressionable pup? He's not stupid. He's our pup, after all. Did you really think he wouldn't figure it out? The alpha leaned forward, but Izuku shook his hand, ignored when he growled sharply. Second, why him and not you? Are you really afraid of confronting me? No, Katsuki pushed Izuku's hand down. I know you have more to say and I will listen, but believe me, Izuku, that wasn't about me trying to avoid you. Kirishima said he wanted to be the one to ask you, to do it properly. And you were okay with that? Katsuki tensed. I don't. He paused as Izuku held up his hand again. The Omega held the alpha's gaze. One last thing. Tell me straight, Katsuki, and don't you dare try to lie to me. He took in a breath as Katsuki closed his mouth, waited for his words. Is this your way of trying to get some sort of control over me again? The beat. Another. Long enough that Izuku felt his heart sinking. Then the alpha sunk into his seat. Izuku Midoriya. The tone of voice had Izuku sitting up, had him listening. He knew that tone. He recognized it from so long ago. There was something comforting about the surety of the alpha, in the way he kept the Omega's gaze, in his refusal to back down. Katsuki lowered his chin, tilted his head, showed his scent gland in espinacin, but kept his gaze right on the Omega. I know nothing in the present may convince you of this, but I have no intention of trying to control you. His lips twitched, lifted into a smirk that had Izuku's rebellious heart fluttering. Hell, I doubt there's any way I could control you, even if I wanted to. Last I remember, you were more stubborn than I was, and you definitely had stronger convictions. Izuku swallowed. Gods, why does he have to still be CC? This is ridiculous. Putting that aside, he said, then what are your intentions? My intention is this. Katsuki's smirk vanished, replaced with a determined glare. That alpha is still out there. I don't know what the police have told you, but Tsukachi thinks you and Kazu may still be in danger. A shiver went over Izuku before he could stop it. Katsuki paused, clearly noted it, but moved on. My pack is comprised entirely of heroes. We can protect you and Kazu. You won't owe us anything. But I at least owe you the chance to live your lives in peace and safety. He paused, but when Izuku said nothing, he pressed on, even if you don't want to join, at least let me provide you some protection. Our agency can set someone up at your door, just until this BSTRD is found. If you want, I'll even stay far, far away. I'll let other heroes take the watch. I'll take anything. Just please. I want to know that you'll be safe, no matter what. Izuku paused. Ran a hand over his broken arm. Katsuki, I already told you the attack wasn't your fault. The alpha blinked, slow, deliberate. Let me do this at least for you, Izuku. There was power in his words. Even if the alpha had said Izuku was more stubborn, that didn't mean he wasn't going to just back down. The Omega knew that. He chewed at his lip, pinched the bridge of his nose. I want to speak with your head beta. Katsuki didn't move, maybe didn't breathe. He's here, isn't he? Yes. Izuku nodded toward the door. I want to speak with him. For a moment, the alpha still didn't move. Then, slowly he nodded. But, okay, I'll tell a nurse to. Alone, Katsuki. The alpha didn't react, so Izuku again nodded at the door. Make sure Kazu isn't bothering any of the other visitors or patients. The alpha sat for a moment longer. Then he stood. Right? Goodbye, Katsuki. Katsuki swallowed. Shifted from side to side. I'll go get Kirishima. Izuku watched as he left, didn't fail to notice that he hadn't said goodbye in response. He rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes. He still had his eyes closed when another knock sounded at his door. It was a different knock than everyone else's. Most people knocked softly at a hospital door. This knock was confident, commanding. It announced an overflowing presence to Izuku even before the beta opened the door, even before he saw the great smile on Kirishima's face. Hey! There was jittery energy to the beta that made Izuku a bit nervous. He didn't know where the energy was coming from and it was difficult to ascertain what he was thinking just from a first glance, so he was happy when the beta closed the door but stayed back. Bakugo said you wanted to see me. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, by the way. It's excellent to meet you. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said shortly. Katsuki talk about me often? The beta lifted his hands in a shrug. Well, you know, given the circumstances you've come up a lot more recently, right? Izuku paused as the beta took a cautious step forward, though he must have sensed the Omega's uncertainty, as he didn't try to approach any more. I have something to say to you. Oh yeah? I'm all ears. Lay it on me. You've been scenting my pup. The beta stood, frozen, still smiling, though Izuku thought it must just be a reflex. And just to be very clear, I do not approve of that. No, I haven't been able to, until now, expressly say that, but should have known better than to be doing such a thing. He nodded toward the door. Katsuki's different. He's the pup's alpha. I can't fault him for that. But you, on the other hand, should have known that was crossing a line. He narrowed his eyes, watched as slowly, the beta's smile faded, as his hands lowered, as he curled in, tilted his head in espinen to the Omega. Izuku still bared his teeth. I know you intended to ask me to join the pack, but let me very clear, my answer is no, absolutely not. But because of what you've done, the fact that you've infused my pup with your scent so heavily, he's going to want to be around you and the rest of Katsuki's pack, more so than if he'd just been living with you for this past week. It's going to be hell weaning him off your scents. He's going to blame me because I'm the one who made that decision. He's already started talking about wanting to be with the pack, even though that's not his decision to make nor is it yours. He snapped his teeth, had the beta flinching. I don't know whether you wanted to use Kazu to force me to join, but that's not going to work. I'm not going to just submit myself to you or to your pack alpha. And yes, I've met him. He's already been in my room laying the groundwork for my joining. It seemed you made this decision that I was just going to join up with my pup and it would all be a nice, happy ending. That's simply not going to be the case. He glared down the beta, searched for any signs of fight. Kirishima, however, hadn't moved from baring his neck, was watching the Omega with a slightly downturned expression, silently taking his verbal lashing. Still, Izuku snarled at him. I'm not going to be controlled by you or Katsuki or anyone else. And for you to try to use my pup against me. Part of him wanted to leap out of that bed and attack the beta, but his bones shook at the thought and he knew it simply wasn't going to be worth it. Kirishima's quirk meant attacking him wouldn't be effective anyway. So he snarled and snapped his teeth, but stayed in bed. How dare you? All of you. Just because I happen to have a pup with one of your pack members doesn't give you the right to swoop in and indoctrinate him into the pack. Especially when I wasn't able to give consent. Kirishima flinched again, let out a bit of a whine. His submissiveness did make Izuku paused, though he refused to be swayed by such a show. He growled once more at the beta's whine, but sat back, crossed his arms, gave him the chance to speak. However, if the first words out of his mouth weren't an apology, Izuku might just leap across the room and attack him. Kirishima waited, watching Izuku carefully. Then, when he realized the Omega wasn't going to speak anymore, he said, Midoriya, you're really hurt, aren't you? Every hair on Izuku's body rose up. He snarled, leaned forward, felt his muscles bunching up. Kirishima didn't flinch, but he did tilt his neck more, lowering himself into an even more SBMSSV position. It's okay. I'm not your enemy. You don't have to fight me. Whatever you want goes. You're right, I may have overstepped the bounds with Kazu. May. The beta grimaced. But please understand. When he came to our pack house, he was scared and he was alone. Katsuki didn't know how to comfort him. The pack just did what we always do. We crowded in around him, tried to make him feel better. He paused when Izuku snarled again. We were in no way trying to take advantage to bring him into the pack, nor were we trying to make you join by making him more comfortable with us. Truth be told, Midoriya, we were really afraid what would happen if you didn't make it. Something snapped through Izuku, had him seizing up, shivering to his core. He tried to take a breath, found his throat was clenching shut. The beta held up his hands, palms out, another show of espionage, even as the Omega shuddered. If you were gone, we were afraid of what would happen to Kazu. Losing you would have devastated him. We thought, if he's used to us, then if the worst happens, he'll at least know he has us. He'll at least know he has a place where he belongs and is loved. He paused, shook his head. Maybe we went about it the wrong way. Maybe we were a little too quick to bring him in. But Katsuki was really scared you weren't going to wake up. We were all scared. Why? Kirishima blinked, so Izuku did his best to growl, found there was no weight behind his voice. Tell me why it mattered to you. Well, I mean part of it was that Kazu is Katsuki's pup. He is one of our alphas and there's kind of no getting out of that. But part of it's that we're all heroes. We want to save people who need help. He tried to smile, even as Izuku glared at him. You and Kazu needed saving. We weren't going to just decline that challenge. It's not in our nature. Izuku growled, crossed his arms, tried to hide the fact that he was shaking. The thought of leaving his pup all alone. Maybe it was a demon he had faced and accepted. But it was still a demon, one with ugly horns and hurtful claws. In the moment when he'd had to choose to save his pup over himself, it had been easy. To accept that he wasn't going to ever see his pup again, it had been okay, as long as Kazu had survived. But facing that thought again, even as he was safe, even as Kazu was safe, he found himself far too weak to stand up to it. Although he doubted Kirishima realized any of this, the beta did seem to recognize that the Omega was in pain. He lowered his hands, dipped his head forward in a deep bow. Midoriya, please accept my sincere apology. Please accept it from myself and the rest of my pack. We hadn't meant to try to force you to join. We just wanted to do what we thought was best for Kazu. Izuku snorted, rubbed his forehead against the pounding of a headache. That excuse is quickly becoming old. It doesn't make up for effectively introducing Kazu to a pack environment and settling him into it without my permission. Kirishima did not rise from his bow. You're right. I'm sorry. I wish I could go back and do better. Izuku snorted, flopped back into his bed, closed his eyes, felt the catch in his throat swell. Kirishima, he said quietly, hearing the beta snap up at the emotion thick in his voice. He tried to get it back under control but couldn't. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm scared of what happened. I'm scared of that monster still being out there. I'm scared of what Katsuki's going to do. I'm scared of what you and your pack want. He shook his head, still couldn't look at the beta. I'm scared. And nobody seems to care. They just keep doing things that they think is the best for me. Well, what you think is the best for me isn't helping. It just takes away my choices and that scares me. He waited, but the beta was very quiet. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Kirishima's head was lowered sadly. Do you get it? You, your pack, and Katsuki are all taking my choices away. You know who also did that? That monster. He took away all my choices too. I haven't been able to make a choice for myself since I got yanked off the street right in front of my pup. The words were like acid in his mouth and he spat them out, felt a little proud and reviled that he'd been able to say them at all. He had to swallow to make sure there was no bile in his mouth. I just want to go home. To my normal life. I don't want things to change. I just want things to go back to what they were before. Before he could help it, a sob strangled its way. His teeth, followed by another. He was so sick of crying. He hated it. He didn't want to cry anymore. But it was all he could do. Kirishima stood with his head lowered, listening to him cry. He never said anything. Izuku found he didn't really know what else he could say to the beta either. But eventually, even as Izuku gasped for breath, with tears still running down his face, The beta lifted his head ever so slightly, just enough to look up at the Omega. When he met Izuku's gaze, there was something strange in his eyes. Something like rock, like steel, like a fire that could burn through it all. In Katsuki, he would have called that look smoldering determination. In Kirishima, it looked more like a fortress of resolve. "Midoriya," he said, though he spoke quietly, despite the iron in his expression, "I understand. I accept that you do not want to join our pack. That choice is yours to make, and I accept that." He bowed his head. "If you will, please let me give you another offer. Come live with us. No strings attached. You won't have any commitments to the pack, you won't owe us anything, nothing. All I'll say is, we promise to let you keep your independence. In fact, I'd wager that the Omegas living in the pack house would die defending your independence." He tried to grin, but it didn't quiet Izuku's tears. "Our Omegas are pretty feisty. I think you'd get along. They'd be a good support system until you get back on your feet." He waited, but Izuku didn't say anything, didn't react. Kirishima rose up, kept smiling, though perhaps he was a bit sad. "I know you don't want to have your choices taken away, but you're still hurt. It'll be really strong to care for a pup all on your own with a broken arm, won't it?" Izuku bared his teeth again, so the beta bowed back down. "It's your choice. Either way, we'll understand and accept it. But maybe just let us help you. Just a little. Just until your arm is healed. Give us that time. To care for you and your pup. To get you ready to face the world again. To pick you back up onto your feet. That's all we ask. Anything more, and that'll be your choice." Izuku snapped his teeth, but he couldn't do it with the same force as he had earlier. "I know how this goes. You get me into that pack house, I get used to the pack instinctually, then I just end up joining because my Omega feels better in a pack. I go to your pack house, I end up being forced to stay." "That's not necessarily true." Kirishima tried to step forward, but Izuku snarled and he quickly backed away. "We have plenty of people who aren't part of the pack who come and go as they please. People from our class who sometimes just need a little help, a little support." He smiled, and as much as Izuku wanted to see deception, he saw only warmth. "We even have a male Omega who isn't technically part of the pack who is mated to one of our betas." Izuku blinked, narrowed his eyes. "You're lying." The beta shook his head vigorously. No, I promise. You can ask Katsuki or anyone else." He scratched his head. "How familiar are you with heroes?" Izuku glared silently at him. "Right, well, one of our pack members, Denki Kaminari? Chargebolt, you know. He's mated with Hitoshi Shinso. You might not know him, he's kind of an underground hero, takes after our old teacher more so than any of us, but, his hero name's Psyche," Izuku finished, causing Kirishima to blink. "I know who they are." Awesome. Well, anyway, Kaminari and Shinso are mated. Full on, like share heats together, engaged, getting married in, wow, 3 months already, all disgustingly lovey-dovey. Well, Kaminari's lovey-dovey. Shinso not so much. But they do love each other. And Kaminari lives full-time with the pack. He's just always liked being with the pack. And Shinso, well, doesn't. He has a place by himself. He lives there most of the time. Kaminari goes and spends the night sometimes, and sometimes Shinso comes and crashes at the pack house. They actually shared his most recent heat at the pack house because it was a bit safer for them, made them feel more secure, you know? But anyway, Shinso's completely independent, even while having his mate in the pack. And he's not the only one. We have alphas and betas who are also not really part of the pack, but they come and go as they need to. Ida calls it having open invitations. Long as you were accepted by the pack, you can come and go as you want. Doors always open. We're always around if you need us. The beta paused to laugh, to smile widely. So you see, it's okay. You aren't going to be trapped by us. Open invitation would apply to you, too. If you need some help, like while your arm is broken and you need an extra pair of hands and eyes to keep Kazu from getting into trouble, then we can be there. And if you want to go home and be by yourself, then you're welcome to do that too. Either way, we'll support you. In any way we can. Izuku listened. He thought about what Kirishima said. His tears eventually silenced. It seemed too good to be true. It sounded like a trap. But At the end of the day, both Katsuki and Kirishima were heroes. If there were shady things happening around their pack, Izuku would have heard about it. It'd have been all over the news. So maybe he wasn't lying. I'm still not happy about how you handled Kazu. Izuku growled. Your scenting him was completely inappropriate. Kirishima laughed, but in a nervous way. I don't really have an excuse for that. I guess I'm so used to the other pups in the pack that I just kind of did it without thinking. Oh yeah. And there's 2 pups in the pack. Fumiko and Takahiro. They're a little younger than Kazu, but they are great built-in distractions for if you need a break. Ida's Omega is amazing with pups, and our third alpha is really good at keeping track of them all. They're great mothers, really. So amazing. It's honestly crazy watching them be heroes then go home and take care of their pups. I'm usually way too exhausted to do any of that. The beta shifted, raised his hands again. But listen, I won't do it again. Not at all. Promise. And I'll tell the others not to as well. Although, I think it may have just been me doing it. I kind of sent all the pack members. Izuku blinked at him. You are the head beta, he said flatly. Kirishima laughed. Hey, I'm surprised you know that's something a head beta would do. Were you ever part of a pack? No, Izuku growled. But for a little while, I thought it was possible I'd be joining one. He absolutely refused to say that. Well, it does take some adjusting to being around so many people, but you get used to it. The pack house is big enough for everyone to be able to get away from each other. You'd have your own room, away from everyone else. The betas, the omegas. Katsuki? Kirishima nodded. Especially Katsuki. Izuku didn't want to admit how nice that sounded. To be near the alpha, but to have a very distinct distance between them as well. He crossed his arms, tapped his finger, rubbed at his eyes. I'm not weak, he said finally, looking away when the beta blinked at him. I'm not. I've been taking care of Kazu all on my own for 4 years now. Got through my P'Argin and CY all on my own. I didn't need anyone. I was fine. Even as they left his mouth, they sounded forced. To his relief, Kirishima didn't point that out. What the beta did was to smile, to laugh under his breath. I'll admit, I haven't known you for long, but first thing you do when I walk in the room is put me right in my place. Me. A hero, head beta of a big pack. You just did what you had to do. He grinned, flashed sharpened teeth that should have made Izuku's heart stop, but for some reason didn't. That's manly as hell, Midoriya. Plus, Katsuki's always going on about how you're the strongest Omega he's ever known. I'd never doubt anything he says, so I knew that had to be true. He lowered his arm, smiled a bit softer. Midoriya, you're not weak. Nobody would say that. Nobody. Izuku curled in around himself, still didn't look at the beta. I've been doing this on my own for so long. I can do it? Yeah, you could. I have no doubts. Kirishima paused, clearly tried to meet Izuku's eyes, though he purposefully looked away. Asking for help doesn't mean you're not capable of taking care of yourself and your pup. It just means you need a little support. It just means you're human, like the rest of us. And it's okay to ask for help. Just as much as it's okay to accept help. Izuku growled, glared at the beta, who immediately tilted his head again. When he did, Izuku let his growling fade away, actually laughed under his breath. You really want an angry, growling, snarling Omega in your pack house? Kirishima thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. I mean, we already have an angry, growling, snarling alpha in the pack. We're all used to cats by now. So yeah, we'd love to have an angry, growling, snarling Omega. Long as that Omega's you, Midoriya. We'll take you however you come. It was strong not to warmed by Kirishima's words. It was strong to stay angry at him. It was strong to realize that he was still scared and hurt and maybe a little broken. That things weren't just going to go back to normal just because he wanted them to. He curled in around himself. Is it true that the alpha is still out there? The smile dropped like a stone from Kirishima's face. He lowered his chin, watched Izuku closely. Yeah, it is. But I don't want my pup to get hurt again. Not like that. Never again. The beta shook his head. Never again. And we wouldn't let you get hurt either. You'd be safe with us, for however long you needed us. Izuku shivered. So, took in a breath. Met the beta's gaze as bravely as he could. Fully autonomy. I want to promise that if I say I want to leave, you'll help me pack my things and leave. Kirishima met his challenge, nodded once. Easy promise. I can swear to it. Kazue and I will have our own room. Probably going to end up being on the Omega side of the house. All the Omegas live on that side, but that does include Ida, who rooms with his Omega, and 2 of our Alphas who are mated. Katsuki and us Betas live on the other side. Part of Izuku's brain paused at the mention of an Alpha pairing, but there was honestly too much going on for him to give it a lot of thought, not that it would have mattered anyway. Just until my arm heals. Kirishima chuckled. It's for as long as you want, Midoriya. Whenever you want to leave, then go. And if something happens and you want to come back, then like I said, doors open. Mina loves having guests at the pack house. It gives her an excuse to throw a party. Izuku grimaced. No parties. The beta nodded, suddenly serious. No parties. He repeated. Izuku nodded, clenched his hands. Sighed deeply. Doctor wants to keep me overnight, just to make sure everything is okay. Then, they'll sign my release papers in the morning. Kirishima waited, but when Izuku said nothing else, he nodded. We'll have a room ready for you if you want it. If he was being honest, Izuku didn't know what he wanted to say. He didn't know what he wanted to do. He ran a hand through his hair. Would you please get Katsuki for me? Stay with Kazue in the waiting room for a moment. The beta didn't hesitate. Sure thing. I'll send him right over. As soon as the beta left, something blossomed in Izuku's teeth, something that told him he was weak. So very weak for giving in. For just accepting everything. For letting the beta convince him. For reaching out to Katsuki of all people. For not being strong enough for his pup. By the time the Alpha knocked at the door, Izuku was far too deep into tears to stop. Upon realizing he was crying, Katsuki snarled deeply, snarled about how he was going to kill Kirishima, spun as if to track down the beta. Kaken. He didn't know why he called out to the Alpha as he did. He didn't know how the name slipped through. He didn't know why he was just so weak. But he was tired. And he was scared. And Katsuki smelled so good. He smelled like home. A home Izuku had lost so very long ago. And as much as it hurt, it was comforting to be in the Alpha's presence. When Izuku called out to him, Katsuki seemed to rise up, for every inch of his body to shiver. He turned immediately to Izuku, sat at his side. Offered his hand. Without thinking, Izuku took it, wept. For all that had happened. For all that he couldn't stop. For every DMN thing that was still happening to him. For his part, Katsuki sat very quietly at his side. Squeezed Izuku's hand. Ran his thumb in little circles over his palm. Released some of his scent. Offered any bit of comfort he could, though never pressed himself forward. For that, Izuku was so very grateful. At that moment, he didn't think he would have been able to push the Alpha away, no matter how much he may have wanted to. Katsuki arrived for the second time at the hospital without Kazue in tow. The pup was currently with Kirishima and the other pups, playing at a playground under the hopefully watchful eye of the beta. The plan was that while Kazue was distracted, Katsuki would bring Deku to his apartment, let him grab the things he needed most, and bring him to the pack house. The pack house was currently empty, with a promise that it would remain so until Katsuki let the pack know Deku was ready to start meeting them. Then, they'd start trickling in, giving the Omega time to acclimate himself to everything. There was no doubt in Katsuki's mind that this was going to be overwhelming for him. Even if he was tough, it was a lot to take in, and even if he probably wasn't going to be extremely starstruck due to the circumstances of their meeting, he was still going to be introduced to a bunch of heroes. If the Omega was anything like the nerd he used to be, that would have an inevitable effect on him, one that Katsuki would have to be careful of. If at any point Deku started getting overwhelmed, they'd have to stop everything and let him rest. The Omega's health was their top priority. Nothing else mattered so long as he got through the transition well. They'd figure everything else out later. The Omegas had spent the previous afternoon and well into the night preparing a room for Deku and Kazu. There had been some scrambling to convert one of the guest rooms into their bedroom. While it was still temporary, as Katsuki and Kirishima made sure to make very clear to the pack, The Omegas had wanted to make sure the two felt safe and welcome, so they'd gone out and gotten extremely soft sheets for the bed. They had made sure not to actually get any nesting materials, as the gifting of nesting materials, heat materials, and other such things was considered part of the ritual of an Omega joining the pack. There was a fine line between welcoming and joining, and the Omegas knew just how to skirt it. So Katsuki had let them handle that, had simply spent the entire day pacing back and forth restlessly, even after Kazu started marching alongside him, to the delight of the rest of his. For now, all Katsuki could focus on was making sure Deku was as comfortable as he could be as they stepped outside the hospital. It was going to be his first time out in the world since being attacked. No doubt it was going to be a little scary for him. That's where he would have to step up to let Deku know it was going to be okay. He'd kill that alpha if he tried to get anywhere near them. He'd grind that miserable excuse for a human being into the dirt. His lip was still twitching toward a snarl at the thought when he entered the waiting room, as he was told he could go back to see Deku, as he walked into the Omega's hospital room. Immediately, he was struck still and silent. Deku turned, readjusted the jacket on his shoulders. Frowned. Something wrong? Katsuki swallowed, shook his head. No, sorry. You sure? You looked a little startled. The alpha closed the door behind him, shifted from one foot to the other. It's just good to see you out of bed. And it was. It was so good to see Deku standing there, clearly having just pulled on the spare clothes that Kaminari had brought him from the pack the previous night. A quick investigation had uncovered that the Omega and Beta were very close in size, so Kaminari had come by the hospital to drop some off for Deku to wear until they could go to his apartment to get his own things. Katsuki had offered to have someone go by his place for him, but the Omega clearly hadn't liked that idea, nor had he been too thrilled at the idea of Katsuki going out and picking some up from the store for him, so borrowing the Beta's clothes had been the best compromise. They had been thoroughly cleaned beforehand to get rid of the Beta's scent as much as possible, though Katsuki suspected the Omega could still sense the lingering smells of the pack on the clothes. He could tell by the subtle wrinkling of his nose, the way the Omega kept scratching at his skin, the clearly not quite settled way he shifted on his feet. Even with the clear discomfort, Deku was out of that hospital bed, he was on his feet. He was alive. He was alive. Everything else could be fixed. As long as he was alive. The Omega snapped his fingers in front of Katsuki's face. Seriously, what is up with you? The alpha blinked. Sorry. It's just. Deku raised an eyebrow. Yes? Katsuki shook his head, bit his lip. You're alive? Something heavy came to a rest between them. It would have been easy to put the blame on his words alone, but that wasn't quite right. There was something so much more than just his words. It was everything they meant. For Deku, for Kazu, for Katsuki, for the three of them. For a future now possible, for opportunities, for peace, for a chance. A chance for anything, for everything. It was a heavy weight. An enormous weight. Deku, just as appealing and graceful and frankly stubborn as ever, stepped right over that weight, right past Katsuki. Sure, I'm glad you noticed. Can we go now? I want to see my pup. Yeah. You got your discharge papers? Deku pulled some folded papers from his pocket. Katsuki nodded. Cars out front. The Omega tilted his head. First-class service for heroes? Katsuki shook his head. Orders from the police. Less of a chance of anything happening. Isn't that why you're here? The Alpha nodded. Yeah. And I wouldn't let anything happen. But the police would appreciate the number of explosions at a hospital to be kept at a minimum. To his surprise, the Omega actually snorted. When he looked, there was a small smile on his face. He shrugged. You were banned from that clinic back in second year. The Alpha growled. That was a long time ago. The Omega's smile faded. Yeah, he ran a hand over his forehead. There was an awkward silence between them, only braved when the Omega huffed. Anyway, tell me about this place I'll be living. It's loud, Katsuki hissed. It's annoying. It's crowded. He paused. Shrugged. It's cozy. It's happy. It's a good home. Deku nodded, smacked his lips. I was hoping for more of a description of what it looks like. You know what I can expect in terms of space and amenities. Oh, Katsuki reached for the door, intending to get it for Deku, only for them to automatically open when he approached. The Omega smirked at him as he walked through. "We'll talk in the car." Right? There was more than just a smirk in Deku's voice this time. An awning hung right over the hospital's entrance, and just beyond it, at the edge of the road, sat the pack car. Katsuki unlocked it, the Omega's attention drawn to the sound it made. He followed the Alpha toward the car. Stepped into the light. Stopped. He stilled with a JRK, so sudden that Katsuki reached out, convinced the Omega had tripped on something. To his surprise, Deku's face was raised toward the sun, his eyes blown wide, jaw slacked in awe. The sunlight was washed over him, his face tilted toward the warmth, his body drawn to the clear sky above. There was something cathartic about the moment. Something that sung to things deep in Katsuki's soul. But it was also heartbreakingly tragic. How long had it been since the Omega had felt sun on his face? How long since he'd seen the outside world? His world had been forcibly reduced to a horrible, rotten building, then a sterile, unfeeling hospital room for so long. Now, the entire city had rolled out before him, the sun had lit up his sky. Deku took his first steps out into the world, and it welcomed him home. Katsuki let the moment linger, but when tears started to gather in the Omega's eyes, he cleared his throat. "Izuku!" At the sound of his name, he jolted, tears slipping from his eyes. He batted them quickly away, sniffled, ducked his head low as he raced for the car. "Let's just go," he tried to say, stumbled as he wasn't looking where he was going. Katsuki hooked a hand under his arm, held him up, kept close at his back as he guided him into the car. Once the Omega was safely in the passenger's seat, Katsuki took a moment to breathe, to curse that bestiality Alpha and thank every deity he could think of for the chance for Deku to see the sun again. He'd never given much thought to how appealing it was, not until he realized just how easy it was for it to be taken away from someone. Then he cleared his throat, got into the driver's side, turned the car over, politely ignored Deku as he cleaned up his face, as he leaned toward the window, taking in the sun and the city and the world around them. Deku's place was on the other side of town. It was a bit of a drive, which Katsuki at first thought might be good, until he realized that the Omega had no intention of saying a word to him. Then, the silence grew and grew, broken only by the occasional horn or shout from the street, which inevitably had the Omega startling. Even though he didn't really ever listen to music, Katsuki turned the radio on, just to fill the silence and soothe Deku, finding a very inoffensive channel playing rock. Deku tilted his head toward the radio, then turned it up louder. Message received. Katsuki kept his eyes forward and didn't try to engage in conversation for the rest of the drive. It felt like days had passed before they pulled up to a small convenience store, 3 stories high, cramped to be generous. It wasn't anything too spectacular, but it wasn't a run-down mess either. For an unmated Omega mother, it was practically a dream come true. To Katsuki, it stunk of scrambling for scraps, of clawing for any source of safety and comfort. As they turned the corner, Katsuki did notice Deku relax into his seat, that there came an unguardedness to his body, a release. For the first time, Katsuki wondered if taking him to the pack house really was a good idea. If he was so at ease here, then was it really in his best interest to take him to an unfamiliar place? Maybe they could just set up a patrol route around the store. Maybe they could allow Deku to remain home, where he was most comfort. Even as he thought that, several people filtered into the shop. Too many to keep proper track. Too many to be sure Deku and Kazu would be safe there. The risk was too high, the danger too present. Even if logistically they could pull it off, it would be a risk Katsuki simply wasn't willing to take. Deku stepped out of the car, the Alpha quickly doing the same. "There's an entrance on the side that I use," Deku said, pointing to a tiny alley next to the shop. Katsuki glared at the alley, noted the tight, controllable entrances, nodded. "You want me to stay outside?" The Omega shrugged. "It's fine. You can come in. But first, I need to get the spare keys from Mr. Aoki." Glaring down a large group of people who passed by them without noticing, the Alpha growled. "No word from the police where your things went?" Deku shook his head as he approached the shop entrance. "They think everything was ditched in the garbage. Doubt anything will turn up at this point. Been too long." Katsuki growled shortly as Deku reached for the door, only for it to fly open and for someone to crash into the Omega. Immediately, the Alpha let out a ferocious snarl, reaching with smoking fingers for the person holding Deku, until the Omega snapped. "Katsuki, stop." He jerked, growled as a small, round, elderly face turned to peer up at him. The face was heavily wrinkled, eyes squished under thin eyebrows, very little hair to speak of, shorter than both him and Deku. It occurred, slowly, to the Alpha that this man was, indeed, not the jagged-tooth Alpha who had attacked Deku, nor was he even an Alpha. His muted sense suggested he was a Beta. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki lowered his hands, forced them into his pockets. "Sorry." Deku looked a little miffed, until the old man suddenly picked him up around his middle and shook him in a tight hug. "Oh, young Izu. Izu. The old man set the Omega down, sniffled, and suddenly burst into tears. Deku smiled, wrapped his arms around him, purred quietly. "I'm back, Mr. Aoki." The old man let out a wail. "Oh, Izu." He stepped back, stared Deku up and down, took his hands tightly. "I'm so happy to see you." "You too." "I'm just happy to be out of that hospital." The Beta's lips quivered. "Oh, young Izu. I'm so terribly sorry. So sorry. You didn't deserve this." Deku seemed to waver. Katsuki could see he was trying so strong to hold himself together. His smile was strained at the corners, his eyes glowing with a watery sheen, his hands threatened to give a little quiver. But despite all that, he was holding strong. He squeezed the old man's hands. "Thank you. And I know. Don't worry. I'm okay." Aoki lifted Deku's broken arm, glaring at the cast. Deku pressed his hand over the old man's fingers. "I promise. I'm okay." The elderly Beta wrinkled his nose. "Where's little Kazuo? Is he well?" Alarm quickly raced into his face. BTU Deku shook his head. He's fine. He's being cared for by an acquaintance at the moment. And speaking of," he turned to Katsuki, "I'd like to introduce an old friend of mine, Katsuki." He left off the last name. Katsuki figured it was so no one could overhear and recognize him as one of the top pro heroes. A friend? There was a question in Aoki's voice as he glared down Katsuki. "Yes, a friend." A strong line in Deku's voice had the old Beta turning his glare to the Omega. "Listen, Mr. Aoki. I, actually was wondering if you had the spare key for my apartment? All my things disappeared." The Beta grunted, gestured him inside. "Of course, little Izu. They're in my office." "Friend?" Deku grimaced deeply behind his back and Katsuki shifted uncomfortably, but they followed. As they made their way through the store, Aoki would pause every now and then to rearrange something or to clean up a display, deft fingers speaking to many years' experience. The result was, however, that Deku and Katsuki would have to stop periodically while waiting for the storekeeper to finish his tasks. The fluid movements of Aoki versus the stuttering pace of the Alpha and Omega inevitably drew eyes toward the group. The longer they lingered, the more Deku began to shift, the more he glanced around the shop. Sensing his growing discomfort, Katsuki stepped closer, lifted a lip when an Alpha stepped a little too near and Deku jerked away. The Alpha backed off and the two moved on. When they did, Deku leaned back to elbow Katsuki in the ribs. "Don't scare any of the customers away." Katsuki grumbled under his breath, but kept his head mostly down as they made their way to the back of the store and into the office. Aoki dug in a desk drawer and pulled out a key on a keychain with a single lucky yen coin tied off to it, which he handed to Deku. "If you need help with anything else, you'll let me know, yes?" "Yes, Mr. Aoki." Deku fingered the key, gripped the lucky yen tightly. "Actually, I wanted to let you know I won't be around for a while. Katsuki is part of a pack and they're going to help me out with Kazuo until I'm doing a little better." Aoki glared at Katsuki sharply, ran a finger along his chin. "Very good. You need someone watching your back and I'm afraid I'm a bit too short to help you." Deku smiled fondly, took the old man's hand. "You've done enough for me. I couldn't thank you enough." Aoki pat Deku's arm. "Get better. That'll be more than enough thanks for me." He rounded on Katsuki sharply enough that the Alpha tensed, his lip twitching toward a snarl. You best be gentlemanly, you hear?" Mr. Aoki. Little Izu, I never asked you about your past, you know. But I know a drowned rat when I see one. Especially when he has blonde hair and red eyes. The beta jabbed a finger into Katsuki's face. It took every ounce of his control not to snap at the clear challenge. I don't know if this is better late than never, but your intentions best be of the purest kind, or you'll be hearing from me. Who the hell does this guy think he is? Katsuki couldn't help but to click his tongue at least. He didn't say anything, afraid of what just might come out of his mouth, giving the beta time to look him up and down once more before huffing discontently and turning back to Deku. Be safe, little Izu. I'll keep an eye on your apartment while you're gone. Thank you. You're too kind, Mr. Aoki. Of course, of course. He released Deku, as if sending him off. Come see me soon. I want to be able to have a proper conversation. Will do. Take care, all right? I'll be back. The old shopkeeper nodded, gave a little wave as Deku turned to lead Katsuki out of the shop. The alpha didn't miss when the old beta gave him one more appraising, knowing look before turning away. Deku was very quiet, all the way out of the shop, into the alley, up a small staircase that led to a door tucked deep into the wall. He kept his head down, twisted the string attaching the lucky coin to the keychain absently. Katsuki couldn't quite tell what he was thinking. Eventually, though, he paused to insert the key, unlock his apartment. With his hand on the doorknob, he hesitated one last time. Find the mess? Yes. Wasn't expecting company, obviously. The door opened and Deku cautiously peered inside, almost as if he were afraid of what he might find. Katsuki pushed the door open a little more so he could look over the Omega's shoulder as he flicked the lights on. It was strange to see just how much the absence of life had affected the apartment. There was a sour smell lingering in the air, both Deku's and Kazue's scents having faded. Instead, the apartment smelled of stagnant air and rotting food. Deku curled his nose as he looked around, shivered slightly, but stepped inside. Once inside, Katsuki could see just how small of a space it was. A single room functioning as kitchen, playroom, living room, office. A small television situated on a low table, a sofa well-loved, with curves that Katsuki could see would fit to the Omega's body. A short coffee table, a laptop still open on its surface, though long dead, papers and pens in uneasy piles next to it. A stack of textbooks with sticky notes poking out of them rested next to the sofa, easily within arm's reach. The kitchen small but clean, tidy, organized. Bare bones. Kazue's toys littered the room. Of the mess, his toys could be counted the most among it, though Katsuki wouldn't necessarily call the place a mess by any standard. If Deku saw how the pack house could get whenever the betas got on the tear, then he wouldn't have worried about that. 2 doors in the back, Katsuki guessed, led to a bedroom and bathroom. But that was all there was to see. The walls were plain, save for one photo. Of Deku and his mom. A few other photos of Kazue were scattered around, mostly shoved into the small free spaces on the sparse furniture, along with a single figurine of All Might. Other than that, Katsuki couldn't say there was a lot of Deku's personality in the room. It was humble to say the least. But it was at least functionable. Here, Deku had gone over to the laptop, shut it, reached for the charging cord. There's garbage bags under sink. Grab some for me? Katsuki paused, watched as the Omega began picking up some of Kazue's toys. You don't have any normal bags to carry this stuff in? Deku turned to give him a look. Yes. I do. But they're in my bedroom. He shifted the toys in his arm to nestle one more among them. Do me a favor and go through the fridge, get the trash. Should help with the smell. I'll start packing the things we need. There was the line in the sand. All Omegas had nests. In a place this small, Deku's had to be in his bedroom. And there was no way Katsuki was going to be allowed anywhere near it. That was fine. He could accept that. And in fact, he did, turning away without a second thought. No, cleaning out the fridge and taking out the trash wasn't very glamorous. But if it helped Deku, then he didn't really care. Under the sink, he found rolls of garbage bags, pulling one out and shaking it loose. As he did, he noticed the Omega slipping into one of the back rooms, closing the door before he could see inside. He turned to the fridge, opening it to see that Deku and Kaz had eaten cheaply, but well. Deku must have picked up some cooking skills. If not for being about 2 weeks old, His leftovers looked somewhat interesting. He tossed everything, literally everything, telling himself he'd pay to restock the fridge himself. The fact was, they didn't know how long Deku was going to be living at the pack house and for how long the apartment was going to be empty. With 2 weeks already gone by, there was very little left that would still potentially be good. So he tossed everything until the fridge was starkly empty. It took him 2 trips to throw everything away, then he turned to emptying the normal trash bins as well. Once that was done, he noticed that Deku hadn't re-emerged from the back room, so he took a seat at the sofa, on the opposite side of where Deku's imprint was. And he waited. He didn't have to wait much longer before the door finally opened to reveal the Omega struggling with a couple of suitcases. Katsuki rushed over to help, though he paused when Deku tensed. He took the bags, turned his back to the bedroom. "You're sure this is everything?" "Yeah." Deku gazed sadly around the room. Katsuki waited, patient, as the Omega seemed to take everything in, for him to notice the missing items, for him to jolt to his senses and curse suddenly as he scrambled over to the textbooks. He went to pick them up, paused, and set them back down. "What's wrong?" Katsuki asked. "Aren't you going to need those?" Deku shifted, shook his head. "Don't worry about that." "No, I don't need them." He hugged himself. "Let's just go." Katsuki paused. Thought about pushing him. He would need those textbooks, obviously, for him to continue his classes. But then he realized how ridiculous that sounded. After missing 2 weeks of school, after going through something as traumatic as he had, it would be very difficult to catch up, to continue his schooling. If Katsuki had to make a guess, he'd say that Deku had already been in contact with the school, that he was probably already withdrawn from all his classes. So no, those textbooks weren't going to be anything but paperweights. Katsuki shrugged to more comfortably shoulder one of the bags. "Take a moment to make sure you have everything. I'll get these down to the car and check in with Kirishima." "All right." Deku muttered quietly, though he didn't move, still just staring around the space. Katsuki knew it was unlikely he was going to do anything else. But he also recognized that the Omega needed this moment to himself to grieve what had happened, what was happening. So he picked up the second bag and left, closing the door behind him. He gave the alleyway a quick sweep, considered lingering near the door, but ultimately went back to the car, keeping an eye on the staircase as he put the bags in the trunk and got into the driver's seat. He called Kirishima, told him they would be on the way soon. And he sat and he waited. Given time, Deku emerged from the apartment, turned to lock it, stood at the door, then made his way toward the car. When he got in, Katsuki paused just long enough for him to pull his seatbelt, then put the car in reverse. "Kirishima's finishing up feeding the pups lunch, so we'll pick them up at the cafe. You going to want anything to eat?" Deku shook his head. "Oh, I'm fine right now." Katsuki grunted, focused on the road. Somehow, it was even more awkward between them on the way to get Kazu. As soon as Deku got out of the car, Kazu, sitting with his back to them, whipped around, as if sensing his Omega was there. He let out a squeal of joy as Deku opened his arms wide for the pup, Kazu racing to him and letting the Omega scoop him up into his arms. They scented each other briefly, before someone walked past and Deku tensed, stepping quickly away. In an instant, Katsuki was at his side, placing himself between Omega and pup and the stranger, though they never even glanced toward the three. In the end, Deku swallowed nervously and glanced toward Kirishima and the other 2 pups. Fumiko was glaring at Deku while Takahiro was much more interested in trying to tug at the beta's hair. The Omega looked them all over, but didn't step any closer. "You want to say hello?" Katsuki asked. Deku paused, shook his head. It would be impolite not to meet their parents first. "It's all right, It's not like their parents don't know about you." "It's fine, Katsuki." The Omega nodded toward Kirishima, curt, polite, simple, though he completely missed the beta's wave in response when he turned on his heels toward the car. "Let's just go. I'm tired." "All right." Katsuki watched as Deku helped Kazu into the car, eventually glanced to Kirishima. "You got things here?" Kirishima nodded. "Yayarosa's going to come help me, I think." There was something of a plea in the beta's voice. "Pathetic." Katsuki snorted, felt a bit of a smile tug at his lips as he went back to the car. Deku was already sitting in the passenger seat, staring out the window, when Katsuki got in. In the back seat, Kazu was kicking his legs. Where are we going? To the pack house. Katsuki checked the mirror, saw a flash of the pup. We're going to move you and your mom into a new room. Kazu stopped kicking his legs. We're not going to sleep in your room, Kaken? Absolutely not. The Omega's voice was a bit loud, maybe a bit flustered. Katsuki cleared his throat. It would be better for you two to have a separate room. Oh. There seemed to be a bit of confusion in the pup's voice. Maybe disappointment. Soon enough though, he was back to kicking his legs. Don't worry, Mommy. You're going to like it, I think. It's super cool. To that, Deku had nothing to say. The Omega watched curiously as they drove past every single house in their neighborhood, but as soon as Katsuki turned into the driveway for the pack house, he seemed to lose all interest. When the Alpha put the car in park and said, "We're here," Deku was out of the car immediately, going to get Kazu. Once the pup was in his arms, he settled, and Katsuki realized just how nervous the Omega was. He got out, went to get the bags, noticed Deku lingering by the car. Don't worry. There's no one here. Kazu and I will give you a tour, and when you're ready, you can start meeting everyone, just like we agreed. I know. Deku shifted, glanced around. Katsuki stopped. Put the bags down. What's wrong? Nothing. If you don't tell me, I can't help you, Deku. Not that name. Katsuki winced. Sorry. My fault. Deku sighed as Kazu glanced between the two of them. He rested his head on the Omega's Mommy, what's that name Kaken calls you? Don't worry about it, Firecracker. And don't worry about me, Katsuki. The Omega turned to the house, looked it up and down for the first time. Shifted nervously. There's just a lot of new smells here. Katsuki took up the bags once more, led the way to the front door. In a reversal to them entering Deku's apartment, Katsuki paused to turn the lights on and take a breath before stepping out of the way. Deku took exactly 2 steps into the pack house before he paused, carefully sweeping the room. He stood long enough that Kazu squirmed in his arms until the Omega let him down, then he raced through the house, giggling. Katsuki watched him, happy to see him still so at ease, glanced back to Deku. It was strong to figure out what he was thinking. What the Alpha could see were flickers of intrigue, flickers of nervousness. He couldn't tell anything beyond that. Eventually, the Omega's eyes trailed back to Katsuki. Well, you said we're going on a tour, right? Katsuki bit at the inside of his cheek, gestured outward. This is the living room. Playpen for the pups there. Kitchens through that arched dining rooms on the other side. There are a couple offices under the staircase some of the pack use for paperwork or if they just want some time to themselves. Come on. I'll show you. He led Deku through the bottom level, pointing out everything, letting him take everything in. Deku walked through every room, inspecting with a critical eye. He kept a second eye on Kazu, who zipped in and out of the rooms with them, trying off and on to drag both Alpha and Omega into play. Katsuki was too nervous to engage much, though Deku let the pup pull him along, let him tell all the stories he had of all the things he'd done in each of those rooms. He took the most pride in climbing into his seat at the dinner table, proclaiming he had a grow-up seat. Deku hummed in response, but his eyes flickered over each of the chairs gathered at that table, counting them out. When the pup finally raced away, he turned to Katsuki, asked his first question since arriving, "How many people did you say live here?" "There's 14 who live here, not including you and Kazu," Katsuki said, counting them off as he named them by group, 3 Omegas, 5 Betas, 4 Alphas, 2 pups. But there's also a few others who come in from time to time. For now, we've asked them to stay away while you get settled, with one exception. Shinso's heat is coming up in a couple weeks and he wants to have it here with Kaminari. We thought you'd be okay if it was just another Omega in the house, especially since you won't see him much. Deku was still looking around, as if he was trying to avoid Katsuki's gaze. He gave a shrug. If I'm even here anymore. Katsuki tried to catch his eyes, but he refused to meet him still. Right? He nodded out of the room. Let's go upstairs next. Despite Kazu being comfortable around stairs, Deku picked him up and carried him, letting out some calming scent to keep him from being so wound up. By the time they reached the second floor landing, the pup was nuzzled on his purring contently. First, Katsuki gestured up the last staircase. The entire upper floor is comprised of a gym and quirk training area. Deku tilted his head curiously, Katsuki suddenly realizing that despite being quirkless, the gym might still be a place he'd be interested in if only to watch the other heroes. He gestured to the door in front of them, opened it to reveal the pack room. Here's our communal nest. Betas use it all the time, but you'd be welcome here anytime too. As Deku peered inside, he gestured down the hall. Beta rooms and my room are on that side of the house. When you're ready, I'll show you to the room the Omegas set up for you and Kazu. The pup's sudden gasp drew both Omega's and Alpha's attention. Mommy, let's go see our room. Just a moment. Deku stepped into the pack room, stared up and around at everything within. Katsuki paused, curious as to why the Omega was taking such an interest in the room. He knew the Omegas sometimes used this room as a pseudo-nest, that Tsu had once even spent a heat in this room, but he didn't know why Deku would seem so enamored with it. But he still watched, silent, as the Omega ran a hand over one of the plush pillows, saw as his eyes widened, how he leaned in a little and rubbed his cheek against the soft cushion. After a moment he rose, stared forward vacantly, unfocused. Sad? What would make him sad? Kazu, watching his Omega, chirped suddenly, startling Deku, who blinked as if coming back to himself. The pup buried himself in his iced tea, his signature pout on his lips. Why does this room make everyone so sad? The pup growled, then snarled at the pillows. I don't like this room. Deku, however, only blinked. Makes everyone sad? He repeated, turning a questioning glance to Katsuki. The Alpha shifted, growled. Don't worry about that. You want to see your room? Deku tilted his head to the side, shifted Kazu to his other hip, the pup rubbing against him, trying to soothe him. Lead the way. They made their way down the hallway, Katsuki pointing out the different rooms, who lived where and with who else. This was a spare guest room, but Tsu, Uraraka, and Jiro made it a bit more comfortable for you too. They didn't have to. Do that. We are just guests after all. Yeah, well, I think they wanted a fellow Omega to feel welcome. He stopped at the door at the end of the hall, stood aside. All right, we're here. Deku wrinkled his nose at the door, glared at it, seemed to judge it, but an excited chirp from Kazu finally had him reaching for it. Truth be told, Katsuki hadn't checked the room since the Omegas had prepared it, so he was just as surprised as Omega and Pup to find it fully decked out in hero merchandise. Floor to ceiling, from figurines to posters and even a Pinky-themed bean bag. The entire room was flooding with flashy logos and figures striking power poses. Katsuki took one look inside and rubbed tiredly at his eyes. I'm going to kill them. He hadn't dared to look at Deku's reaction, but he couldn't avoid hearing the slight snicker in his voice. I'm guessing you told them I liked heroes. Yes, so they wouldn't get weird if you were a bit awkward meeting them. Not for, he gestured without actually looking up, this. You don't sound too surprised. I would be a fool to be surprised by anything at this point. Deku chuckled while Kazu suddenly snorted. Kaken, why isn't your room this cool? Katsuki growled shortly. I'll help you get rid of it? No. The Omega sounded so defensive that Katsuki looked up, surprised to see a familiar pout on his face. We'll keep it. It's cool after all, isn't it, firecracker? Kazu chirped in agreement. For a moment, Katsuki stood a little dumbfounded, unbelieving that the Omega was actually okay with the room. He didn't quite know what to chalk it up to, eventually muttering, still a nerd, then. Well sure. Deku smirked at him. Not even you could change that. Even as he said it, Katsuki knew what the Omega meant, that not even his betrayal could change that part of him, the part that loved heroes and everything they stood for. But Katsuki also knew there was something deeper. Something the Omega might never admit to him. The fact that he knew Deku had told Kazu that he, Katsuki Bakugo, Ground Zero, was his favorite hero. There was too much to unpack in that thought, let alone that Deku had kept his love for heroes after all this time. So he gave it no voice, gesturing instead toward the closet. Anyway, each room has an oversized closet if you wanted to build your nest in there, and a secondary closer to hang clothes. I assume you brought stuff from your nest? Deku snorted. That's a rather private question to ask. Katsuki blinked, realized his mistake, but Deku had already moved on. Your pack didn't supply anything? The Alpha shook his head. The Omegas said presenting nesting materials was more a welcome to the pack sort of gesture. They wanted to respect your decision, so no nesting materials? Deku glanced around the room, his eyes lighting up with understanding. He nodded. So, no nesting materials. Just hero merchandise. Katsuki growled again, but Deku just laughed. At least the bed's just a normal color. He reached for the navy blue bedding, paused as his fingers sunk into it. Katsuki watched closely, remembering the Omegas had purposefully gotten him nice bedding in lieu of nesting materials, though after seeing Deku's reaction, he wondered if the Omega would take it as one and the same. He was preparing to step in to say something, but Deku just ran his hand over the cover, dropped Kazu onto it. The pup didn't seem as fascinated as Deku, who picked up one of the pillows, sniffed it, rubbed his cheek along it. Unsure what to do, Katsuki cleared his throat. Is everything okay? The Omega didn't jolt, didn't startle. He just set the pillow down. Oh, it's fine. It's just so soft. A pit of cold guilt uncurled from Katsuki's stomach. It had been long enough since he'd felt it that he'd almost forgotten it was there. But it made itself known and roared awake as pieces began to fit together, as Katsuki began to understand why Deku was reacting this way. The truth was, even when he'd been living with his mom, Deku had never been very well off. Katsuki had always given him nice things in the past, but those things had been the nicest that Deku had ever owned. Since losing his mom and having his pup, no doubt he'd had no extra funds for very nice bedding or even nice nesting material. The bareness of his apartment hadn't necessarily been by choice, just a lack of funds to decorate with anything beyond the few photos he had. The pack, meanwhile, consisted of all heroes paid quite generously by the government. Katsuki knew he and Todoroki made quite a bit more than some of the others admittedly, that he alone probably made more than Deku did several times over. Deku hadn't expected such things because he'd always known them as a luxury, something out his reach, while Katsuki had seen them as just a given. Of course an Omega would have nice bedding, of course he'd have good materials for his nest. Why wouldn't he? Maybe it was cruel, then, to do this to him. To offer him things he'd have a strong time getting on his own. It didn't feel right to flaunt in front of him. To give him something he'd only have if he stayed with the pack. Maybe they were doing this all wrong. Maybe they were manipulating Deku, even if they didn't have any intention of doing so. Maybe they were doing so much more harm than good. Even as Katsuki dwelled on the idea, Deku suddenly turned to him. His eyes were bright again and he seemed more sure of himself. He put a hand on his hip. You going to bring our stuff in or what? That jerked Katsuki out of his thoughts, had him hurrying to set Deku's luggage in his new room. Deku insisted that he wanted to meet everyone, even knowing that meant being introduced to 12 new people all within a relatively short amount of time. It was decided that Ida and Uraraka would come to the house first since Ida was Pack Alpha and Deku had already technically met him. After that, the Omegas would come home, then the Betas, though having them come all at once made Katsuki nervous, then Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, and finally, Kirishima would bring the pups home. It was a lot, but Deku listened as Katsuki explained it all and nodded once. Let's do it, he simply said. It was hell waiting for Ida and Uraraka to arrive. Katsuki sat next to Deku on the couch, arms crossed, knee bouncing incessantly, trying not to growl more and more as the time went on. Deku, meanwhile, had taken one of Kazue's toys from their bags and was calmly playing with the pup, totally engrossed in the activity. Katsuki tried to distract himself by watching them, but found his attention on the clock more frequently than on either Omega or pup. When there finally came a knock at the door and it opened with a quiet hello. From Uraraka, Deku sat up, tense, and Kazue paused in his playing. Katsuki, however, leaped up. What took you so long? Patience, Bakugo. It would do you good to learn some. Ida walked right past Katsuki, or rather, he followed behind Uraraka, who rushed over to the other Omega excitedly. It's so nice to meet you finally. Kazue's talked so much about you, the Omega chirped happily as Deku stood to greet her. Oh thanks. Nice to meet you too? Oh sorry. It's Uraraka. Ochako Uraraka. She offered her hand and a smile. And your name? Deku shook her hand once. Izuku Midoriya. As you probably know. Uraraka grinned. Actually, Bakugo didn't usually call you that. He used a different name. Deku, the Omega shifted, it's a childhood nickname. Ah, it's cute. Uraraka clapped her hands together. Would you mind terribly if I called you that? Deku blinked. Well, Katsuki growled before the Omega could form words, snorted when everyone turned to him. Don't push it, cheeks. Immediately, Deku glowered, turned back to Uraraka. Call me Deku? The other Omega laughed as Katsuki stared slack-jawed. Deku it is. She gestured behind her. This is my alpha, Tenya Ida. He said you met in the hospital? Briefly, the Omega's attitude shifted very suddenly as Ida stepped forward. It's good to see you again. You're looking better. I am better, Deku sighed, glanced down as Kazu grabbed his leg, staring up at the alpha untrustingly. Not 100%, obviously, but well enough. Ida nodded, smiled tentatively. We'll take well enough. Hopefully you'll find our pack house a healing environment. Or, at the last, that you'll find some relaxation here. We're here to help you out as much as you need, Uraraka added, a little bounce to her figure. Deku glanced between them, judging. A tilt came to his head, a smile to his lips, though something about it made the hair on the back of Katsuki's neck prickle. Thanks. If you don't mind though, I'd like to ask a question of you. Of course. There was a hopeful, patient smile to the Alpha and Omega pair. Feel free to ask anything. Deku nodded, then crouched down to Kazu. With his Omega's attention on him, the pup looked up curiously, focused as Deku smiled at him. Listen, Firecracker, you know all those great hero figurines in our room? Yeah. The pup chirped happily. I need you to do me a big favor and go get your favorite one. Kazu blinked, pouted. Just one. Only one. Deku smiled at him. Don't tell me you don't think you can pick one. The pup whined quietly. Mommy, that's strong. Yeah, it is. But you can do it, can't you? When Kazue's pout deepened to a frown, Deku raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you still need help making big boy decisions? Immediately, Kazu leaped upward, racing toward the staircase. I'll get the best one, Mommy. He shouted into the void as he scurried up the stairs. Deku's eyes remained on him, watching for him to slip, then watching to make sure he was actually going to their room, finally listening for their door to open and close before turning back to Ida and Uraraka. The Alpha and Omega pair seemed unconcerned with what had just happened. Katsuki knew that now Kazu wasn't in the room, the Omega had no intention of holding back, and he felt a bit of dread twisting in his stomach as Deku took in a breath and asked his first question. Just to clarify first, you said you're the Pax Alpha, right? Ida nodded. Yes, of course. I have been since it was formed. And Kirishima is the head Beta? Yes. He's also held his position since the beginning. Right? Deku seemed a little smug, though that wasn't exactly right. Whatever it was, it prepared Katsuki for when the Omega said next, I'd like you to explain to me exactly why you and Kirishima decided not only to ask me to join your pack but why you're okay with me staying in your pack house after I refused to join. Because I know, had I been any other victim of any other crime, I wouldn't have been given this option. No matter the circumstances. He paused, let the question linger as Ida and Uraraka glanced at each other. I guess my real question is, what's your end goal with bringing me into the house? Ida seemed more than a little startled, standing completely stunned silent. However, Uraraka only blinked once. Then she smiled, reached forward to take Deku's hand. Even at her smile and her touch, Deku remained on edge. The other Omega was unconcerned by his lack of reaction. You're worried that we're not focused on you as a person, that to us, you're just the second part of Katsuki's pup? As the other Omega spoke, Deku lost some of his confidence, gained a bit of a shake to his hand. As he did, Uraraka squeezed that hand, stilled his shivering. I know you asked Ida this, but let me tell you that you've been introduced to our lives because of Katsuki and Kazu, but we're so happy to have gotten the chance to meet you. The real you. Not just the Omega to Katsuki's pup. The Omega smiled, and Deku seemed to shift, seemed to parse through her words, his lips thinning. Uraraka is completely right as she often is, Ida touched his glasses. We recognize that obviously you've been brought to our attention through your connections with our second-in-command and his pup, but we've also been made aware that you aren't in current relations with Bakugo. Ida stuttered as Uraraka sharply elbowed him without losing her smile. And anyway, our choice to invite you to join was in recognition of those connections and our wanting you and Kazu to feel welcome despite no longer associating with Bakugo. Our allowing you to stay here without joining is actually just how we run the pack. I don't know what all Bakugo has mentioned, but we have several independent and unofficial pack members who come and go as they please. Our work as heroes can be stressful, so we've found it's important to be able to offer support when needed, but we also keep mind of any boundaries someone may have. Deku nodded, his lips still thinned, his expression guarded. He carefully slipped his hand out of Uraraka's. That's all well and good. But you still haven't answered my question. He gazed between the two, focused to a sharp point. What, exactly, do you want from me? For a moment, there was silence. Ida looked to Uraraka, perhaps trying to gain some insight from her, but the other Omega seemed confused. Even Katsuki wasn't exactly sure how to answer that question. The pack alpha cleared his throat, showing just a bit of his nervousness, Deku immediately glaring at him, sensing the weakness. I'm not sure I understand your question, to be honest. Well, let me clarify then. There was no hesitation in the Omega's words. Are you wanting to collect me? Keep me quiet? It would look bad for your second-in-command if I went to the media about some of the things he's done. Even for some of the things your pack has done. So, is this your way of covering that up? Of making sure things keep running smoothly for your pack? He paused, but nobody said anything. Nobody even moved, save for Deku, who took careful stock of each of them, searching for an answer. People keep saying they just want me to be safe. And maybe to some extent, that's part of it. But there's more. I know there's more. I can feel it. So just tell me. His glare landed on Ida, stayed. What do you want from me? Again, there was silence, Ida opening and closing his mouth, trying to gather his words. It was, again, Uraraka who spoke first. Maybe, she said softly, her voice low, unflinching even as Deku's eyes snapped to her. You can let us know what you would like from us. What your expectations are. Then, we can agree on what each of us want and what we can do together. Deku's nose twitched. His gaze briefly flickered to Katsuki, before returning to Ida and Uraraka. I want what's best for my pup. I don't ever want him to have to see something like that again, or be that scared again, or hurt in that way. He shivered, lost some of the fire in his eyes. Dropped his gaze for the first time. I just don't want to have to worry. I just want to live my life in peace. The more Deku spoke, the more Katsuki felt rooted in place, felt frozen by the guilt once again clawing at his stomach. How could his requests be so simple yet so complicated? What couldn't it be easy for him to live a happy, healthy life while giving the best for Kazu? He'd worked so strong to try to achieve that. Had sacrificed so much to just get to where he was. And within moments, it had all been taken away from him. And now, here he was, clawing back for any semblance of the life he'd fought for. But there were so many obstacles in his way. That BSRD Alpha, Kazue's welfare, the pack, Katsuki, even his own inner turmoil and hurt. Katsuki knew the pack couldn't fix all of that. He wasn't even sure there was much they could do to help Deku achieve what he really wanted. Not in any way the Omega wouldn't see as underhanded and invasive. He'd had to fight for everything up until this point after all. Why would this be any different? Why would anything be that simple? Even as Katsuki struggled with what to say, he was surprised to see that Ida and Uraraka shared a look, relaxed a little more. We can certainly work with that. The pack alpha spoke with the most confidence he'd had for the entire conversation thus far. Here is what our pack can offer you and Kazu, without your having to join. We can offer child care when you require it, we can offer a safe shelter until you are comfortable with returning home, and we can offer you the opportunity for a more controlled entrance back into your life and an easier path to reach your goals. You can think of us as a safety net. In return, we ask only that you are cordial to our pack members when interacting with them, and that if you never decide to join the pack, that you will consider allowing us to extend an offer to join to Kazu when he is older. You and Kazu would always have an option to join, of course, but I'd like the opportunity for him to decide for himself when he gets to an appropriate age. Ida adjusted his glasses, a natural action, the pack alpha in his element. Negotiations were his specialty, after all. It was something that had always made him a good pack alpha for so many strong wills and personalities. Although from the closed-off look in Deku's face, Katsuki wasn't sure it was going to be effective in this instance. Nevertheless, Ida went on, that is something we can discuss at a much later date. I wouldn't expect to have any conversation of the sort until he was at least out of school, but just so we have everything on the table, it is something I would like to propose for a future date. Other than that, we don't ask anything in return. Deku pursed his lips, his expression still unreadable. He studied the two, then popped his mouth. I don't particularly like that answer. Ida balked at his response, but Uraraka giggled beside him. I'm not surprised, she said, much to the shock of both alphas, and I understand. It's a little overwhelming here, even if you're used to the pack. I couldn't imagine trying to figure it all out being essentially strangers with everyone here. She reached for Deku's hand again, but this time, she didn't take it. Nor did she seem expectant for Deku to reach for her. We are a big pack of strong personalities and powerful heroes, in almost every sense of the word. I bet you feel like you don't really have a choice in accepting our help or have a say in how we offer that help. That we'll either force it on you or we'll manipulate the situation to serve our wants. That now that you're on our radar, you'll always have to live in our shadow or you'll have to live with us to get to live a real life at all. And I'm sure Katsuki being around so much hasn't helped any. Katsuki snapped toward the Omega. Hey! She kept going without once acknowledging him. And maybe you won't believe me when I say this, but that's not the case. We won't demand anything from you. We won't rescind our support if you do something we don't like. We aren't going to use our influence to control or overpower you. That isn't what we're about. She pulled back her outstretched hand only to press it to her. It must have been very strong trying to raise Kazu on your own. I know you must have fought so strong for yourself and your pup. Let us help make that fight a little easier. If you need someone to help watch Kazu, for example, you can count on us. Someone's always here to watch our pups and we already know they all get along, so it wouldn't be a big deal. If you decided you wanted to go home and live independently, excellent. We'll make sure you have everything you might need to live happily and safely in your own place. If you need some financial help, we have more than enough to offer some assistance. Just whatever you need. You let us know and we'll do what we can to help. In all honesty, Katsuki was impressed that Uraraka kept speaking. Because the more she talked, the more Deku's careful guardedness began to chip away, revealing a mounting fury set in slanting eyes and gnashing teeth. When the other Omega quieted, Deku clenched his fists. Don't patronize me, he growled. I'm not helpless. I'm not weak. I know I'm not. I've done well for myself without your help for this long. Don't think for 1 second that I need your help to survive. The force of the Omega's words had both Ida and Katsuki shifting uneasily. As the alphas, it was in their nature to step up and lead the pack in times of conflict, either external or internal. In any other given situation, it would be their duty to relieve the tension, to make everything better, to make the decision that would return them to normal. In this case, they both knew there was nothing either of them could say that would right this. If they stepped in, Deku would see it as a challenge to his autonomy. Nothing they could do or say would change that. So even as they stood, helpless, they turned to the other Omega in the room as Uraraka confidentially stood up to Deku's accusations. She never once flinched. She never once looked down on him. She never once let the smile on her face slip away. Once Deku had said his piece, she reached out her hand once more, let it hang between them. I wouldn't say you're weak, Deku. I don't think anyone would say that. Her smile softened, understanding in his eyes. Life's not really all that fair, is it? Sometimes you have to fight so strong to get the simplest things, and sometimes you have to watch people you love struggle, and it's just not fair. Not when other people can just snap their fingers and find success. But you know what I've found? She let the question linger, even though Deku clearly was not going to respond. I found out that it doesn't invalidate your struggle to accept help. It doesn't make you weak to find a shortcut. But it also doesn't make things fair just because you find a way to circumnavigate the system you've been in for so long. She tilted her head, stared off, thoughtful. For example, it's okay for parents to accept help from their daughter. It's okay for her to offer that help. It doesn't invalidate either of their struggles to do that. She turned back to Deku, who was still and silent and guarded once again. It's not fair that we can snap our fingers and give you some of the things you've been fighting so strong for. But it doesn't make that fight mean nothing. You still fought. You still won. She met his gaze, looked at him proudly, with a bit of a spark in her eyes. Just think of it this way, you're family now. We're not going to give up on you. We're going to want to try to help you out no matter what. But we don't want to change you. You make our family what it is. So just think of us as a bunch of crazy stepbrothers and stepsisters. She giggled. I know family can be complicated, just ask Todoroki about that, but we're here and if you'll have us, we want to be a part of your family too. We'll respect your decision on how you'd like to interact with the family from here on out. Just respect that we want the chance to offer you some help when you need it. Okay? Deku's eyebrows twitched. For as desperate as Katsuki was to know what the Omega was thinking, he simply couldn't tell. It was awkward in that room. No matter how relaxed Uraraka seemed, the tension between the Alphas and the Omegas and Deku and everyone else made Katsuki's neck prickle. That tension only snapped when a small chirp drew everyone to Kazu as the pup rushed over from the staircase, edged around Ida and Uraraka, to grab for Deku. Mommy, I couldn't decide on a favorite. He stuck out his lip in a little pout. Deku stroked his hair, glanced to Uraraka's hand. He didn't take it, but he considered it strong, each second ticking quietly by. Eventually, though, his expression softened. He bent to scoop up Kazu, the pup's eyes going to Ida now that he was more level with the Alpha, watching him untrustingly. Uraraka grinned brightly as Deku nodded to her, lowered her hand, and stepped forward, cooing to the pup as she had while Deku had been in the hospital. The two Alphas, now forgotten, felt the calming shift in the air, the settling of estranged feelings. Katsuki watched as Deku and Uraraka helped to reassure him it was okay he hadn't been able to pick out a favorite figurine, while the pack Alpha looked silently and proudly on. It was a good moment. A wonderful moment. And although it was a little painful for Katsuki to recognize he didn't have a place in that moment, he was simply happy to see Deku accepting at least Uraraka. He knew the Omega needed someone to support him and the other Omega was one of the best to take up that role. He was happy then, to stand back, to watch as things found their place and made their beds and calmed for the moment. After all, they still had a lot of the pack to get through that afternoon. The thought had Katsuki feeling exhausted and if not for the little smile that peeked out of Deku's lips as Uraraka tickled Kazu, he might have felt helpless. Instead, he felt empowered, righted. That everything would be okay. Somehow, it would all be okay. Once Deku had settled with Uraraka and Ida, the pack Alpha retreated into an office to see to some sort of administrative tasks for the agency while the other Omega took a seat next to Deku, asking first if he was okay with her joining him. Katsuki, meanwhile, called Tsu and Jiro and told them they could come and meet Deku. He supposed the first meeting hadn't been a resounding success, but honestly he wasn't hoping for anything of the sort and at this point, he was going to be happy if Deku didn't end up punching someone by the end of the day. He'd take that win. But he had bets on Kaminari or Siro coming out on the loser's end of that bet. For the other two Omegas, he was hoping for a bit of a smoother transition, especially seeing as how Deku had seemingly accepted Uraraka's presence. He could tell they weren't best friends, but they were cordial. Deku let her play with Kazu without too much of a fuss. Kazu stayed primarily on Deku's lap, though he did tumble around the couch a bit, talking nonstop about just about anything and everything. Jiro arrived first, took one glance at Deku, nodded at him, said sup, cute pup, then walked straight up the staircase without another word. At first, Deku looked curiously after her, but he seemed happy with the casual introduction, even though he did have to ask Uraraka what her name was. Tsu at least came over and shook Deku's hand, introducing herself properly to the Omega. My name is Tsuyu Azui, but call me Tsu. Deku smiled politely. It's good to meet you, Azui. The other Omega stared at him. Tsu. Right. Deku paused as Kazu reached for her, playing with her hair. Eventually, she sat on Deku's other side, letting the pup attempt to tie knots in her hair, even after Deku tried to reprimand him several times. With the Omegas home and settled and everyone still quite happy with how things were going, Katsuki took a deep breath and texted Kirishima to let him know the betas could start coming home. They're going to come one at a time, right? He asked the head beta. Kirishima responded with the laughing crying emoji. Within the next half hour, Katsuki had to physically brace himself against the couch as the door rattled ominously, then burst open as Mina flew into the room. "Oh my gosh!" She shrieked in delight and rushed over the couch, Deku immediately tensing as she moved a hand into his face. "I can't believe you're actually here. It's so wonderful to meet you." Zero suddenly shoved Mina out of the way, nearly pushing the female beta over. "Chill out, Mina, you're way over the top right now." "Ah, but I'm just so excited." "Stand back everyone." Kaminari slid to a stop in front of Deku, wearing what could only be called a sheet-eating grin. "I've got this handled. I know how to deal with these things." Deku narrowed his eyes. "I know you didn't just refer to me as a thing." Kaminari froze, as did Zero and Mina. Then the other two betas crashed into Kaminari, berating him for insulting the Omega, Kaminari insisting over and over again that that was not what he meant, the other betas threatening loudly to tell Shinso and Kaminari begging them not to. As they fought, Shoji walked around them, crouched down a little and held out a hand to introduce himself, Deku seemingly grateful for the last beta's composure. Watching the three other betas still arguing with one another, Katsuki very suddenly realized it wasn't Deku who was in danger of punching someone. A hand on his arm startled him, though he didn't draw away as he realized it was Deku, the Omega looking up at him. "Hey," he said, offering a smile, "I'm okay. It's not bothering me." Katsuki watched the Omega, but he knew Deku wouldn't lie to him. Perhaps he'd gotten out what he needed to with Ida and Uraraka, but the Alpha couldn't quite figure out how he was okay with the madness going on, especially since there were so many people in the room now. But then, he realized it wasn't the amount of people in the room. It was where everyone's attention was. Even Shoji now had turned to trying to calm the three other betas, Tsu and Uraraka as well consumed with watching the three continue to bicker. Only Katsuki's attention remained solely on Deku, with Kazu laying in his lap, tracing patterns on his teeth. For as crazy as the betas were, they kept Deku out the spotlight. And that made it a little more comfortable for everyone, despite the awkward circumstance. Katsuki could accept this, but he still wasn't happy when Mina suddenly went flying backward, landing in a heap that had the betas freezing for a moment. Then all three of them hurried over to her as she let out a dramatic whine. Eventually, the betas settled enough to get their names out one at a time and without too much snipping between them. Kaminari apologized profusely, though Deku remained skeptical of him. Uraraka eventually shooed them off, asking them to start making dinner, though Katsuki groaned at the thought of the four of them cooking anything. Thankfully, Shoji offered to take the lead and the three others agreed to follow him. Hopefully that meant there wouldn't be any fires. Or at least none they couldn't handle. Until Todoroki arrived home. Speaking of the Alpha, he and Yaoyorozu were the last ones due home, besides the pups and Kirishima. To say Katsuki wasn't worried about Deku's reaction to the Alphas would be an outright lie. He was extremely worried, especially considering Kazuo still didn't typically accept being around them. Even so, he called them up, told them it was okay for them to come home. Within 10 minutes, they walked through the front door. As the Alphas entered the room, Deku immediately tensed, eyes blown wide, searching for the source of the Alpha sense. At the reaction of his Omega, the once sleepy Kazuo jolted to alertness, clinging to Deku's shirt as the Alphas stepped into the house. "We're home," Yaoyorozu said, then she spotted Deku on the couch. Despite the Omega watching her carefully, perhaps with a similar untrusting glare to the one Kazuo gave her, she stepped forward and said, "Momo Yaoyorozu. Welcome to our humble abode." Deku smiled, perhaps more than a little ironically. "Izuku Midoriya." Yaoyorozu nodded, gestured to Todoroki. "This is my mate, Shoto Todoroki." The other Alpha gave a little nod of acknowledgement, but otherwise stayed still, studying Deku carefully. When his eyes lingered for a bit longer than anyone else's had, Katsuki felt something crawl up his spine and he let out a little growl. Todoroki's gaze flicked to him momentarily, if only to acknowledge that he was aware of Katsuki's displeasure, but then immediately returned to Deku. Katsuki deepened his snarl, let his growl out a little louder, but practically yelped when something hit him in the stomach, knocking him out of his focus. Deku was glaring up at him. "You do not get to growl territorially over me, Katsuki Bakugo. I mean that. Don't you even think about it?" Instead of responding normally, Katsuki growled and snapped back at the Omega, who didn't flinch, only glared strong at him, and he sulked away several steps, though he stayed close enough to watch as things unfolded. Yaoyorozu shook her head and offered an apologetic smile to Deku while Todoroki raised an eyebrow at Katsuki before turning to the conversation between female Alpha and male Omega. Despite Deku's initial uncertainty, the two immediately hit it off, speaking at length about their unusual gender statuses, both being in the very small minorities of their secondary genders. It was good for Deku to have someone like Yaoyorozu to connect with, especially since there were no male Omegas who regularly stayed at the pack house. She was going to be the closest to understanding any strange particularities of being in such a minority. Seeing things were going well, Katsuki texted Kirishima to bring the pups home. He responded with a crying emoji that had the Alpha rolling his eyes. When the head beta literally kicked in the front door and collapsed in a heap with the pups at his heels, nobody gave him much of a glance. Takahiro tottered over to his parents while Fumiko planted her feet into Kirishima's back and stood proudly over his unmoving body. "I win," she proclaimed loudly, then spotted her mother and leaped off the beta. "Mama, look, I won." "Oh." Uraraka picked up Fumiko and set her in her lap, right next to Deku and Kazuo. While Deku took interest in their exchange, Kazuo remained contently laid out on his Omega's st. "What did you do today?" Fumiko smirked and immediately began telling on Kirishima for letting them eat lots of sweets while they had been with him. It was so normal. Circumstances being what they were, things felt typical. Almost natural. And sitting right in the middle of it all, Deku fit right alongside everyone else. It was weird to see him there on one level. For the Omega to be sitting amongst his pack as they went about a rather typical weekday evening. But it was also strange. Slightly out of place. And Katsuki still couldn't quite decide what the Omega was thinking or feeling, Deku remaining at least a little guarded even as the pack moved around him. Mostly, he sat and he watched everything around him and he comforted and played with Kazuo when the pup grew restless. When Mina excitedly called that dinner was ready without any incidents, Uraraka went to get Ida and everyone else migrated to the dining room. The table was very clearly instantly intimidating for Deku. So much so that Yaoyorozu nodded toward the living room. "Would you like to join Todoroki and I in the other room?" she offered. Todoroki paused, glanced at his seat, clearly thought about not going along with them, especially when Deku hesitated, though he agreed once Uraraka also offered to go with them. Deku glanced at Katsuki, then scooped up Kazuo and followed them back into the living room. As the 2 Omegas, 2 Alphas, and 3 pups took their food away, Kirishima glanced to Katsuki. "So, how's it going?" Katsuki growled, didn't answer. That wasn't a question for him. It was a question for Deku. He wasn't about to even try to answer it. Truth be told, it seemed to be going well. But he couldn't be certain. And it was only the first night. Time would tell how things were actually going. Until Deku had actually settled, Katsuki wasn't going to take anything for granted. He simply couldn't. He sat in silence and ate his food, and found he deeply missed Kazuo being at his side for dinner. It was quickly apparent that Katsuki was not going to get sleep that night, so much so that he considered going upstairs to try to physically exhaust himself. He would have, save for the fact he knew people could hear someone working out upstairs, and with Deku also trying to sleep for the first time in the house, he didn't want to offer any sort of distraction to him. So, he sat up, scrolled through his phone, came to the conclusion that he was just going to have to be okay with getting no sleep, and to the fact that his bed was so much bigger than he remembered it being. The absence of Kazuo's nest and the quickly fading scent of the pup was what unsettled Katsuki most. The idea of his pup and Deku being in the pack house with him at that very moment, just down the hallway, made him feel all sorts of things, though what exactly those were, he couldn't name. All he knew was that he liked the idea, but he was also deeply unsettled by it. It was going to take him a long time to come to terms with everything that had happened. Mostly though, he felt a small part of him mourning for his pup. He'd grown used to Kazu being at his side. Even if he was nearby, it already felt so wrong not having him in his nest beside him. But that was something he was just going to have to get used to. The pup was always going to choose his Omega over him. And he was okay with that. He simply had to be. He didn't have a choice in that matter. Still, he did take some time to sulk a bit about it to himself. As the clock ticked into the deep night hours, Katsuki did eventually begin to feel himself fading into sleep. He tucked his phone away, turned off his light, stared up at the ceiling, felt his eyelids dropping lower and lower, accepted that, while it had taken a lot longer than normal, he might actually find some sleep that night. Before the thought had completely left his mind though, something crashed into his door, didn't quite open it. Somehow, Katsuki knew what it was. Even before the door opened, was already leaping out of bed as the door creaked open and a crying Kazu came barreling into the room. Hey, shoo. Katsuki immediately picked up the little pup, holding him to his chest. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. The pup was sobbing inconsolably, but he did manage to mutter out one word, Ummi. Katsuki felt his entire being drop out of his stomach, out of his feet, into the ground below. He raced out into the hallway, ran past every door along the way, nearly crashed into the slightly open door at the end of the hall. From within, he could hear small noises, gasps for breath, half-choked cries, whimpers and whines. He couldn't just wait outside. Katsuki set Kazu on the ground, shouldered his way in. Deku, he called, scrambling for the light. When he turned it on, it revealed the Omega tangled helplessly in the bedsheets, having twisted and rolled up all around them, sweat darkening the sheets, dripping off the Omega, his eyes rolled up in the back of his head. Nightmares? Something else? Either way, Katsuki crossed the room immediately, doing his best to untangle Deku and throw the sheets aside. Hey, wake up, Deku, wake up. Wake up, it's okay. It's okay. He tried to pull the Omega upright, but Deku let out a screech, flailed, twisted. Katsuki heard a door slam open nearby, felt wind rushing into the room. Katsuki! Ida's voice was sharp and accusatory. Part of Katsuki was immediately insulted, but he simply didn't have time to care. Instead, he turned over his shoulder. Nightmare, there was a dread in his voice, a note of despair he couldn't keep away. Ida, arms planted in the doorway, leg out to stop Kazu from entering, from seeing what was happening, stiffened immediately, turned over his shoulder as Uraraka appeared behind him. He stepped aside and let her rush into the room as Deku screamed again, clawing at Katsuki's arms to try to get away. While Katsuki tried to keep Deku from hurting himself, Uraraka immediately began wiping sweat from his forehead, running her hands through his hair, hushing him and calling him softly back to the waking world. Deku, sweetheart, hey. We're right here. It's okay. It's okay. Katsuki, too, tried to call to Deku, aware as the pack quickly roused, as the doorway began to fill with smells, as Kazu suddenly began screaming and crying very loudly and Kirishima quickly scooped him up and took him away from the scene. For that one small miracle, Katsuki was ever so grateful. Because by the time they finally got Deku to open his eyes, he jerked immediately upright and let out such a scream of pain and terror that every instinct in Katsuki's body seized, that he felt something primal rumbling in his bones and choking at his throat. He wanted to scream too. He wanted to make someone hurt as much as Deku was hurting. He wanted to let himself go and give completely into every instinct that told him to just do something. He was lucky that Uraraka, now joined by nearly everyone else in the pack as they had rushed forward upon Deku waking, was crowded around them, speaking encouragingly to Deku, telling him he was okay now. Deku took one look around the room and all the people packed inside of it and screamed again, clawing backward, grasping out, finding Katsuki. He clung to the Alpha, then to Uraraka, then reached out as if in search of stable ground, breathing and wheezing, his eyes wide, his mouth slacked opened. Deku, it's okay. Katsuki tried to say, though he found his voice unsteady. Deku seemed to look around, but not quite find him. Katsuki. I'm here, I'm right here, Shoo, it's okay. The Omega found him, gripped his shoulder strong, his other hand finding Uraraka's arm and holding on as if for dear life. He bent over the bed, both rigid and completely loose at the same time, his body shivering. "I can't breathe," he gasped, flailed again. "Okay." Uraraka planted herself right in front of Deku, turned over her shoulder and shouted, "If you don't need to be here, then get out." Nobody moved. Deku let out another scream, straight from his gut, deep and utterly agonized, Katsuki nearly doubling over as the sound hit him. Even Uraraka shuddered. "Ida!" she snapped harshly. The pack alpha leaped upward, nearly clearing the ground. "Everyone out! Everyone! No exceptions! Let's go, let's go!" At the command of their pack alpha, every slowly filtered out of the room, ushered on by Jiro and Tsu. Uraraka had them stay just long enough to request some blankets and warm, wet towels before sending them away and turning her attention fully to Deku. "You just stay right there and don't move, Katsuki," she commanded. Katsuki was too stunned to react, too in shock to do anything else. Deku's raw pain was making him hurt in ways he had never hurt before. He knew hurt. He knew it like an old friend he was never happy to see. But this was a new pain. It had roots so much deeper than anything could ever hope to pull out, digging its way through every part of his body and soul, scrambling his mind and consuming every single thought he had. For the first time in a while, his alpha brain was screaming at him. Omega in pain. Save Omega. Make screaming stop. But he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what exactly was happening. All he knew was that he had to be there, he had to hold Deku up. And that's exactly what he did. As he did, Uraraka bent over the stricken Omega. Deku was still gasping for air, as if he simply couldn't get enough oxygen to satisfy him, his eyes still wide and wild, grasping both the other Omega and Katsuki in iron grips, open mouth allowing a string of saliva to trail to the bed below, joining a smattering of tears. Through all this, Uraraka pressed her hand to Deku's cheek, lifted his chin up slightly so his eyes met hers. "It's okay," she spoke very softly, but very surely. Listen to me, you're okay. You're having a panic attack. Have you had one of these before?" Deku seemed to try to puzzle out her words, his spasming breath slowing for a moment. But then, his eyes rolled up slightly and he ummed in despair. Uraraka was quick to support him as he went limp and unsteady in their arms. Just listen to my voice. Listen. Breathe with me, okay? Breathe in." She breathed in deeply and slowly, gesturing for Deku to do the same. The Omega gave a stuttering breath, gave up halfway as a whine peeled itself from his throat. Katsuki shuddered deeply, had to remind himself to keep breathing as well. Undeterred, Uraraka tried again. All right, let's do it again. Breathe in." She did it again, Deku doing his best to try to follow along, though he had a lot of trouble, sobbing a couple of times in the middle. Uraraka nodded at his efforts, and out, she led him through on breathing out just as slowly, Deku finding more success. Good. With me again? She breathed in and out very slowly and steadily, always holding Deku up, never deviating from her position. Tsu and Jiro returned with the items she had requested, Jiro trying to pat the sweat still pouring from the Omega's body, Tsu expertly constructing a makeshift nest around them, swaddling the Omega in some of the most comfortable blankets the pack house had. And slowly, little by little, it worked. Deku's breathing became smoother, his grip relaxed, his eyes drooped, and he stopped screaming. The two Omegas lingered behind Uraraka, encouraging Deku more and more as he settled, as he got control back, as his screaming turned to uncontrollable sobbing, then to quiet, subdued hiccuping, then, finally, as his body released into an exhausted slump. Through it all, Uraraka stayed right in front of him, guiding. His breathing, always encouraging him to keep going. When he finally seemed to fall back into himself, when he leaned heavily forward and looked so very exhausted, Uraraka ran a towel along his face, cleaned him up, hushed him softly. "You're okay now, you're okay?" Deku sat back, let go of both Uraraka and Katsuki. Even without the Omega leaning on him anymore, Katsuki stayed right where he was, still a little wound up himself. Seeing Deku in such immediate, terrified pain was unlike anything he'd been prepared for. It had been worse than even when he'd broken his leg while hiking. At least then, Katsuki had known what was happened. At least Deku had known what had happened. At least they had both been semi-aware. This had been completely different. Something neither of them had known how to handle. Deku had never had an attack such as that in all the years they'd known each other. Then again, he supposed Deku had never been hurt as badly as he had been in recent times. Maybe they should have expected this. Maybe Katsuki should have been more prepared. Maybe he should have done something. As Deku sat back, Uraraka watched him, smiled when he carefully raised his eyes. "How are you feeling now?" Deku was still trying to breathe deeply as Uraraka had guided him through, but there was a hiccup to his voice as he shook his head. "Awful." The other Omega laughed quietly. "I'm not surprised. But are you feeling a little better at least?" Deku nodded, ran a hand along his head. "Why?" He glanced up at Katsuki, who didn't really know what to do. The Omega looked quickly away. "Sorry." "Do no apologize." Uraraka got up from the bed, held out her hand. "Let's change the sheets for you." Deku took her hand and actually needed help from Katsuki to get back to his feet, still a bit unsteady. Jiro and Tsu stripped the bed and changed it from an extra set that was in Deku's closet. Katsuki just stood, supporting Deku's arm, feeling more than a little lost. He felt a jab at his ribs and glanced down to see Uraraka was standing next to him. "You okay, Katsuki?" The Alpha swallowed uneasily, noticed that Deku was watching. He shook his head sharply, trying to rattle himself back to normal. "Why, I am. Just need a moment." Deku's face fell slightly. His grip on Katsuki's hand loosened slightly, until the Alpha squeezed him, kept hold, ran a little circle in the back of his hand. Uraraka was talking quietly to him, distracting him from just how much Katsuki was still rattled by what had happened. "Have you ever had a panic attack before?" The Omega shook his head. "No. Not like that." She smiled softly. "It's okay. Lots of people in the pack get them, so we're pretty good at helping. Most people find that someone guiding them through their breathing really helps." "Yeah, it did." Deku shook his head, looked a little lost himself. "I'm just so sorry. It's my first night here and I woke everyone up." Even as he spoke, Uraraka shook her head. "Deku, this is why we're here, and this is why we want you here. It's better you be here and have us to help you than have you try to go through that alone, okay?" The Omega considered her, nodded slowly. "All right." Uraraka smiled as Jiro and Tsu came over to join them. "Do you need anything from us?" "Anything at all? We can sit for a little while and just chat. Just until you're feeling well enough to try to go back to sleep." Deku shook his head. "No, I'm pretty tired now." He laughed, nervous, breathless, and the Omegas each tried to smile back at him. Where's my pup?" "I think Kirishima took him out so he didn't see anything." Uraraka glanced to Jiro, who nodded wordlessly and went to find him. "You want to get back in bed?" The Omega nodded, let Uraraka guide him back to bed. When Katsuki tried to let go, it was Deku who held on this time, even after the other Omegas had helped him into bed. However, Deku would not look up at him, no matter how long Katsuki stared down at him. Jiro eventually reappeared with Kazu, who was sniffling and red-eyed. Only when his pup appeared did Deku let his hand fall from Katsuki's, reaching for Kazu, wrapping him up tightly when he let out a bit of a cry. As the Omega scented the little pup and tried to soothe him, the Omegas went about picking up other items from the floor, Katsuki realizing they were parts of Kazue's nest. Seeing that things had settled down, that Deku was going to be okay, Katsuki took a step back. He didn't want to leave. He didn't want to so badly. But he knew he didn't have a place here. Not anymore. Deku was okay for the night. That was all he needed to know. They could talk in the morning. But for now, Omega and Pup needed some sleep. He hadn't gone 3 steps when the Omega called him back with a soft, "Katsuki?" The Alpha turned quickly to him. "Yes?" Deku didn't say anything, didn't look at him. Still, Katsuki lingered as the Omegas used the blankets Tsu had brought in as well as Kazue's nesting materials to build up a nest around Omega and Pup, telling them it was okay, they were okay here. "I just want to try to get some sleep," Deku kept saying. Eventually, once Deku had calmed significantly and Kazue's eyes were drooped nearly closed, though the pup did occasionally hiccup still, The Omegas gathered to leave. If you need anything at all, we're just down the hall. Uraraka said quietly. Yeah, we share a wall, so just throw something, okay? Jiro said, pointing to the far wall. Tsu nodded as well. We'll be right there if anything else happens. Deku smiled wearily at the three, skipped past where Katsuki stood altogether. Thank you guys. I really do mean that. Of course. Uraraka ushered Jiro and Tsu out, but paused to lean into Katsuki's ear. I'll tell Ida and get the pack back to bed. You just be careful with him, okay? Although Katsuki didn't really know what she meant, he nodded all the same and watched as the three Omegas left the room, closing the door behind them. Once it was shut, rustling from the bed had him turning back to face Deku. The Omega had pulled himself out of the nest made by the other Omegas, he carefully dropping it piece by piece to the floor. The entire time, he still didn't look up at Katsuki. Katsuki watched him, didn't move once. In the process of dismantling the nest, Kazu fell asleep in the Omega's arms. Still, he didn't react. When all of the nest had been tossed from the bed, Deku slid back, kicked his legs under the blanket. Paused for just a moment. Katsuki? Yes? The Omega swallowed. Could you please, just, come lay down with me? Much longer than just a moment passed between his request and Katsuki's eventual answer. Do you really want that, Deku? Yes. Deku, I don't. Katsuki bit his lip, glanced around the room. Searched for something to say, something that gave him the correct answer for what to do. I don't know if that's a good idea. You had a rough moment. That's all. Katsuki, please? Katsuki ran a hand along his arm. I don't want you to wake up in the morning and feel like I took advantage of you while you were vulnerable. Deku's eyes suddenly snapped up. Fiery. Angry. Filled with tears. He sniffled, ran an arm under his nose. Katsuki. Please. It's just a lot to take in. And you feel safe. So please. It was that. Instinct. That had to be all this was. Deku's Omega felt safe with Katsuki's Alpha nearby. Some part of the instincts they had shared for so long that still lingered, despite the time that had passed, despite everything that had happened between them in those years. That's all this was. And still, Katsuki hesitated. Shifted his feet. Are you really sure, Deku? Deku snorted. Just because I'm exhausted emotionally, physically, and mentally does not mean you can call me by that name. There was something about the reprimand that settled part of Katsuki. It was part of their normal. Something he'd come to expect. So he nodded, said, right? Sorry. Deku paused for a moment longer, then met his gaze. Katsuki, please come lay down with me tonight? Just for a little while at least. It had always been strong for him to deny Deku. It seemed the years had not changed that. Slowly, Katsuki nodded, made his way over to the other side of the bed. He slid under the covers, waited as Deku laid back, curled up on his side with his back to Katsuki and Kazu tucked into his arms at his knee. The Alpha lowered himself on the bed next to the Omega. Leaned forward just enough that only his forehead rested on the back of the Omega's neck. I'm sorry, Izuku, he whispered. Deku shifted slightly. Sighed. For what? Everything. The Omega actually rumbled with a laugh. You know, that's kind of a terrible list. But it was everything. So much so that Katsuki didn't know where to begin. So he took a breath in slowly. I'm sorry you had a nightmare. I'm sorry you had a panic attack. I'm sorry you were hurt by that BS. I'm sorry you were alone for so long. I'm sorry. His voice caught and he ground his teeth together. Deku had gone very quiet and very still. Katsuki pressed his forehead forward a little more, found resistance from the Omega and found that somehow that gave him the strength to go on. I'm sorry I've been such a shitty Alpha. I'm sorry I've been such a shitty human being. I'm sorry for everything that's happened since I left. I'm sorry for all the things I could have prevented. He refused to sniffle, refused to show any more emotions save for taking in a long, staggered breath. Deku was quiet. So much so that Katsuki wondered if he'd fallen asleep, hoped he had. However, he wasn't all that surprised when the Omega shifted. If you'd stayed, I'm sure you would have still been a pain in my butt. Just in a different way. There was something ironic and cruel and kind in his words. They made Katsuki chuckle, despite everything. He pressed a little closer to Deku, tentatively put a hand on his hip. The Omega didn't pull away, but Katsuki didn't dare push his luck. "Good night, Izuku?" Deku shifted one more time. "Good night, Katsuki." Katsuki had already resigned himself to a sleepless night. But somehow, with Deku and Kazu next to him, despite everything that had happened that night, he closed his eyes, and he slept soundly. An elbow digging into his cheek had Katsuki wide awake very suddenly and with a snarl already in his voice. Deku grumbled sleepily. "Get out." The Alpha paused, still trying to figure out what exactly was happening, as the Omega withdrew his elbow but gave him a little shove at his ist. "Get out," he repeated, a little more forcefully. "Just like that?" Katsuki muttered, trying not to sound bitter. Deku sighed, curled up around Kazue's sleeping form a little more. "Just like that?" He paused, turned over slightly to meet Katsuki's gaze. "Thanks for sleeping next to me. But seriously, it's morning now and I want to cuddle with my pup in peace. So get out." There really wasn't much arguing with that. Katsuki got out of the bed, left the room, and made it all the way to his own bedroom and into his own bed before he began grumbling unhappily. After being kicked out of Deku's room, Katsuki dozed off and on for about an hour before going downstairs to join the pack. Simply put, it was a madhouse. He walked past Mina hurrying Kirishima along so they could get to the agency for their patrol while Takahiro and Fumiko were both screaming about something or other and Ida was limp in his seat at the dining table, snoring loudly. An oddly normal morning. He wasn't sure why he was expecting anything different. Maybe it was Deku's presence in the house alone that had him reeling, or maybe it was his first night spent with the Omega in 5 long years that had done it, but somehow, the normalcy felt out of place. Even walking among it, he felt as if he were drifting above them all, separate mentally if not physically. As with any other morning though, everyone avoided him save for the occasional morning, muttered his way. He went to the coffee pot, poured himself a cup, considered what was in their fridge. Clicked his tongue, growled, but eventually dug out some ingredients. As he carefully put breakfast together, he kept watch for Deku and Kazu to finally make their appearance, but he saw just about everyone else from the pack and not their newest guests. Almost half of the pack was leaving to get to the agency, Uraraka pausing to shake Ida awake and drop Fumiko into his lap before hurrying out the door with Jiro and Kaminari in tow. Yaoyorozu didn't appear, leading Katsuki to assume she had already left, and Todoroki slipped quietly out when nobody was paying attention after also nudging Takahiro toward Ida. That left him Ida, Tsu, Shiro, and Shoji to the pack house. A fairly typical shift schedule at the agency. Katsuki was almost convinced that he should be getting ready for patrol as well. The only strange part of that day was the fact that he was, in fact, not going to be going out on patrol. That he hadn't been out in the city for weeks now. Strange. A small sliver of proof things had stumbled along the way, that the world wasn't completely normal, that it was okay he was feeling a little off balance. Thankfully, there were small things he was happy to find had stayed the same, like the taste of his coffee, the ease with which he stepped around the kitchen, the fact that he could feel Shiro and Shoji lingering in the archway behind him. He snapped once over his shoulder when they tried to peer at what he was making. "This isn't for you," the Alpha said. Shiro frowned. "That's way more food than you can eat by yourself." "It's not all for me," Katsuki snapped his jaws, "but it sure as hell isn't for you either." The Beta whined, but didn't dare argue with him. When everything had finished, he set up bowls, poured another cup of coffee, set everything on a tray Yaoyorozu used to serve tea. This had both Betas tilting their heads in confusion, silently watching as he stepped out of the kitchen and made his way up the staircase. He didn't have a hand to knock, so when he reached the end of the hallway, Katsuki kicked at the door. "Oi, Izuku! You up yet?" A short, annoyed murmur from the other side of the door was almost immediately followed by the patter of small feet on the ground, and it was Kazu who opened the door. His nose twitched as he rose up on his toes, trying to see onto the tray the Alpha was holding. Deku, meanwhile, didn't look like he'd moved since Katsuki had left, still laid over on his side, curled up as if his pup was still nestled in his arms. "Come on," the Alpha set the tray down, pushed Kazu back when he tried to grab at the food. "I brought you breakfast. You should eat something." When the Omega didn't move, Katsuki carefully reached across to shake him. Come on, Izuku. The Omega curled up a little more, didn't turn over to look at him. Why did you bring that? Because your arm is broken, so cooking would have been difficult, and it's also, he checked the clock on the wall, almost 9. You need to eat something. Yeah, mommy, I'm hungry. The pup whined. At his pup's whine, Deku finally stirred. He rolled onto his back, sat up. Even if he'd cut it back from when they'd been kids, his hair still stuck up at all sorts of odd angles as he rubbed his eyes, glancing between Kazu and the bowl that Katsuki was handing the pup. You can sit on the floor and eat or go downstairs and sit at the table, the Alpha said. Kazu stared into his bowl, thinking. Table? Katsuki nodded, though Deku grumbled, careful on the stairs. Hand on the railing. The pup nodded very seriously and carefully took his bowl out into the hallway. As he did, Katsuki offered another bowl to Deku, pausing as the Omega yawned, baring his teeth. His left canine shone, broken and jagged. Katsuki had completely forgotten about the Alpha breaking his tooth, was stunned at the casual sight of it, the dread of realizing this was now the new normal, that Deku would have scars from this encounter for the rest of this life. He was jolted back to the present moment when the Omega took the bowl from him. Did you seriously bring me breakfast in bed? Sure. Katsuki considered picking up his own bowl. Instead handed Deku a pair of chopsticks. Deku took them and stared at them, glancing between them and his right arm, still wrapped in the soft black cast. Used to do it all the time, didn't I? Yeah, the Omega snorted, a long time ago. You know, before you broke up with me. It was a little funny to think this was the first time that had been brought up in very clear words. Katsuki wasn't sure if they'd both been dancing around that small issue deliberately or if there had simply been no room for it to come up, but here it was. Thrown into his face. He couldn't even say he was surprised or upset by it. Instead, he gave a short snort of his own. Well, if it bothers you so much, then get up at a normal time and come down for breakfast. Deku glared at him from over the rim of his bowl, green eyes searching Katsuki's face. Because they both knew he'd said those words many times before. Perhaps not with as much of a bite to them. But they were familiar, nonetheless. Katsuki took up the second cup of coffee, set it on the side table. Spoke even more words they both knew. Someone's got to make sure you eat something. Stop it, Deku snarled suddenly. You don't get to do this to me. I'm not doing anything. Bullshit. The Omega none too gently tossed the bowl back onto Katsuki's tray, uneaten. And just to remind you, you're the one who broke up with me. And you're the one who never bothered to mention we had a pup. The words came out as a snarl, a deep, angry, sorrowful growl. They came out so suddenly that Katsuki actually blinked in surprise. Where was this coming from? He hadn't been angry. He hadn't meant to say that to Deku. Why were those the words that had flown from his lips? But now they were out in the open, and Katsuki was facing a stunned Deku. The Omega averted his gaze, drew his knees up to his didn't say anything else. Katsuki, still a little stunned himself, set the Omega's bowl beside the coffee and left, closing the door behind him. He found Kazu at the dining room table, having settled beside Shoji. The pup smiled when he saw Katsuki, patted the seat next to him. Kaken, sit next to me. Katsuki took his bowl off the tray and tossed it aside. The pup watched, narrowed his eyes. Kaken, you shouldn't throw things inside the house. The Alpha ruffled the pup's hair affectionately, stared into his bowl, decidedly no longer hungry. But knowing his pup was watching, he ate, forcing himself to focus on Kazu and the food in front of him and nothing else. Kazu was very nearly already finished with his breakfast when Katsuki arrived, so once he was done, he filled the silence between the three of them by regaling Shoji with tales from books Deku had read to him. Shoji listened and nodded at the appropriate times, asked questions, kept the pup engaged. Gave Katsuki the space to glare into his bowl, to pick at the words stuck in his teeth. He only looked up when Kazu made a delighted noise and the Alpha caught a whiff of summer breezes. Deku stood in the doorframe, empty bowl with an empty cup nestled within in his hand. His lips were pulled tight along his face, though he smiled thinly when the pup leaped out of his seat and ran over to him. Mommy, come sit down with us. Can't, firecracker. I have to wash my dish first. Katsuki got up, took up his bowl, crossed the room, and took Deku's bowl from his hands. Don't get your cast wet, he said quietly, moved away from him back into the kitchen. He was aware of Deku following him as he tossed the remainder of his half-eaten breakfast and went to the sink, blasting the water so the noise filled up the space around them. As he cleaned up, he knew Deku was standing just behind him, watching. Unfortunately, there were only so many dishes to clean, so little time for Katsuki to burn with his back to the Omega. Eventually he had to snap the water off, set the bowls to dry. But he didn't face the Omega. He gripped the edges of the counter, glared into the foam gathered at the drain catch. I'm sorry, the Omega's words made guilt claw up at Katsuki's stomach, made him want to growl. But he didn't. He ran a hand through his hair, let out a breath through his nose. I should be the one apologizing. Not you. But you're right. I didn't tell you. Katsuki grabbed the hand towel hanging from a hook on the wall. I don't know if it would have mattered. It would have given you the choice, to do something. To be shitty is what it would have done. He scrubbed the towel along each of his fingers, being much more meticulous than he ever had been before. I wasn't ready to be a dad. Behind him, the Omega let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, well, I wasn't ready either. Something in the Omega's voice had Katsuki pausing, focusing on polishing his palm. Then he hooked the towel back on the wall, turned to face him. Deku was, maybe ironically, playing with his fingers. The ones on his right hand stuck out from the end of the cast, just barely enough for him to pick at. There was a smile on his face. Small said. They were alone in that kitchen. Beyond the archway, into the empty living room and the dining room hidden behind a large pillar, he could hear only Shoji and Kazu talking, the beta asking the pup about something that had happened yesterday at the park with Kirishima. Kazu hadn't realized that his Omega and Alpha had yet to return to the room, seemed content just to keep talking to Shoji. It was better that way. This wasn't a conversation he'd want the pup to hear. It wasn't really a conversation even he wanted to have. But he supposed this was going to be one of many to come. There was a lot to talk about. A lot of baggage to sift through. Things to unpack. Kazu might not be the place he'd wanted to start, but they were standing there, staring at each other, trying to see something from the other. Although Katsuki wasn't honestly sure what he was looking for in Deku, he did recognize that smile. It was a smile from their childhood. A smile to hide pain, disappointment. Mostly in himself. A smile for others so they wouldn't realize just how much the Omega was berating himself. And yet it was different. There was a twist in his lip that he didn't recognize, something that shone in his eyes he couldn't quite name. So he listened as the Omega shook his head as he said, "We were so naive. Back then we're... How could we think we were ready?" Katsuki shifted. Crossed his arms at his ear. "I never thought it would happen. I always thought it was too small of a possibility." Deku nodded, a raise in his eyebrows admitting to the validity of his words. "I'd always hoped. I'd always wanted pups." Yeah, the more he spoke, the more the words were harder to form, I remember. Quiet, save for Kazu still speaking in the background. His voice was musical, his lingering scent wonderful. His presence was more appealing than anything Katsuki had known. He'd never thought having pups could be so wonderful and frightening and so very strange. Maybe if he had, he'd have hoped a little more, he'd have tried a little harder. Or maybe he was just fooling himself. Deku's voice was musical too. It always had been. A lullaby from his childhood. Something that soothed the aching, savage parts of him. So he lifted his head, listened as the Omega cleared his throat. "Thank you. For breakfast. It was really good." Although, there came a strong line to his voice, something he shifted easily into, a glint to his eyes as he turned them to glare at Katsuki. "Don't bring me breakfast in bed anymore." "Fine. Just make sure you're taking care of yourself. You want to get out of here sooner, you need to be eating regularly." The Omega gave him a dry look. "Thanks, Mo. Also, I can leave whenever I DM well please." "Sure can." Katsuki shrugged. "I wouldn't stop you." Deku dipped his chin, searched the Alpha's face. "You mean that?" Katsuki shrugged. "Yeah, I do. Might not be happy about it, but that's not my choice." "Glad you noticed." A peal of laughter had both Omega and Alpha pausing, turning to listen. Under Kazue's voice, they could both hear Shoji laughing as well, but Katsuki knew neither of them was actually listening to him. They were listening to Kazue, to how happy he sounded, to how comfortable he seemed, to how he seemed normal. Like nothing had happened at all. It was a lie, of course. A lot had happened. And even if Kazue was resilient in this moment, all he needed was for Ida to walk into the room to change that. Nothing was normal. There was just a veneer, a thin line holding everything back. They both knew it. They both knew this couldn't last. And yet, they both stood and they listened to the joyful sounds of their pup. Listening to Kazue laugh, something stirred in Katsuki's stomach. It wasn't the guilt he had so quickly become acquainted with. It was something else. Something that still grieved, but it was warm and felt a bit like nervous butterflies in his stomach. It was this feeling that dragged him to step away from the sink, to close the distance between him and Deku. You know, he spoke softly, so not to frighten the Omega as he approached. Deku watched him carefully, but he kept still and didn't seem scared. Katsuki came to stand right in front of him, realized that although the Omega had to tilt his head up slightly to meet his gaze, he felt infinitesimally small next to him. Because the person in front of him had actually made that wonderful laugh coming from the other room. Had crafted the bundle of life and light and warmth that had so quickly taken over so much of his existence. He'd so easily spun a miracle into the world. I haven't gotten the chance to talk about Kazue with you. Deku pulled in a breath, Katsuki hearing it hiss between his teeth. Okay, he said, seemed to brace himself. Katsuki didn't know what the Omega was expecting. He knew he had not been expecting when the Alpha reached toward his stomach, the Omega flinching away. Katsuki paused, but Deku blinked, very suddenly seemed to realize what he was doing, and he actually smiled. It's okay, he said, taking the Alpha's hand, slowly and carefully pressed it to his stomach. His shirt was warm, the material a little rough. But under that cloth lay Deku's body, his womb, now long empty. But from there he'd made something so wonderful. It was almost incomprehensible. He'd seen both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu swell with life. Had seen the changes they went through, the hardships they endured, the sheer joy at the new bundle placed in their arms. Katsuki hadn't gotten to see that with Deku. But he couldn't imagine that it had been the same. Both Uraraka's and Yaoyorozu's pregnancies had seemed so clinical. They were PR Jin and T. They gave BRH to pups. End of story. But it couldn't have been that simple with Deku, could it? How could that lead to the overwhelming emotion swelling in Katsuki's own stomach now? He took in a breath, felt as Deku pressed a hand over his. Katsuki, are you crying? It was a stupid question. A stupid question. Of course I am, there was bite to his words, but not one with teeth. There was emotion and passion and overwhelming feeling. Katsuki found his knees were shaking slightly. Found his fingers trembled. He fought to keep his throat from swelling any further so he could speak. He's appealing, Deku. And so effing wonderful. He leaned forward, overwhelmed. Thank you. Thank you. Just thank you. The Omega shook his head. You're impossible, you know. He tilted his gaze up at the Alpha, caught his eyes. I told you not to call me that. Katsuki made a choking sound at the back of his throat, half a laugh, half a snarl. You're right. And I keep doing it. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, there was a bit of smugness to his voice. I don't expect anything more from you. You still think of me as Deku? The Alpha sniffled, shook his head. You're right. The Omega smirked. Yeah, of course I am. He pressed his hand a little more over Katsuki's. You know, you did help with this. Just a little. Katsuki shook his head. No, I didn't. The Omega hummed. Still. Couldn't have done the first part without you. He made sure to meet Katsuki's gaze again. And I don't regret it. I hope you know that. I don't regret having him. Part of Katsuki wanted to scream. Because he did regret it. He regretted doing his part then leaving them all alone. What he didn't regret was Kazue. He couldn't regret such a wonderful light in the world. So he shook his head, drew his hand away. Twisted to grasp the Omega's, drew it to his lips to embrace his knuckles. He saw the Omega's nose wrinkle slightly, but he let him go, said, Thank you, Izuku. I'll be thanking you for the rest of my days. The Omega tilted his head, smiled, maybe smirked. Yeah, well, at least you have a long time to make sure I know you mean it. Somehow, it was easy to laugh at his joke, to accept his grace, even jabbed at him as it was. So he let himself laugh, felt a small spark of hope when he heard Deku laughing with him. As he expected, Katsuki found Ida in the bigger of the two offices, the Pack Alpha hunched over the computer muttering to himself. He didn't knock, didn't otherwise announce his presence other than to lean in and say, "Put me on the schedule." Immediately, Ida sat up straight, spun around, nearly slid out of his chair. "I'm sorry. Can you say that again?" "I said put me on the schedule. Just not tomorrow morning. Have an appointment I have to keep." Ida still had his fingers curled in slightly, as if lined up on the keyboard. They twitched a little as the Alpha studied him. "And you're sure?" Katsuki growled. "Wouldn't be saying it if I wasn't, now would I? What about Midoriya? What about him? You're just going to leave him here?" Katsuki rolled his eyes back so far they hurt. "No, I'm going to bring him with me to fight villains. Of course I'm going to leave him. You're making sure there's always an Alpha at the pack house and that as many people as possible are around, didn't you?" "Well, then he'll be fine. And if he isn't, he knows how to get in contact with me. Or the police." He shrugged. "Honestly, I'd be more worried about them knocking the door down than anything else. Actually, it's funny you mention them." It was weird to have the conversation turn so quickly. From one moment to the next, Ida went from bewildered to stern and serious. He adjusted his glasses, gestured for Katsuki to come closer. Katsuki paused for only a moment before doing so, closing the door behind him. "Tsukachi contacted us 2 days ago and requested assistance from our pack for an ongoing case. He specifically wanted you on the case. Said you had pertinent information. It was maybe too much to ask. There were lots of cases that the inspector worked, lots of cases that Katsuki had information on. But the hair on the back of his neck still rose up, and when he turned to Ida, he noticed his vision tunneling in, saw it turning red around the edges. Is it the Alpha?" Ida nodded, once, sharp. "No leads on where he is yet. Just a name." The Alpha tapped a button and the computer screen flashed, and very suddenly, there he was. In his mugshot, the Alpha wasn't grinning. In fact, he was snarling deeply. But his teeth were still jagged and his hair still hung on his shoulders like thin shrouds. He still had both ears in this photo. The name at the bottom read, Ryo Yokoyama. Katsuki rolled that name around in his head, stomped it into the ground, chewed it up, and set it on fire. "I initially told them that you weren't available for any work, but if you really think you're ready, I'll contact Tsukachi and see if he can see you tomorrow." Katsuki set his teeth in a smile. A smile he hadn't felt in weeks now, but a smile he knew so very well nonetheless. What he knew less was the slow hiss that accompanied it. This smile knew jeers and shouts and screams of battle. This was a hiss of hatred and loathing and rage. "Do it," he said. Ida nodded, once, sharp. "I'll let you know what he says. But you should be prepared." It sounded quite serious when he called. Katsuki let his smile deepen, let his blood boil with the thought of chasing down the Alpha, of making him pay for what he'd done to Izuku and Kazu. Snarled and said good. In preparation for his upcoming shift, Katsuki went into his closet and pulled out his reserve gauntlets and grenades. The truth was, he hadn't been at the agency to keep up with his equipment, and while anyone could clean it up or check to make sure it was all properly functioning, they couldn't produce the actual components that made them work. Everything worked off of Katsuki's sweat. He'd learned that, even with some preservatives, that sweat was only potent for a couple of days. If he didn't wear his costume or recycle the stored sweat in his gauntlets and grenades, then they wouldn't work when he tried to use them later. The solution: reserve equipment he maintained himself stored at the pack house. Even they had been neglecting lately though, and with the possibility he'd be spending tomorrow hunting down that bestiard Yokoyama, he wanted to be ready. And that meant he needed to work up a sweat. The easiest solution was to wear his gear during his typical workout routine, though sometimes if he wasn't under any time constraints or wanted to relax, he'd just wear his gauntlets and sunbathe in the gardens at the back of the house. That day, all he wanted to do was blow something up, so he pulled on his arm wraps, gloves, and bracers, threw everything else into the carrying case, and made his way upstairs. Nobody was up there, which wasn't unusual. People tended to work out either early in the morning or late at night. Afternoon sessions were rare, even more so with so few at the pack house. But Katsuki preferred the solitude. It lent him the focus he needed, helped him wrestle through his thoughts. There were things that he didn't want to have to face. But luckily, he had something he could concentrate on as he took a quick drink of water before turning to get his gauntlets. He could think about the Alpha. What he knew. What he didn't. The threats he posed. Possible ways to incapacitate him. Things Katsuki may have noticed that he could tell the police, things that may lead to his location. Anything at all. He could carefully peel through all his thoughts about that Alpha, and burn right through the fury that always accompanied them. His gauntlets always took the longest time to fill, despite the fact that he'd long since switched from the huge, bulky gauntlets of his school years to a slimmer design, still wringing his arms, but much more manageable. Less likely to get caught on passing people or things, less likely to get in his way when he was maneuvering quickly. But still able to pack one hell of a punch. It also meant it didn't take as long to recharge, meaning he'd been able to use them more than once during particularly grueling fights. He attached his gauntlets, taking care to line everything up and make sure everything was in place. Then he stepped out to the middle of the open arena. The most important step in making sure the gauntlets were working and charging up his sweat was always to do a little demonstration. And it had been several days since he'd flexed that particular muscle. He grinned, spread his fingers wide in front of him, and screamed, "Die!" Fire and sound and force ripped through the room, had most of the equipment around him jostling, shifted in the blast. It felt good to stretch a little. Even if he could hear someone, probably Ida, screaming at him from the floor below. Ignoring that, he let off a couple smaller explosions, sliding effortlessly back into what he knew best, his quirk, his role as a hero, his place climbing the ranks as quickly as he could. Perhaps the transition was marred by the fact that he knew, in that house, just below where he stood, his very traumatized pup and once partner were there, but their presence was far outweighed by the hatred he felt for the Alpha who had hurt them. It was easy to slip back into his role as the hot-headed hero when he had something to train his fury toward. And he did so with reckless glee. He, admittedly, far exceeded the tests necessary to prove his gear was still working before he stopped, turned to work on his typical routine. It felt good to get back into what he knew best. The past couple of weeks had been hell, and it was such a wonderful rush to be pushing himself once again. He went on for half an hour, until he was hot and sweaty and breathing and his BLD was rushing through his body. He checked the levels in his gauntlets, found them good, and switched to similar, smaller gauntlets that had attachment points for his grenades before going back to his workout. 40 minutes later, he stopped, his body like jelly, his thoughts run dry, yet his fury still burning in his veins. He wanted to kill this a-hole. He wanted to make him pay. And maybe it wasn't all that heroic to be thinking that. But honestly, seeing how much he had hurt Izuku, how much the Omega was still suffering, he just didn't care. Katsuki growled, snapped the gauntlets off his wrists. He finished his workout by popping earbuds into his ears, pulling bracers over his legs and onto his knees, and getting on the treadmill. He jogged to an informational podcast on chemical interactions between different ionized elements, though he only half listened. He'd been studying such things for months now, hoping to find an interesting additive he could use to enhance certain aspects of his sweat, but he'd found this sort of chemistry to be quite a bit more complicated than what he'd learned in school. So it was slow going, especially when he was so distracted. At the end of his run, he set the podcast back and marked it for play again later. After carefully packing his gear away and attaching an explosive, flammable tag on the case, he got into a cold shower to rinse off quickly, then put everything into his room and went out into the pack house. Surprisingly, it was extremely quiet. No signs of the pups nor anyone else. A check of the clock told him that some of the pack should be returning from shift soon, if they hadn't already, and that second shift would be heading out. But that didn't explain why it was so quiet. More importantly, there wasn't any signs of Izuku or Kazu around. Growling, Katsuki made his way to the back of the house. The gardens out back were kept up by Tsu, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Shoji, and Siro mostly, though some of the other pack members had taken interest from time to time. It wasn't unusual to see Todoroki out pulling weeds while his mate watered the flowers, for example. But there was also a sitting area big enough to fit the entire pack around a fire pit that Katsuki maintained. On nice, cool nights, it wasn't unusual to find some of the pack gathered around a fire outside, enjoying the gardens. It was a bit early for such things, but Katsuki still went to check, hearing voices ringing from the patio, his heart settling as he spotted a patch of green hair amongst several of the pack. He paused for a moment upon approaching the fire pit, staring at Izuku. The Omega had freshened up significantly. Things had happened far too quickly for him to get a proper shower the previous day, nor had he been able to get one in the hospital, but it was clear he'd spent a long time in the bathroom. His hair had been pulled under control, stylized similar to how it had been as Katsuki had seen it in the Omega's memory. He was also wearing nicer clothes than the t-shirt and baggy shorts that had been his pajamas. Instead, he had on a fitted white shirt and dark breathes, along with red shoes that Katsuki had somehow missed until the very moment he saw the Omega wearing them. Most significantly, he was wearing a ragged All Might jacket that the Alpha knew well. He'd gifted that jacket to Izuku years ago. Seeing the Omega wearing it again was strange, but so very normal. Because of course Izuku would be wearing his jacket as he had for years and years. What else would he wear? It was like imagining him without his red shoes. The image was so right. Bagwo? Jiro's voice had Katsuki blinking. The Omega raised her eyebrows. You need something? You're sure staring a bit. Mina, seated across from Izuku, had a grin that Katsuki didn't care for one bit. He growled sharply, noticed that Izuku had also raised an eyebrow at him. Also noticed that the only open seat was next to the Omega. He considered the line of chairs stacked away from the fire pit, but decided it would bring more attention to everything if he deliberately went over to pull out a new chair. Still, he kept an eye on how Izuku reacted as he stomped over to the seat next to him and collapsed into it. Izuku, nursing a cup of tea, just sat and drank quietly, paying him no mind. The others gathered seemed to take much more interest than the Omega did. Mina in particular was buzzing with a certain energy that had Katsuki raising his lip toward her. Seated around the fire pit included Ida, who looked half asleep, Uraraka, also leaning heavily in her chair, probably tired from her shift, Kaminari, who was too busy texting to have even noticed that Katsuki had joined them, Jiro, also on her phone, though obviously more aware than the beta, and of course Mina, bubbling over with something not quite sinister, not quite innocent. What was distinctly missing was any sign of the pups. Kazue? Katsuki asked Izuku. The Omega let out an exhausted sigh. Napping. Finally. He fought me so strong on that. He still takes naps? Katsuki was a bit surprised. Izuku nodded. For my own sanity, we both had a nap schedule. Uraraka gasped. Do you mean you'd take a nap with him? Yup, Izuku smirked. 30-minute nap for me, probably another 30 minutes for Kazu? The other Omega groaned. Genius. Why didn't I think of that? Izuku chuckled, tilted his cup back and forth. Katsuki peered inside, saw it was probably tea from Yaoyorozu. Well, it cut into my lunch and I'd have to skip if I had an assignment due, but when I got to have it, it was blissful. And it at least gave me a little bit of time alone to get some work done. He gazed sadly into his cup, set it down very suddenly. Anyway, obviously he hasn't been on any sort of schedule recently, so he was a bit fussy with me. And he is getting a little old for naps anyway. So it might be a thing of the past soon. I didn't even think about him having a schedule. Katsuki felt a little lost as he spoke. Izuku just blinked at him. Why would you? The Alpha actually flinched. Whether Izuku meant it as a jab, Katsuki could hear the simple accusation in his voice. Because of course he wouldn't know. He hadn't been around to know. He shifted in his seat, aware of Izuku watching him. Kaminari only then decided to look up, to glance between Omega and Alpha. Yeesh. Someone get a knife to cut this tension? Seriously, you can't be a little more tactful? Jiro snorted as Katsuki growled at the beta. Let's not argue now. We're here to relax and make Midoriya feel welcome, Ida said, though Izuku watched the Alpha untrustingly. Katsuki cut off his growl with a short snort. Where's Ponytail and Icy Hot? Yaoyorozu went to get something for us to snack on. Todoroki's keeping an eye on the pups, Uraraka said. We got Kazue to agree to nap with Fumiko and Takahiro, so he's just making sure they're getting along. Plus we thought Deku might want some fresh air. Yeah, you failed to mention the gardens. Izuku looked a little smug. Oh, and you forgot to tell me where the bathrooms are. Katsuki froze, racked his brain, but he couldn't remember if he'd mentioned the bathrooms or not. Obviously he hadn't if Izuku was mentioning it. How had he missed that? He'd mentioned the Diamond Gym and forgotten the bathrooms? Seriously? The Alpha sighed. Sorry. It's fine. Uraraka pointed them out last night. But I am sad no one talked about the garden. My place is way up in the city. No such thing as a garden there. Uraraka giggled. Well, enjoy it. Sue manages everything here, so if you wanted to do some gardening, you can talk to her about it. Izuku nodded. Might be fun. But might be a little difficult with this. He held up his arm. Uraraka's face fell, as did Ida's. The pack alpha leaned forward. It was my understanding that doctors were using their quirks to help you heal. Why didn't they heal your arm as well? Oh, it was deemed non-essential. Izuku shrugged. I guess when they had to decide between healing bruised organs and a broken arm, the organs took priority. Even as the Omega spoke so nonchalantly about his injuries, there was a forced quality to his voice. As if he were making himself be so blasé about everything, forcing himself not to care as much as he did. Between the Omega's words and the hidden strain in his voice, Katsuki felt his BLD boiling all over again, and he gripped his clenched fists, noticed that Izuku glanced over at him. The Omega met his eyes and he held the gaze. Hoped Izuku understood that he was planning on hunting down this BSTRD and making him pay. After a breath, the Omega turned back to the ground. Anyway, the side effects of the prolonged use of their quirks meant that it wasn't wise for them to try to heal my arm. So I've got to heal up naturally. And even then, they say I'll probably have to do physical therapy for a while and I'll probably have scarring. Both Ida and Uraraka frowned deeply at the news, Ida crossing his arms with his lips pulled into a tight line that was the closest he usually got to snarling. I'm sorry to hear that, Uraraka said. Izuku tilted his head, smiled. I'm not. Honestly, if this is all I have to worry about then, well, he trailed off, his eyes growing distant, his hand coming up to his neck, still bandaged. Uraraka and Ida shared a look. Jiro and Kaminari looked up from their phones to watch the Omega closely. Even Mina had lost her mischievous spark from earlier. The sorrow in the air, the taste of grief, made Katsuki want to punch something. He refrained when Izuku turned back to the group, tried to smile, didn't quite manage. Maybe we should talk about something else. Of course. Mina, her spark roaring back, grinned impishly. Do you mind if I ask a question? Katsuki already didn't like where this was going and growled, but Izuku looked her up and down and took up his tea again. Go ahead. You and Bakugo were together for a long time, right? Katsuki let his growl deep. You better tread carefully, he snarled, but Izuku held up his hand. It's fine. Yeah, Katsuki and I grew up together. You don't even really know when we decided we weren't together. We just kind of always had been. It's so romantic. The beta squirmed delightedly in her chair while Kaminari smirked at the two. Well, we know it was a little more than just romantic between you two. You got Kazue after all? What part of tread carefully did you not hear? Katsuki snapped. I don't remember telling you that our past is an acceptable topic of discussion. Come on. Mina pouted. We're just curious, Katsuki. You can't blame us, really. Yeah, we knew you were with an Omega when we were in school and all this happens and suddenly he's living with us? You can't be mad that we want to know a little more. Katsuki set his teeth. Watch me. Izuku had spent quite a bit longer than what would have been considered normal hiding his mouth in his cup. Mina frowned at Katsuki, turned suddenly toward Izuku. Can't believe you fell for a hothead like Bakugo. Well, she tilted her head toward him, maybe I can. He is good looking at least. Katsuki snapped his jaw while Izuku shrugged noncommittally. Come on. Mina pressed, leaning in toward the Omega. There was a huge, conspiratorial grin on her face. You have to admit, Bakugo's hot in more than one sense, isn't he? Would you cut it out? Izuku, however, raised an eyebrow at the beta, took a sip of his tea, set the cup back onto the table. Of course Katsuki knows I think he's attractive. Like you said, we did have a pup together, after all, and I'd say physical attraction is typically a key component that leads to such an event. Mina giggled, shook her fists as if in celebration, until Izuku went on. However, let's just say, I doubt many people enjoy looking up pawn stars just for their sparkling personality. Kaminari immediately spewed water from both his nose and mouth while the rest of group sat in slack-jawed silence. Even Katsuki didn't really know what to say. Ida, in particular, was turning an alarming shade of red. That wasn't helped any when Uraraka suddenly put a finger to her lip. You know, he does have a point. Uraraka. The pack alpha lifted his hands in a useless gesture toward his mate, the Omega laughing as he did. What? Everyone needs some good eye candy. Seconded. Jiro said without looking up from her phone. Who wants cucumber sandwiches? The joyous call of Yaoyorozu behind the group had almost everyone startling, Izuku perhaps most of all. The female alpha spotted Katsuki and frowned. Katsuki, you took my seat. The alpha growled. Bring another over. It's fine, Izuku stood. I should get Kazuo up? Katsuki stood as well. I'll go with you. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. It's a one-man job. The alpha put his hands on his hips. Humor me. I need to talk to you. For a moment, the Omega just looked at him. Didn't move, didn't speak. Just watched him. Then he nodded toward the house, Katsuki following behind him, aware of his packmates' eyes on their backs. Once they were inside, Katsuki stepped beside Izuku, catching his attention. He pulled a card out from his briefs, held it between them. Don't know what the doctors have recommended for you, but I have an appointment with a psychiatrist tomorrow and I think you should consider coming. Izuku looked stunned, his mouth open but no words coming out. Katsuki offered the card again. It would be good for you and for Kazuo. A small noise of disbelief escaped the Omega's mouth as he took the card, looked it over. Immediately his jaw snapped shut, his gaze withering. He glared up at Katsuki. This is? He nodded. Same psychiatrist who showed me your memories? He bit his lip as Izuku turned to glare at the paper. She knows your situation. And it might be good for you to have someone to yell at. He paused, but the Omega didn't react. Just think about it, okay? And just so you know, I'm going out on patrol tomorrow. Izuku's glare dropped into a look of surprise, a look of uncertainty. For a moment, Katsuki paused, wondered if it was a smart idea to leave him there alone with the pack. Maybe he wasn't ready. Maybe he was moving too quickly. But if he didn't take up Tsukachi's offer, he might miss the opportunity to help them hunt down Yokoyama. Is that okay? He asked. Izuku stared up at him, looked down at Mai's card. Eventually, he handed the card back. It's your life, Katsuki. You do what you need to. Yeah, well, I'm asking you. The Omega shifted, touched his neck again. I'll at least come meet Akage. I do have some words for her. Katsuki nodded, once. Be ready to leave 8 o'clock sharp. You have your driver's license? Izuku blinked up at him. Oh. Why would I need it? We'll take the car over, but I may have to leave straight from the appointment to start my patrol. I can take the train just fine. The Alpha growled. Not on your own. Very suddenly, the Omega jolted, as if electrocuted. A sharp, intense shiver overcame him, so bad that he wrapped his arms around his middle, his gaze dropping. All right. Katsuki watched him closely, but he didn't move afterward. I'll ask someone to come with us. They can bring you back after. Izuku nodded, wrinkled his nose, still didn't look up. Not Ida or Kirishima. Fine. Katsuki snorted, smirked. Never took you to be so against authority. The Omega ducked his head slightly, didn't say anything. He looked very small, a little vulnerable. And Katsuki didn't like that at all. He growled. We'll figure it out before tomorrow. Just be ready in the morning. I'll take care of everything else. The Omega didn't move for a moment. Seemed to think and rethink everything. Then he turned away. I need to get my pup. Katsuki didn't say anything as he slipped away, though he did watch until the Omega had hurried up the staircase and out of his sight. That night, Izuku once again. 7. 8 in the living room with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. Although Todoroki was at the pack house, he didn't join them, eating at the table with the rest of the pack and his pup. In fact, all the pups were seated at the table, Kazue in his grown-up chair next to Katsuki. Izuku watched carefully as Pup and Alpha interacted. Although slightly awkward, Katsuki was very attentive to the pup, leaned a bit toward him, quick to react to any noise the pup might make. He was nervous. He was a little uncertain. But he was trying his best, and Izuku could appreciate that. It did give him the reassurance to sit back and enjoy talking with Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, who welcomed him into their conversation without blinking an eye. Right after dinner, Ida came over and handed Izuku a small package. "Here," he said as Izuku blinked at the package in confusion. "Bakugo said you lost yours in the attack. We'd like you to have this. Use it to your liking." Izuku opened the package, already knowing what it was, to reveal a new cell phone. And a new cell phone. He'd been using refurbished ones for years now, so the thought that he was the first person to hold this phone was more than a bit strange. There was also a case with the phone. It had a reinforced plastic outer case and a few softer, rubbery coverings that came in a variety of different colors, including red, blue, and familiar shades of orange and green. Izuku pressed his lips together, popped them open. "Let me guess. Mina picked up the case?" Ida blinked. "Oh well, blue is nice," Yaoyorozu said smoothly. "I like red, personally, but blue works as well," Uraraka added. While he appreciated the support, he studied the green and orange carefully, glanced again to Katsuki and Kazu. The pup had moved over to sit in the alpha's lap, Katsuki resting his chin on the pup's head. It was cute. It was natural. It was weird to say the least. In the end, he opted for the blue case and stored the others away. He spent most of the evening setting up the phone, excusing himself to go upstairs for his laptop. He'd kept a backup of his contacts on his computer, which he hooked up to the new phone and easily imported. Once his contacts were set up, his first order of business was to text Sano. "Hey, it's Izuku. New phone number. Add me." Within 2 minutes, she responded. "Call me." Smiling, Izuku tucked the phone into his pocket and went out into the hallway. During Katsuki's quick tour of the house, he'd neglected to tell Izuku about some of the more interesting parts of his new living quarters. Like the balcony that overhung the gardens from the back of the house. It was a small space, 2 chairs, a little table. But the view of the gardens below was appealing. It was a sprawling bit of green, flowers not quite in bloom, but their leaves still marking out prominent beds along the stone walkways, around the little fire pit area they'd been sitting at earlier. It was a peaceful place. A good place. A place Izuku wanted to be. The new phone felt strange and clunky in his hands still. It was significantly bigger than his old phone, though surprisingly more lightweight. Still, it didn't quite feel right as he put in to call Sano, pressing it to his ear. She picked up on the second ring. "Hello? Hey." He could almost hear her collapsing back into her chair. "Oh, thank the gods you aren't dead." A wry smile crept onto Izuku's face. "Tried my best. Do not speak. Seriously. Just," he heard her sigh, heavy, sad. "I'm so happy to hear from you. You looked awful in the hospital." "Yeah, well, I felt awful." "Ah, babe," she sighed. Then she took in a breath. It was a signal. A signal she was about to use her serious voice. The voice that always had all the pups leaning in toward her, the one that even Izuku found himself leaning forward to hear. "Listen, are you safe?" The Omega paused. "What? Are you safe? I tried to call the hospital and they said you were gone and I went by the store but Aoki said you'd left to go with some alpha. So, are you somewhere safe?" It was so like Sano to phrase it that way. He managed a laugh. "Yeah, I'm safe. It's been kind of a weird couple of days actually. Where are you?" "Well, brace yourself, but you know how I'd never tell you who Kazue's alpha was?" Sano let out maybe the most dramatic gasp Izuku had ever heard, which was really saying something considering who his pup was. "No. Wait." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm still not ready to tell you who it is, but he's, as you know, he works in a field related to law enforcement. And I always suspected he was some sort of hero. Anyway," Izuku pressed, Long story short, he found out about my situation. He offered to help me out. He's part of a pretty big pack, so I'm staying with him at their pack house. Sano was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Izuku recognized she was thinking quickly, that she was a little frozen in her thoughts. Then, her lips popped open. Izuku, you need to tell me right now. You're sure you're safe? He hasn't just taken you somewhere? He hasn't threatened to hurt you? Yes, Izuku said firmly. No matter our past, he would never physically hurt me. No matter what he may say or do, he'd never lay a hand on me, nor would he let anyone else hurt me. He knows just how powerful he is. He was always careful with me. Always. Even now. Yeah, even now. The Omega gazed out over the gardens, though they remained unchanging. He's been very accommodating. Keeps treating me like he's afraid I might break. Sano made a humming noise. Well, given everything, I think most people are treating you with kid gloves at the moment. The Omega growled. Yeah, they are. As they should be. I'm glad to hear that. Again, Izuku growled quietly. I'm not weak, Sano. Babe, seriously, nobody is calling you weak. They're saying, hey, maybe you need a moment to relax because you almost were murdered by some psychopath. Izuku opened his mouth to snap something, but his words were swallowed as something stood out amongst the trees, something that looked like jagged teeth in a ragged smile, hands with claws, BLD running down slick, black hair. A whine pulled itself from his stomach before he could stop it, Izuku immediately slamming his hand over his mouth. From the other side of the phone, Sano was quiet. She was very quiet, until Izuku gasped, until he shook. Then she sighed. Babe. Sorry. I went overboard. Izuku wanted to tell her no, it was fine, she hadn't. But he couldn't find the words to say. He kept the phone pressed to his ear, closed his eyes, but could still see a line of yellowed teeth, smiling down at him. A sudden noise had Izuku nearly leaping from his seat, had him yelping. When he spun over his shoulder, he found himself facing Katsuki. The alpha leaned halfway out the door, watching him with pinpoint eyes. Izuku knew that expression. Focused in it. He was looking for what was causing his distress. But of course, Katsuki couldn't see the line of teeth. He could only see the Omega standing there, looking ridiculous with a phone pressed to his ear and a hand still over his mouth. What's wrong? The alpha looked more than a little alarmed. Are you okay? Who is that? Sano's voice was sharp. Babe, is that who I think that is? Her voice rung out loudly, loud enough that Katsuki clearly heard it, his face twitching slightly, clearly edging toward a snarl, though he composed himself. Let me talk to him? Sano demanded. No. He swallowed. I have to go. Izuku, let me. Him. I'll text you, okay? Bye. He hung up, shoved the phone in his pocket. Almost immediately, it started ringing, Sano calling him back. He ignored it. Sorry, Katsuki. It's fine, the alpha was glaring at him, trying to piece something together. Eventually, he clicked his tongue. Babe. Immediately, Izuku snapped toward him, his mind tightening to a single thought. Seriously, that's what you're worried about? He huffed, collapsed back into his chair. She's just a friend. And I'm not saying that just to placate you. Whether it was his inflection or just Katsuki willing himself to believe the Omega, the alpha settled after a moment's pause, coming to sit next to him. Looked a little scared. Your friend do that to you? Izuku looked quickly away, back out over the garden. Willed himself not to see the teeth in the trees, shivered despite his efforts. She didn't mean to. She was just making a point. About? I don't have to answer that. You're right. And with that, the alpha fell silent, sitting back in his seat. Izuku let that silence stew, wondered just how the alpha had known at that moment that he needed someone to knock him out of his thoughts. It was strange. Katsuki had been so good at that years earlier, when they'd been together. Izuku had always chalked it up to the alpha simply being used to him and his patterns, but even after 5 years, when he needed him most, there he was. No matter what, there he was. As they sat there, in barely tolerable awkward silence, Sano's words about people not thinking he's weak even if they were treating him like he was echoed in Izuku's head as he watched the alpha. He hadn't put up a fight. Hadn't even considered it. Even the old Katsuki he'd known would have said something. He'd always known when and how to push back. But now he didn't even try. Izuku wasn't all too happy with that development. He supposed it was mostly from the situation, Katsuki simply not wanting to upset him or cause him any stress, but he knew it was also because it was awkward between them. And Izuku didn't really even know if he did or didn't want it to be awkward. Part of him ached for the old Katsuki, the one who would challenge him, the one who so very clearly loved and cared for him but still pushed him past what he thought himself capable. Part of him recognized that Katsuki simply didn't exist anymore, that he never would. And honestly, Izuku wasn't sure he'd have been able to accept that Katsuki. Not after everything that had happened. Because that part of him didn't trust the Alpha, didn't want to trust him. That part still knew the pain the Alpha had caused him. That pain that stung every time Izuku saw him. Every time he was reminded of what had happened all those years ago. But maybe it was unfair. Because maybe the same Katsuki who had hurt Izuku all those years ago was gone too. Maybe the Katsuki that sat next to him was a Katsuki he'd never known before. Maybe it was a Katsuki he wanted to get to know. Maybe he simply had to, for Kazui's sake. Because he couldn't see a world where they left the pack house and never saw him again. The Alpha was in his pup's life now. It wouldn't be fair to keep Katsuki away for his own selfish wants, not when the Alpha had done absolutely nothing to indicate he would hurt the pup. His own feelings aside, it wouldn't be fair for Kazu. No matter how much it may hurt him. He took in a breath, let it out slowly, picked at the straps on his cast. She was just trying to tell me that it's okay for people to be treating me a little differently. That even though everyone's acting like I'm so fragile I might shatter if they say something wrong, that they don't actually think I'm weak. It's just that, you know? Katsuki was very quiet. For a long moment. Then he shifted. Has anyone told you you're weak? 'Cause if they did, I'll set them straight. No, Katsuki. Nobody has said anything to me. The Alpha nodded, seemingly contented by his answer. He didn't press any further and Izuku didn't offer anything else. They just sat in silence. Until the Alpha braved, "Can I ask who that was?" Izuku considered him, then nodded. "It was Sano." Katsuki lifted his head, looking a little surprised. He seemed to search Izuku for something, though for what, he couldn't decide. "She's the woman that runs the daycare Kazu goes to, right?" Well, yes and no. Izuku let his hands fall into his lap, stared up at the clouds. Tried to figure out the exact words he wanted to use, found them strangely missing from his mind. "She's a friend of mine. We met in high school, but we really got to be good friends after graduation. She helped me with my PR agency and she was there to help with Kazu. She runs a daycare now, but you could say Kazu was the first pup who started her business." The Alpha seemed surprised, seemed to roll the new information around in his head. He cracked some of his knuckles, an old habit Izuku recognized. He knew the Alpha didn't even realize he was doing it. Didn't know she was that young. "Guess I just assumed she was an old hag or something." Izuku snorted. "She's most definitely not, but I'll make sure to tell her you said that. She'll get a kick out of it." Katsuki snarled quietly, rubbed the back of his head. Intertwined his fingers. "You'd feel more comfortable with her, and she's willing. I'd help you move in with her." For a moment, Izuku stared at the Alpha. This time, Katsuki wouldn't look back. There was something painful about his expression, but he was trying to hide it. Still, it wasn't strong for Izuku to tell he didn't like the idea, despite having suggested it himself. Slowly, the Omega leaned a little farther back into his seat. "Oh. She doesn't really have the ability to help me out as I'd need. She babysits pups all day long," Katsuki said simply. "I'd think you'd be a hell of a lot easier to deal with than them." Izuku actually felt himself laughing at that. "Thanks. But it's not that simple. She has her Alpha to help her with the pups. And he isn't my biggest fan." He gave Katsuki a wry smile in answer to his confused look. "She spent a lot of time with me during my PR agency before I found that apartment above Mr. Aoki's shop. He got jealous of me. Hasn't ever really forgiven me for all the time she spent away from him. That's shitty." Izuku shrugged. "I never said he was a good Alpha. But he's the one she chose and he's very good to her. So, I don't complain and I don't say anything. In return, he keeps his mouth shut." But he wouldn't let me stay with them at their place and Sano wouldn't be able to help me at mine. Katsuki snorted. Don't tell me he wouldn't let her stay at your place for a little while? How big of a JRK is he? It's nothing like that, although he certainly wouldn't be happy about that, Izuku shrugged. She can't get up the stairs to the apartment? Katsuki stared at him, still confused. Izuku considered whether he wanted to say more, eventually sighed. She's paraplegic. In a wheelchair? The alpha was very quiet for a long time. She's in a wheelchair? Yup. And she runs a daycare? Izuku narrowed his eyes. Something wrong with that? No, Katsuki looked mildly impressed. The pack hardly keeps up with 2 pups. How does she deal with more? Izuku considered him, eventually let himself smile. Practice. And a lot of love for what she does. Katsuki lifted a hand, shook his head. Well, I'm happy to hear you weren't completely alone. It would have been easy to turn it back on the alpha. To tell him it was without his help, no thanks to him, despite what he did, or rather didn't, do. He could have snapped or hissed or otherwise pushed the alpha away. And in some regards, that would have been easier. He sensed that Katsuki was expecting it, that he'd purposefully opened himself up to this, knowing full well Izuku may retaliate. Izuku could even see him bracing for the inevitable. Maybe it was this or maybe something else, but the Omega shrugged. Yeah. I don't know what I would have done without her. Katsuki shifted. He was very quiet. Then he cleared his throat. I'm sorry. What for? Leaving. Izuku snorted. It's way too late to apologize for that. Well then I want you to know that it was a mistake. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. You know, I get that there are things we have to say, things we probably need to talk about, but I don't want to talk about this right now. I'm tired, Katsuki. But let's talk about something else. Let's not talk about anything. Katsuki considered him. Seemed to wait for him to ask the alpha to just leave. But Izuku just stared out over the gardens, watched the horizon. Slowly the alpha settled. Put his feet up on the banister. Izuku had not known the pack alpha for long, but he knew very well if Ida saw that, he'd completely lose his mind. And Katsuki knew it too. So maybe there was some of the old Katsuki still there after all. Appealing sunset, he said. Yeah, Izuku closed his eyes. Breathed in. Smelled caramel, roasted chilies over a campfire. They all are. He let the moment linger, just a few minutes. Then, just so you know, you're sleeping in your own room tonight. And the alpha actually chuckled. Deal? Katsuki got up early, went down to get breakfast going. Something light. Because he honestly wasn't sure how that day was going to go. At 5 minutes to 8, he went up and knocked on Izuku's door. Unless you want breakfast in bed again, you better come downstairs. Once again, the small patter of feet announced Kazue's presence before the pup popped the door open. Food. Katsuki picked him up, held him to his seat, caught a glimpse of Izuku still in bed. 5 minutes, Izuku. The Omega growled as he shut the door. 15 minutes, and 1 pup fed. Later, the alpha returned and sent Kazue into the bedroom to drag his mom out of the bed. The ragged look on the Omega's face told Katsuki that he had not slept the previous night. Still, he stepped out to let him get ready for the day, going downstairs to check the office. He was surprised to find that Ida was actually still there, hunched over the computer, bags piled up under red eyes. Any word from Tsukachi? Ida actually startled at Katsuki's voice, spinning to face him. Oh, Bakugo. He took his glasses off, rubbed his eyes. What time is it? After 8, Katsuki narrowed his gaze. How long have you been in here? Ida shook his head. Never mind that. Yes, I did hear from Tsukachi. I apologize, I thought I'd told you already. He turned back to the desk, sifted through several scraps of paper before holding one out to Katsuki. He'll see you as soon as you can get to the station. Here's the address. Katsuki glanced at the note, nodded. Fine. He glared at the pack alpha. Get some sleep. You look like hell. He left before Ida could say anything else. Out in the dining room, he found a half-asleep Izuku with Kazue in his lap, the pup trying to spoon rice into the Omega's mouth. Katsuki went into the kitchen and poured a cup of coffee, putting it in front of him. 15 minutes, Izuku, he said. Izuku growled but took a huge gulp of coffee. 15 minutes later, somehow the Omega had scarfed down his breakfast, drunk his coffee, and fixed himself up. Katsuki noted him shrugging on the all-might jacket again. "We going?" he asked. Katsuki blinked, realized he'd been staring. "Just waiting for Uraraka?" Izuku glanced around for the other Omega. "Where is she?" Katsuki checked his watch. "Hopefully telling Ida to go to bed." He paused when Kazu tugged at his breathes, the pup whining while raising his arms to the alpha. When Katsuki picked him up, Izuku frowned. "You know, you really shouldn't do that. It encourages bad behaviors." Katsuki blinked at the Omega. "Do what?" Izuku gave him a dry look as Uraraka suddenly rushed down the stairs. Sorry. Are we late?" "Not if you let me drive." The Omega plucked the keys from Tauki's hand, taking advantage of the fact he was holding Kazu and was unable to stop her. "Let's go," she said cheerily. Katsuki grumbled, but followed after her, with a smirking Izuku right behind him. The address turned out to not be an office building or a hospital or any of the like. Instead, they rolled up to a squat, little, normal-looking house in the middle of a neighborhood. The only odd thing about it was a clearly hand-painted sign that said "No handouts" over a tiny garden of daikon. Both Omegas stared at the house. "Is this right?" Uraraka consulted the address, but Katsuki was already unbuckling Kazu from the back. "Yeah, this seems about right." He ignored the look the Omegas gave each other. "Come on. I'll introduce you." Kazu had also taken interest in the house, glaring at it through the window. "Kaken, what's that spooky house? Why don't you ask the old woman who lives there? Is she mean?" "Very." "Katsuki." "Oh." The pup paused to clamber out of the car, hurrying around to be at his mother's side. He grabbed onto Izuku's leg and glared at the house. "Mommy, no." "It's all right, Kazu. There's nothing scary in there." "Mommy, no." Izuku spun over his shoulder to turn a glare at Katsuki that screamed, "Fix this." Katsuki snorted. "It was just a joke, Kaz. She's not mean." That did not seem to satisfy Omega or pup, Izuku glaring at Katsuki while Kazu kept careful vigil on the front door. "Come on, firecracker." Izuku picked Kazu up, pressing him to his scent gland while releasing some of his calming scent. Kazu shuddered, but relaxed into his Omega's neck, little arms wrapped around him, eyes drooping. "Mommy," he muttered, to which Izuku hummed quietly. Beside Katsuki, Uraraka suddenly sighed. "They're so adorable. How the hell did you help make that?" Katsuki glared strong at her, but said nothing. They walked up to the front door, Izuku at the lead, though he didn't knock. Katsuki stepped next to him to knock first, watching as Kazu, now calmed, played absently with a few strands of the Omega's hair. "If you can make him calm with just your scent, why were you mad at me for whatever the hell it was I said?" The alpha growled. Izuku sighed through his nose. "If he's reliant on me to regulate his emotions, he'll never learn to do it on his own and he'll have a very strong time in school." Katsuki shut his mouth immediately. That made a lot of sense. And he should have thought of that. But he hadn't. He was still caught up in cursing himself for not thinking more critically when the Omega snorted. "Or, if, I get murdered in an alleyway." "That's not going to happen, Izuku." Katsuki turned to face him, but he pointedly stared right at the door. "I'm not going to let that happen to you." Finally, the Omega fixed him with a strong glare, something Katsuki couldn't quite understand. He was still glaring when the door opened and Mai peered out at them. She snorted. "Brought an entourage, did you?" Katsuki faced her, aware that the Omega was choosing to keep glaring at him rather than face the old woman. "Everyone, meet my Akage. But this is Izuku Midoriya, Kazu, and my pack alphas Omega, Ochako Uraraka." "Pleasure," she said dryly, then gestured them inside. "Come and sit." Katsuki waited, but Izuku didn't move, peering into the house. The alpha reached out, brushed his hand along the Omega's back. Just beneath his fingers, he swore he felt muscles unwinding, tension easing, a warmth radiating through his fingertips. Before he could think about it, Izuku shifted the pup onto his hip and went inside, Uraraka following after him. Katsuki paused to sweep the area for anything suspicious, But he was met with a normal street in a normal neighborhood. The most suspicious thing about that street was Katsuki himself, standing outside a random house, glaring down the road, framed by the "No handouts" sign. With a growl, he went into the home. Mai's home was quaint, small, homey. It looked far too normal for the older alpha Katsuki had met at the hospital. He was half expecting to walk into an office with laid-back couch, but he found the Omegas in a rather pleasant sitting room, the television silenced on some sort of crime investigation show. Neither were actually sitting, both examining the room rather closely. Mai stood in the corner, watching it all. When Katsuki appeared, her eyes jumped to him, seemed to stare into him, much as she had at the hospital. After a few seconds, those eyes turned to Izuku, looked into him just as closely. Almost immediately, the Omega seemed to still, turning slowly over his shoulder to stare at the alpha. There came a moment between them, a moment where Katsuki swore they looked like prey and predator. But he couldn't quite tell who was the wolf and who was the lamb. Despite being the Omega in the exchange, Izuku's arms were tightly wrapped around his pup, his eyes locked and wide, looking for any movement, any weakness from the alpha. Meanwhile, the elders stared into him, picked him apart, piece by piece. A short noise from Uraraka and her moving between the Omega and Alpha broke the moment. She held out her hand. "Hello. It's really nice to meet you." Likewise, Mai glanced at the other Omega, but only briefly before turning back to Izuku. "I'm glad to see you here. Last I saw, you were half dead already." Izuku hunched down slightly, drew Kazu a little closer. Realizing his Omega's discomfort, Kazu lifted his head, whined slightly. At the sound of his pup, Katsuki closed the distance between them, ran a hand along Izuku's back. The Omega startled, the tension snapping like a WHP. He let out a breath, shuddered. Refocused on Mai, his lips pulled into a determined line. Here, he shifted Kazu over to Katsuki, the alpha taking the pup. "You all right?" he asked. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I am." He took in a breath, seemed to settle into himself, his resolve steadying, his mind clearing. Then he turned to Mai. "I need to talk to you." The old alpha smirked. "I'm sure you do." She gestured around the corner. "Let's go somewhere private, shall we?" Izuku nodded, following behind her silently. They turned a corner, a door shut, and that was it. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then, Kazu whined, pressed himself into Katsuki's neck. "Mommy." "He's okay," Katsuki muttered, and Uraraka came over to rub his back and let out some of her own calming scent. "Let's sit down. I have a feeling this is going to take a while," she said. Katsuki grunted, taking a seat and setting Kazu in his lap. The pup looked around the room, seemingly searching for Izuku, though he wasn't brave enough to leave the alpha's lap. Uraraka sat next to them, trailing a hand on the pup's back, smiling when he glanced up at her. "He'll be okay," she reassured. Kazu huddled closer to Katsuki's heart. "Kaken said she's mean." "He thinks everyone is mean," Uraraka shrugged. "Don't listen to him. He's just being silly." The pup tilted his head slightly. "Does Kaken think you're mean?" "Oh, sometimes," Uraraka grinned at the alpha, who snorted. "But you're not mean." The Omega giggled. "Ah, well, thank you, Kazu. That's very sweet of you." The pup purred, seemingly contented by Uraraka's words. She shifted a little closer to him, leaned in as if to whisper a secret to him. "Don't worry. We wouldn't let anyone hurt your mom." Kazu narrowed his eyes. "Promise?" "Promise." Uraraka held out her pinky. The pup stared at her finger, pouting at it as if he wasn't at all convinced, though eventually he did curl his pinky around hers. When they parted, he stared down at his finger as if it held so much more than just a word, just a promise. He leaned against Katsuki's tea, bearing himself back into his shirt. Katsuki hugged him tightly, rested his chin in the pup's hair. Uraraka watched them, smiling. "You're doing well," she whispered. Katsuki considered her, lifted his head. "Have you seen Ida today?" "He looked like hell." "Yes. In fact, I was trying to convince him to take a break." The Omega sighed, leaned back defeatedly. "Seriously, he can be so stubborn sometimes. He lets his alpha out at the most inconvenient times. What's up with him anyway?" He's been looking more run down than usual. Uraraka's head popped up, the Omega blinking several times. You don't know? Know what? Katsuki narrowed his eyes. He wasn't used to being out of the loop when it came to the pack. He was second in command, after all. He couldn't avoid keeping up with what was happening. And it wasn't like Ida didn't track him down to tell him everything, whether he wanted to listen or not. Katsuki couldn't remember all the times he'd been cornered by the pack alpha and been forced to listen to all the tiny complaints lauded against him by the pack for stupid, insignificant things. And yet, now that he was thinking about it, Ida hadn't done that. Not for a couple of weeks now. The Omega searched Katsuki's face, sat back. Seemed to gather her words, to sift carefully through them. Then, well, he's been taking all your missed shifts for the past 10 days now. For a moment, Katsuki thought he must have heard wrong. Instead of working at his family's agency, he clarified. No, Uraraka shrugged. He's capped out on the number of hours he can legally work on the streets, so he's been doing what he can from the pack house. I finally convinced him to let me take one of your patrols just yesterday. Katsuki leaned back, tried to think over what had happened through the last 2 weeks. He'd noticed how tired the pack alpha was, obviously. He had been paying attention enough to realize Ida hadn't been in the pack house hardly at all over the last few days, but he'd never imagined that was the reason. Between working at the pack's agency, helping his brother run their family agency, and being pack alpha, Ida was always busy. He seemed to prefer it that way. But even he couldn't work 3 patrols and run the pack and raise Fumiko. And yet he tried. The alpha snapped his jaws. "Man, what's he thinking?" "He's thinking," Uraraka said, somewhat obviously, "that you're his second in command and it's his responsibility to make sure you're being cared for as well as everyone else in the pack." Katsuki growled. "He's still being an idiot. There's how many others at the agency who could have picked up the slack?" Uraraka shrugged. "You still could probably say something to him. And maybe be nice about it." The alpha responded with one more short growl, reached for his phone. He opened his messages, typed out, "You better be in bed," in all caps, sent it to Ida, then shoved his phone away before receiving a response. "See, did he call?" A satisfied smirk on the Omega's face beside him. Some time passed, enough that Katsuki started watching the clock. 10 minutes. 15. 20. As the time passed, his anxiety grew, and Kazu, too, became more restless. He shuffled back and forth between Katsuki's lap and Uraraka's, eventually even hopping off the couch to inspect parts of the room more closely, taking particular interest in what appeared to be a younger Mai with a very old woman nearly the spitting image of the alpha. As soon as a door opened though, everyone sat up, turned to face the hallway. A short noise came from around the corner just before Izuku appeared, Katsuki immediately standing upon seeing him. He was completely red-faced and wet-cheeked, eyes swelled from crying. Kazu chirped in alarm and ran to his Omega, Izuku picking him up, cradling him to his ichi. Almost at the same time, Katsuki was at their side. "Are you okay?" he asked, then Mai shuffled around the corner as well. Upon seeing the old alpha, Katsuki felt his teeth clenching, a snarl in his lips, in his throat. He only stopped when Izuku said, "Katsuki, don't." Mai faced Katsuki, unflinching as he stood still, despite the fact that he didn't let the snarl fade from his face. "It's okay, Katsuki. I'm okay." Katsuki clicked his teeth together, turned to the Omega, who was starting to settle now that he had Kazuo in his arms again. "So, next week, we'll try a full session. The pup, then you," Mai said sharply, clinically. Izuku wouldn't look at her, but he did nod. "Yeah, that's fine. If someone can bring us and sit with Kazuo." He turned the last statement to Katsuki and Uraraka. The other Omega smiled patiently. "Of course. We'll look at the schedule and figure it out. We'll make sure you're here on time." With a little sniffle and little nod, Izuku glanced at Mia and Mai at him, something passing between them. He was the first to look away. "Can you take me back now, Uraraka?" The other Omega nodded. "Of course. You'll be okay on your own, Bakugo?" The Alpha nodded, once, still watching Izuku closely. "Yeah. I'll have to stop by the agency to get my costume. Drop my gear off for me?" Uraraka brightened. "Sure. Would you maybe like to tour the agency, Deku?" The Omega attempted a smile. I'd love to, but not today. Immediately, Kazu whined. Mommy, that sounds so cool. Soon, firecracker. But not today. Uraraka giggled. That's okay. You can see the outside of it while I pop inside, Kazu. Then one day, we'll take you on a full tour. The pup pouted, but ultimately, he settled when Izuku rubbed against him. Fine, he sighed. Izuku hummed. Good pup. Let's go back to the pack house now. Maybe take a nap. No nap. Maybe nap. Mommy, the pup gave Izuku an exasperated look. No nap? Izuku chuckled, glanced to Katsuki. His smile fell away, but the alpha felt no animosity in the look. He wasn't sure what was there, but there was something in that look, something that eased him, if only in that he realized Izuku was going to be okay. I'll be back tonight, he said quietly. The Omega nodded. You better. If you leave me with Kirishima and Ida, I might punch them. I'd pay good money to see that. They'd let you do it too. Where's the fun in that? Izuku actually laughed. Kazu, however, was looking at him somewhat confused. Mommy, you can't hit people. That's not nice. You are absolutely right, firecracker. Izuku turned to Uraraka, nodded once to her, glanced one more time at Katsuki. Say goodbye to Kaken. We'll see him later. Bye Kaken. Will you make dinner tonight? I don't like it when Mina cooks. Uraraka giggled behind her hand as Katsuki smirked. Will do. Think about what you want. Soba. Sober it is. The pup chirped happily as Izuku started for the exit. Bye, Kaken. See you soon, Kazu. Katsuki raised his hand as Izuku glanced at him one more time, but he didn't say anything. Uraraka waved at them as she shut the door, and they were gone. Katsuki stared at the closed door, but he knew they weren't going to come back. So he turned over his shoulder, saw Mai standing there, still just watching. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Well, you gonna ask me how I feel about all this? Mai snorted. I don't need you to tell me it's been hell. She nodded back down the hallway. But you can come talk to me about anything you'd like. We'll start there. We'll work up to today. Katsuki growled. We can start with today. He stomped toward the back of the house, following the same path Izuku had taken not so long ago. As he passed her, Mai chuckled. I highly doubt that, young alpha. By the time Katsuki made it to the agency, he couldn't really decide what he was feeling. Relief? Sorrow? Grief? Some strange combination of it all, topped with the festering resentment he still held in his heart. Mai's words kept ringing in his ears, but the closer he got to the agency, the more those words faded and the more he heard Izuku crying and Kazu whining and that BS-dirty alpha growling. The closer he got to the agency, the more he was consumed with the hunt. He was going to find Yokoyama. He was going to make him pay. There was no other option. By the time he walked through the agency's front doors, he was snarling. So much so that as he stomped over to the elevator and the doors slid open to reveal Kirishima, the beta got about halfway through greeting him before he paused, tilting his head slightly. Katsuki walked right past him into the elevator, pressing the third floor button and holding the closed doors button until they slid shut between him and Kirishima, the beta still watching him, a bit perplexed. By the time he reached the elevator doors opened again, his snarl had turned into his trademark smirk. The third floor held the various offices of the heroes who worked there. Uraraka had texted to say she'd left his gear on his desk, so he went immediately down the hall and to his office. His case was resting right where the Omega had said she'd left it, Katsuki grabbing it and turning to leave. He was faced with Kaminari and Shino, peering in from the hallway, blocking the doorway. Katsuki immediately growled. Out of the way. Kaminari actually flinched slightly at the Alpha's command while Shinso smirked. Gladly. You're stinking up the place already. Was almost peaceful without you around. The Alpha snapped his jaws at the Omega, but he still didn't flinch. Don't push it today, eyebags. I've got somewhere to be. He pushed Shinso aside, ignoring the small noise of protest from the beta. Instead, he went back to the elevator, took it down to the basement. There was a gym and showers down there. Maybe less people as well. A good place to center himself before heading out. He was graced with a moment of quiet, the gym empty, the lockers silent, the showers dry. He ran the water as hot as he could, but didn't step under the stream, instead going to the adjacent room to retrieve his costume from his locker. Under the steam and the sweat building on his skin, he pulled himself into the familiar clothes, shirt, breathes, kneecaps, belts, boots. Each a piece he knew well. Something grounding. Something from his past, present, and future that made his body alight in fire. Something that focused his mind and sharpened his resolve. Just as easily as he slipped on his armbands and gloves and bracers, he slipped back into a role he'd held for years now. He was a young, powerful hero. Practically on top of the world. Even if in reality, the weight of that world was resting on his shoulders. He took that weight easily, having grown used to it. It was far too easy to sag back into his place in this world, to reassert the position he had carved out for himself. When he pulled on his gauntlets and his mask, he smirked again, felt so very much in a place he belonged. And with that feeling, he had a new fire, a new drive. The nameless villains he'd once faced were gone. Now he had a purpose. Something he would see to its end, no matter the result. It was with this purpose and ease that he snapped off the showers, went back upstairs, and started for the police department. The entire way, he never lost his furious smirk, his fire, his burning will. He'd used this fire to avenge Izuku and Kazu. He'd used this fire to burn the Alpha away. Then he'd use this fire to warm the Omega and Pup. It was all he knew to do. And it was everything he would achieve. Nothing was going to get in his way. Not Yokoyama, not the police, not anyone or anything. And so, he never lost his smirk. And he never let that fire burn out. As soon as Katsuki stepped into the police department, a secretary behind a plexiglass window glanced up at him under heavily massacred lashes and gestured him toward the back. The inspector is waiting for you. Third office down the hallway. You'll know it when you see it. Without acknowledging her further, he followed her instructions, shoved his way into the back room. Beyond the door revealed a room of desks crammed together, people milling this way and that, the police department in full operation. A hallway along the back of the room was Katsuki's best guess to where the offices were. Although several people stopped to stare at him, to whisper behind their palms, he ignored them all, walked with purpose and intent. Still cradling the fire he was going to use to burn through anything in his path. He was, however, slightly surprised to find that the first obstacle in that way was Detective Ito. The detective stepped out from one of the offices, nose buried in some paperwork, though his eyes snapped up, as if sensing Katsuki in front of him. Move, the Alpha growled, but Ito didn't. In fact, he smiled at the hero. Good to see you, Ground Zero. How are things going? Katsuki growled, tried to shoulder past Ito, though the detective put a hand on his arm, stopped him. Despite the friendly smile on his face, his eyes were sharp, cold. Tell me, he brought his voice low, barely carrying over the mulling murmur of all those around them. You didn't leave Midoriya alone, did you? Katsuki considered the detective. Shrugged his arm away. What do you know? Ito shook his head, his smile now gone. I'm sure the inspector will fill you in. For now, all you should know is that Midoriya shouldn't be alone. He isn't. Katsuki snapped his jaws, turned away. Not that that's any of your business. He's safe. Don't worry about him. Just worry about finding this a-hole. Before he could move away, Ito actually laughed. Oh, I'm not really on Midoriya's case anymore. It was relegated to the higher-ups pretty quickly. Katsuki turned to glare at the detective, but he just shrugged. Let's just say, we want to find this BSTRD as much as you do. He nodded toward a door down the hallway. The inspector's waiting for you. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. So maybe try smiling. Katsuki snarled as the detective chuckled and turned away. Still, his words rung in his head as he snapped toward the door. Izuku's case was in the hands of the higher-ups, huh? Something foul was going on. If they already had the Alpha's name, why hadn't they caught him yet? Why was Izuku's case of so much interest to the police? He didn't knock on Tsukachi's door before barging in. We need to talk. He snarled. Tsukachi looked up from a laptop perched on a desk far messier than Katsuki would have guessed the inspector kept. He stood, held out his hand. Good to see you, Ground Zero. Thanks for agreeing to come by. Katsuki didn't take his hand, didn't take one of the seats in front of his desk, didn't even really glance around the office, taking note only of a whiteboard covered in red and blue writing and several diagrams he couldn't decipher with just a glance. "Tell me what's going on with Izuku's case." The inspector smiled thinly, lowered his hand, took his seat again. "You know, you can come off as quite rude sometimes, but in this case, I'm happy to get right down to it." He nodded for Katsuki to sit, waiting patiently and silently until the alpha got the message and tossed himself into the chair, slouching grumpily. Tsukachi took no notice, sifting through the papers on his desk until he uncovered a file, which he handed to Katsuki. "We have reason to believe Midoriya is the only survivor so far of a serial murderer." Katsuki had flipped open the file immediately, but he hadn't had a chance to look at any of the papers before the words washed over him, before he was staring up at the inspector in stunned silence. Tsukachi waited, perhaps for him to say something, to react in any way, but when he didn't, he nodded to those papers. "It's all in there, but there's been a string of Omega attacks over the past 7 months. 8 in total, if you include Midoriya. Midoriya's is by far the most outlying of all of the attacks, which is why you're here. I wanted to get your take on things as you see it." Still reeling from the news, still unsure what to even say, Katsuki sat back, started going through the files. One by one, 8 photos slipped into his hands. 7 dead. And Izuku the last. The police must have pulled his photo from some sort of social media, because it showed the Omega cradling a much smaller Kazu to his cheek, the pup opening his mouth to reveal only a smattering of teeth. It struck Katsuki that this was the first time he was actually sitting down and examining a photo of a younger Kazu. Izuku had had a couple in his apartment, but everything had moved so quickly that he hadn't had time to really look at them. In the photo, Izuku looked happy, but tired, and Kazu seemed so very joyous, his mouth open in a squeal or a laugh. He could only imagine what that moment would have been like. The other Omega photos were much the same, the victims caught in moments of happiness or at the very least contentedness. Every single one of them save for Izuku had a second photo of them in the morgue. Although painful for more than one reason, Katsuki looked carefully through the file, aware the entire time that Tsukachi was watching him. He read up the reports on the injuries the Omegas had sustained, their causes of death, where they had been found. Many of them had been found in similar circumstance to where Katsuki had found Izuku, abandoned buildings or cramped alleyways away from prying eyes. The bodies had been dumped where they had been killed. Every one of them had been violated. What stood out most, though, was a note at the bottom of several of the reports. Refer, Case No. PD 6673. While the first 7 reports read much the same, Izuku's read quite differently. For one, he was the only male Omega of the 8. It meant that either his secondary gender was the only thing the Alpha cared about, or it pointed to his attack being separate from the others. But the injuries Izuku had sustained did mirror the other Omegas in a rather chilling way. Specifically, all of them had been beaten, with the other Omegas either dying of internal bleeding or head trauma, and they each had sustained multiple bite marks to the neck. Izuku was the only one who seemed to have been restrained, and while the other Omegas seemed to have only lasted a few hours, the police still believed he'd been held for at least a couple of days. So Tsukachi was right, there were several differences. But also some eerie similarities that couldn't be ignored. But there was still one nagging question that Katsuki had when he closed the file. What's case PD 6673? Without saying a word, Tsukachi handed him another file. When Katsuki flipped it open, his heart sank. There was a photo of Kazu in the file, along with the photos of 8 other pups. A quick skim of the file told all the story Katsuki needed to know. All of the pups were children of the murdered Omegas, and all of them, save for Kazu, were missing. Most of the information was the same for the pups, save for 2 who were highlighted. They were twins. 1 boy, 1 girl. They'd gone missing at the same time as their mother. In fact, all the pups had gone missing the same time as their mother. Much as Izuku's, Kazue's case was different, though he fell more in line with the other pups than Izuku did to the other Omegas. In fact, Katsuki could see where the police lined up Izuku's case with the other Omegas not through his own attack, but through Kazue's involvement. Because at face value, this didn't make sense. Where were the pups? Why did an alpha take them? Assumably, they, like Kazu, had been taken with their omega. But what happened after their omega was killed? Had they been killed as well? Taken somewhere? What had been done to them? And what? Each was a heavy question, made all the more uncomfortable by the fact that Katsuki could have so easily been looking at a file of 8 murdered omegas and 9 missing pups. Katsuki glared at Tsukachi from over the file. The inspector was sat back watching him. When the hero said nothing, he spoke. Here's what we know. Ryo Yokoyama was identified as the person who attacked Midoriya. Midoriya was able to pick him out of photo lineup, and I suspect you recognized him as well. Katsuki lifted his lip in a snarl. Tsukachi lifted his palm in a sort of shrugging gesture. That being said, we haven't been able to connect him to the murders. If we can verify that Midoriya's attack was connected to the others, we can call in additional resources to close the case. Katsuki growled lowly. If you know who did this, why haven't you brought him in yet? We've been looking, but he's stayed under the radar. Tsukachi rubbed his forehead tiredly. He's smart, or at least he knows how to keep a low profile. He doesn't have any property in his name, no assets, no bank accounts, nothing. So we need those extra resources to find him and bring him in before he hurts anyone else. He nodded to Katsuki. I told we'd contact you if we required anything more. Well, we need to find what connects Midoriya to these murders. And Midoriya himself is too close to the attack to pick out the smaller details we need. Katsuki growled. You don't need to talk to Izuku. I saw everything he did. Leave him out of this. At this, the inspector glanced up at him under lowered eyebrows. He's a part of this, Bakugo. You can't keep him from this forever. Eventually, we will need his testimony. But for now, he raised his hand as Katsuki growled, we can work with what you say. Fine. Katsuki closed the files and tossed them onto Tsukachi's desk. What do you need to know? Tsukachi smiled, nodded. Let me walk you through what we know. If something stands out, speak up. Katsuki rapped his knuckles against his chair impatiently as the inspector arranged the photos of the omegas in front of him. First victim worked in a heat house. One of the seedier ones. The police have raided that house more than once. So it's conceivable she met the killer either there or just from the criminal world around her. Second victim also worked in a heat house. Different one, but in the same part of town. Third victim was an SE. Fourth and fifth were unemployed, but we suspect they worked in similar fields to the others. The sixth victim is where it changes. Tsukachi pointed to the sixth photo, the omega with brushed hair and makeup in place, looking much more put together than the ones before. She had a legitimate job as a waiter at a restaurant. She was also the youngest at only 20. Seventh victim worked odd hours at a convenience store to try to support her 2 pups. Eighth victim was Midoriya. As you might know, he works as an administrative assistant and he is the only one to have a job that is off-site. As Tsukachi spoke, Katsuki tallied them all together, trying to find what pieces of what puzzle they represented. There was a clear progression as the alpha grew more confident, from easier, more vulnerable targets working in heat houses to omegas working in low-level customer service jobs. Izuku stood out because while it was conceivable that the murderer had met the other omegas before the attacks, there were very few places he could have met Izuku. Izuku fit in the progression, but Katsuki didn't know where Yokoyama could have picked him out of the crowd. The pattern of escalating attacks spoke to each of the attacks being premeditated. Izuku's attack could have almost only have been random, which was outside the pattern. He growled, snapped his jaws. What else is there? Tsukachi studied him, flipped through the file. Known similarities between victims are that they are all omegas, with Midoriya being the only male omega. They all had at least one pup, ages 2 to 5 years old. None of the pups have been known to have presented, though a couple did have registered quirks. There was both male and female pups. All of them went missing at the same time as their omega, but there's been no evidence to where they have gone or if they'd been with their omega during the murder. The exception is, of course, Kazu Midoriya, who was known to have been taken with his omega and kept nearby during the attack. A thought lined up in the information, something that had Katsuki pausing. Were they all single? Tsukachi nodded. All of them. We weren't able to confirm fathers for many of the pups, either. The inspector cut him a glance that made Katsuki's skin prickle. He knew Kazu technically fell in line with that statistic. The fathers we were able to confirm said they hadn't been in contact with the victims for at least several months. Single omegas with pups. That was the victim profile. Izuku was only different in that he was a male omega. Not an insignificant differentiator, but one that could be explained away. Primary genders didn't always have bearings on how people perceived one another. Alphas in particular were known to only care about someone's scent, their secondary gender. And male omegas were much rarer than female omegas. Especially single male omegas with pups. So maybe there was statistics coming into play. So it was still possible. Izuku still fit in the profile. Katsuki clicked his teeth together. Anything else? Tsukachi nodded, pulled out more photos. Photos of the omegas' bodies. Some of them from the crime scenes, still bloody. Even though he knew it was coming, Katsuki still wasn't quite prepared to face the photos of Izuku. Laid in his hospital bed. Wrapped in bandages. Tubes stuck all throughout his body. Even so, the marks on his body clearly mirrored the other omegas. In particular, the bite mark stuck out. Staring at those wounds, Katsuki remembered Mai's suggestion in the hospital that the alpha's quirk was related to his alpha pheromones. As Tsukachi opened his mouth to speak, Katsuki spoke over him. What's Yokoyama's quirk? The inspector paused. He never registered one. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Mai thought it could be related to enhanced alpha instincts. A slight twitch came to the inspector's face and he scribbled something in his notebook. An interesting theory. You don't remember seeing him use a quirk? The hero shook his head. Oh. And I was watching for one. Only weird thing was Izuku and Kazu falling unconscious when they were bitten. Tsukachi scratched the back of his pen along his forehead, glaring into the file. He scribbled something more. Anything else stood out to you so far? Even if he knew there wasn't, Katsuki paused to think, shook his head. Any other similarities? With a nod, Tsukachi continued, all of the omegas were taken to secluded sites where they were all violated and beaten. The alpha then abandoned the bodies, except, of course, for Midoriya. It's unclear at this time if they were all kidnapped as Midoriya was or if any of them were lured to the site of the murder willingly. Katsuki had read all this in the file, of course. But it didn't make the sting of Tsukachi's words any less painful. Katsuki growled shortly. And? The inspector sighed heavily, shook his head. That's it on the similarities. We can move on to the differences now, unless you have anything more to add. Katsuki paused to think over everything, to turn the information over in his head. But the pieces still didn't quite line up in a way that made sense, so he shook his head. These are the differences that make connecting Midoriya's case to the others strong to justify. It's important if you can clear anything up that you say something. With an impatient growl, Katsuki gestured for him to continue, the inspector holding up his hand. First difference is, of course, Midoriya's primary gender. The hero clicked his tongue. Can be explained away. Lots of alphas only care about secondary genders. True, but it is a point to consider. Tsukachi seemed to search him, though he continued on without saying anything on it. Midoriya was also the only one to be restrained to any degree. You said with makeshift rope made from the alpha's torn shirt. Katsuki set his teeth. Right? Additionally, Midoriya was held for up to 3 days while we suspect the other omegas were murdered within hours of being taken. I don't think that was planned. The alpha was reacting to the situation. Katsuki paused, took in a breath as he felt his lips twitch toward a snarl. I don't know if he intended for Midoriya to survive. Just as much as I don't think he intended to kill those omegas. It wasn't something he directly wanted. Just a result of what he actually did want. Tsukachi was quiet watching him. Which was? This time, Katsuki let himself snarl fully. You said they were all raped, didn't you? He only ever seemed interested in that, at least with Izuku. His methods were rough, to say the least. He paused, watched the detective's growing scrawl on his notepad. If it was Yokoyama, then he never directly acted to kill Izuku. He just never did anything to stop it from happening. The inspector paused, skimmed over his notes. So, why do you think Midoriya survived when the others didn't? It was a valid question. For as beat up as he had been, Izuku wasn't dead. Some of the other Omegas had much worse injuries than he had, and that had been done to them in a much shorter time frame. So what was different about Izuku? Katsuki chewed at his cheek, tried to think back to what he knew. He knew the Alpha had attacked Izuku multiple times. He knew Izuku had been badly hurt. He knew Izuku had fought like hell. He knew the Omega had actually harmed the Alpha. Twice. Defensive wounds, the words jumped out of his mouth before he knew he'd said them. For a moment, both Hero and Inspector were a little startled by the words, but Katsuki pressed forward. Did any of the other Omegas have defensive wounds? Tsukachi considered him, flipped through the file. Some broken nails. A few scratches. Nothing major. The hero nodded, growled. That's what it was. Izuku fought like hell. The others may have too, but Izuku hurt him more than the others did. Tore off an ear and nearly tore out his throat. He shook his head. My guess, Yokoyama couldn't spend as much time with Izuku as he wanted to. He had to take care of his own wounds. I do remember him having bandages on his neck and his ear. And Yokoyama only tied up Izuku after he almost tore his throat out. Understanding raced through Tsukachi's eyes, though he strangely put his pen down. It wasn't to keep him in that room. It was to keep him from fighting back. Yeah, Katsuki felt a little swell of pride, as much as he possibly could given the situation. Yokoyama tied Izuku up just to make sure he didn't kill him. Because he sure as hell tried to. Tsukachi wrinkled his nose, clicked his pen. He sighed, scribbled. Nobody should have to fight that strong for their own life or the life of their child. There was no arguing with him. He was absolutely right. There was nothing he could say, nothing that words alone could fix. So, he said nothing, waited as the inspector wrote his notes, organized his thoughts. Finally, he sat back, looked up at Katsuki. I suppose the final point is we haven't been able to nail down what happened to the pups. Right? Katsuki stared strong at the pups file. You really don't know anything about what happened to them? Tsukachi shook his head. In many cases, we didn't even realize the pups were missing. Once we started to connect some of the dots in Midoriya's case, we looked into the Omegas more and discovered the pups as well. Even the ones we were aware of, we weren't certain of the connection until the details you gave about Kazu. As the inspector spoke, Katsuki shook his head. The Alpha wasn't interested in Kazu until he tried to run away. Which is significant in and of itself. Tsukachi leaned forward. He seemed to have no interest in Kazu, not even as leverage against Midoriya. So why did he care to take him in the first place? Katsuki clicked his teeth. Clean up the trail. No one to alert someone that something's wrong. If he wanted that, he could have just killed the pup. It was the simple answer. But it still made Katsuki's BLD boil. Either ignoring or not noticing his anger, Tsukachi continued. In addition, the pups still being unaccounted for mean they were taken for a reason. We just don't know the reason. As much as he didn't want to think about it, Katsuki did. He mulled over what he knew, what he'd seen. But nothing came to mind. No magical answer. Nothing that explained any of this madness. He snapped his jaws, glared strong at Tsukachi. Don't think I can help you with that. Kazu hasn't said anything and I can't think of anything significant. Only that Yokoyama was very interested in Izuku until Kazu acted up. Then he would focus on him, on trying to control him. The one time he lost focus is the time Kazu got away and found Kirishima and me, but he was still chasing the pup from what I can tell. Maybe up until he saw us. He left Midoriya to chase down Kazu, Tsukachi repeated. Yeah, Katsuki growled. You have an idea? More like a bad feeling, the inspector sat back. There's one more thing you should know. While Katsuki narrowed his eyes, the inspector rifled through some of the papers on his desk. We haven't been able to locate Yokoyama, but we were able to confirm he visited a single store out in the city. Something like stone, something like dread, sunk into Katsuki's stomach. His mind told him what he thought couldn't be truth, that he was just jumping to conclusions. Somehow, he knew he wasn't. He watched as Tsukachi pulled out a photo, turned it to lay in front of Katsuki. The hero only needed a glance to know what it was. Yokoyama, standing in the middle of a small but neat convenience store, speaking to a small, wrinkled old man. The alpha who had nearly killed Izuku, standing in Aoki's store, just below the Omega's apartment. The worst part, Katsuki glanced at the timestamp on the photo, realized the alpha had been at the store only hours after he and Izuku had been by the Omega's apartment. Only a few hours had separated Katsuki getting his hands on that BSTRD. Only hours separated Izuku having to face that BSTRD again. The thought of Izuku being anywhere near Yokoyama made Katsuki's hands shake, even knowing he had been right with the Omega the entire time. And it was proof. Proof that the Alpha knew exactly where the Omega lived. There wasn't enough karma or luck in the universe to convince Katsuki that this was anything but deliberate. Yokoyama had come to Aoki's store looking for Izuku. The apartment, Katsuki snarled. Did he get inside? Tsukachi shook his head. Oh. There's a camera outside the store where we could see him. He noticed the staircase, but didn't go up it. However, as I'm sure you've realized, that does mean that while he's out in the city, Midoriya's apartment is no longer safe. Something cold shot all along Katsuki's body. Because he'd been trying to tell Izuku that it was okay if he wanted to go home, if he wanted to be with someone else. That the Omega could have so easily been in that apartment when Yokoyama had come looking for him. And also that, under no circumstance, could he allow Izuku or Kazu back to that apartment. Not alone. Not while Yokoyama was still out there. Their fears had been right. The Omega was still in danger. And he wouldn't truly be safe until Yokoyama was locked up. How am I going to tell Izuku? It was the part of his job that Katsuki had never really been good at. Interacting with victims. Giving bad news. Luckily, heroes weren't often in the position to be giving any news, but on occasion it did happen. On those few occasions, Katsuki did his best to make sure someone else was the bearer of said bad news, because he'd never really figured out how to do it right. This news, however, had to come from him. Izuku had to understand that he wasn't safe outside of the pack house. That it might be even after when his arm was healed before he could go safely home. Figuring out how to tell the Omega that without sounding like he was trying to keep him in the pack house for his own selfish wants was going to be tough. But Izuku had to know. This wasn't something he could keep from the Omega. That wouldn't be right. He let out a short growl when the inspector tilted his head toward him, waiting for an answer. Izuku and Kazu are staying with my pack for now. They'll be safe there. We'll make sure they keep safe until Yokoyama is caught. Tsukachi nodded, once. I don't think I have to explain to you how important Midoriya's safety is. Katsuki lifted his lip in a snarl at the suggestion, though the inspector just chuckled. And with that, that's all we have right now. Is there anything else you can think of? No, but I do have something to say. Katsuki leaned forward, catching Tsukachi's attention. You've briefed me on this case. I have a stake in it. You clearly need more manpower. So, he let his snarl deepen, felt his palms tingling. You better let me help you on this case. Let me help you track this a-hole down. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow at him. It's because of your personal stake that I don't feel comfortable having you be a full-time member of the team. That being said, he paused, ran a thumb over his lips. Katsuki kept very still, glaring at the inspector, ready to protest if necessary. However, Tsukachi met his gaze, held his glare. You're right, we do need the manpower. So I will be requesting continued support from your agency. Your role will be limited, but I can't say no to help in finding Yokoyama, not with him being such a threat. So you'll be hearing from us. Katsuki felt his snarl spill over into a smirk of furious glee, which was cut off suddenly with a sharp word from the inspector. However, I expect you to be on your best behavior for this case. There's too much at stake for you to lose your temper and ruin this for us. He matched Katsuki's glare with one of his own. You will act to my standards, or you won't be invited to participate. You don't have to worry about that. The inspector seemed a little surprised as Katsuki sat back, let his glare soften, his snarl fall away, dropping into something determined, something steadfast. Something that very clearly understood the importance of this moment. I'll do anything to see Yokoyama pay for what he did. But I'm not eager to have my hero license stripped. I still have to reach the #1 rank, after all. Can't do that as a vigilante. Tsukachi studied him, shook his head, a smile loosening his lips. At least you're honest, if nothing else. He held out his hand. Glad to work with you, Ground Zero. It was with a great smirk that Katsuki took his hand. I don't take orders often. So you better take advantage while you have it. Tsukachi nodded. I can work with that. Stepping from the quiet, if not calm, air of the inspector's office into the madhouse of the rest of the department was only slightly jarring. Mostly, Katsuki was focused on what he'd been told, what he now knew, what he knew he had to do next. His first priority was to return to the pack house and check in on Izuku and Kazu. He would never admit it out loud, but seeing Yokoyama in Aoki's shop had shivers crawling up and down his spine. He just wanted to see the Omega and pup. Make sure they were okay. Warn Izuku not to leave the house without someone with him. Because if Yokoyama had found his apartment, who was to say whether he could track Izuku down to the pack house as well? Even if the Alpha figured out that was where he was living, he'd never get the chance to hurt either Izuku or Kazu while they were in the house. And that was perhaps the one thing that kept Katsuki from rushing back to the Omega and pup and refusing to leave their side again. As it was, he barely had enough time to go see Izuku before he had to go on patrol with Kirishima for a couple of hours, but he could sacrifice some downtime before patrol to see Izuku, to just reassure himself everything was okay and would be okay. As focused as he was, he almost missed when someone called out to him, until they stepped right into his path. Detective Ito was starting to become a pain in his butt and Katsuki let him know with a deep snarl. Ito didn't even seem to notice. Glad I caught you before you left, he said. I'm not. Get out of the way. Ito held up his hand even as Katsuki tried to move past him. Listen. I know you must be worried about Midoriya, but don't. I told you I'm going to find Yokoyama and I intend to keep my word. There were so many other things Katsuki would have preferred to be doing rather than listening to him talk. Somehow, he just kept getting in the way. Clearly, something kept him standing there and honestly, Katsuki was getting sick of it. I never asked for your... Do what? Are you still doing here? I'm a police detective, Ito shrugged. It's my job. Katsuki snapped his jaw, settled on a growl. You're the one who said you're off this case. So why are you so persistent? Ito chuckled, seemed a little nervous. Well, I'm kind of the hero liaison for the department. It's my duty to keep good relations with all the heroes we interact with. And you are particularly prickly, so it takes a lot of work. You want my trust? My cooperation? Don't bullshit me. He shoved his face into Ito's, the detective leaning slightly away for the first time. You have something to say to me, just say it already. All right. Ito threw his hands up in surrender, leaning onto the corner of a nearby desk, tried so strong to look unruffled. Katsuki saw through it all and it just made him want to snarl all the more. The truth is, I'm a bit of hero fan myself. Wanted to be a hero actually, but, well, he shrugged, detective's not that bad, all things considered. Who isn't a hero fan nowadays? Katsuki growled. You couldn't cut it, you shouldn't have been a hero. Hey now, Ito laughed, but there came a sour note to his voice, a strong line that Katsuki was eager to smash. I did study to be a hero for a while. Got into a real hero program and everything. It may not have been UA, but it was respectable enough. You didn't make the cut? Katsuki repeated. Ito shrugged. Oh. No, I didn't. But that doesn't mean I'm not worthy of trying to help others. I'm okay with taking a back seat. His eyes flicked up to Katsuki, tilted toward him with judgment. Would you be okay with that? It was a sore point. One that Katsuki wasn't too happy the detective had found so easily. He snapped his jaws, turned away. You want to help find Yokoyama? Fine. I won't stop people from trying to track down that BSTRD. But don't get in my way. He stormed past Ito, didn't look back. He did, however, hear when the detective chuckled, Yes, sir, Mr. Ground Zero. Once upon a time, Katsuki would have turned to snarl at the sarcastic tone. In that moment, all that mattered was getting to the pack house, getting to Izuku and Kazu, making sure they were safe. Nothing else could ever matter as much as that. Not ever again. It was, maybe for the first time in a long time, a breath of fresh air, a wonderful moment of peace, an instant calming feeling, to step over the property line and up to the pack house. Since he was going back out on patrol, Katsuki hadn't changed out of any of his gear. It was the third time ever he'd been in the pack house in his costume in just as many weeks. But honestly, he didn't care. He needed to see Kazu. He needed to see Izuku. He needed to know they were okay. So he stomped into the pack house, raised his nose to try to pick up on the Omega's scent. At first, he didn't smell anything save for the muddled scent of the pack. But then newer, fresher smells met his senses. Cinnamon, summer nights, pine trees swaying in the wind. The strongest was Kazue's scent, so he followed it, realized he tasted apple nestled in the cinnamon. He found Kazu in the kitchen laying in front of the oven, his legs kicking up in the air. Leaned against the counter nearby with a sleeping Takahiro on her seat, Yaoyorozu looked up as Katsuki entered the room. "Oh, Bakugo! We weren't expecting you home so soon." Her voice was overridden by an excited chirp from Kazu, who leaped up and glomped onto his alpha's leg. Kaken. Welcome back." Katsuki ruffled his hair. "I can't stay long just came to say hello." "Hello." The pup grinned. "Takahiro and Yamomo and I are making an apple pie." "I've never made an apple pie before." "That's what the smell is." Katsuki rumbled out a low growl. "Her pies are pretty good. She promised me it's super yummy." Katsuki shrugged. "Save some room for soba tonight." Kazu chirped happily again. "Just soba." Katsuki watched as the pup turned back to the oven, plopping in front of it again. When he glanced up, he saw Yaoyorozu watching the pup fondly. The scene in that kitchen was a far cry from the day the pup had run sobbing away from the female alpha. It was so much progress. Something he wanted to celebrate. But he didn't have time to do much more than to just appreciate the moment. Yaoyorozu giggled, pulling Katsuki's attention. "You look happy, Bakugo." The alpha paused, wrinkled his nose. "Don't fill him up on sweets?" "It's for after dinner," Yaoyorozu said matter-of-factly, which earned a yip of protest from Kazu. As the female alpha laughed again, but Katsuki leaned toward her. "Where's Izuku?" She nodded upstairs. "Taking a nap." "In his room?" Katsuki had already turned toward the staircase when Yaoyorozu shook her head. "Pack room, actually." Surprise stopped Katsuki, had him turning to look at her, but she was focused on Kazu, the pup demanding a taste of the pie before dinner. Biting down on a growl, the alpha made his way to the staircase. At the top, he paused outside the pack room, leaned in to see if he could hear anything. Then he knocked at the door. "Izuku? You in there?" He paused. Didn't hear anything. Slowly, he opened the door, peered inside. Izuku was curled up at the edge of the large nest, burrowed into the cushions and blankets. Almost as if he were curled up in his own nest. The sight puzzled Katsuki. Izuku wasn't part of the pack. He'd clearly said he didn't want to be in the pack. So why was he sleeping in the one place that smelled the strongest of the pack? Slowly, he approached the sleeping Omega, reached a hand toward him. "Izuku!" At his touch, Izuku tensed, his eyes flying open, pupils reduced to slits. Katsuki immediately backed away, knocking full well the Omega was on the verge of lashing out. "Izuku," he said softly, letting off more of his scent, hoping if nothing else the Omega would recognize him. "It's okay, it's just me." Izuku's eyes locked onto Katsuki. Blinked again. Each time he did, his pupils dilated a little more and he relaxed, eventually lifting himself up. "Katsuki?" He muttered. "Yeah, it's me." Katsuki crouched next to him. The Omega rubbed at his eyes. "What time is it? Can't be that late already, is it?" "It's not. I just came home for a moment." He paused as Izuku mumbled something incoherent. "Wake up some more. I need to talk to you." "Just say it." Izuku sighed, laid himself back down. Katsuki could only imagine what the Omega thought he had to say. "It's important. Wake yourself up. Then come talk to me." As Katsuki stood, Izuku lifted himself up to watch him, a curious if not subdued expression on his face. The alpha stepped out of the room, but didn't go far, leaning against the wall nearby. He didn't have to wait long for Izuku to emerge, running his fingers through his unruly hair. He paused as Katsuki pushed off the wall and nodded down the hall. "We should talk private." "Your room okay?" Izuku looked him up and down, clearly noting the costume. Then he nodded, led the way. The rest of the pack house was thankfully quiet, Katsuki not very sure who was there and who was out on patrol or at the agency. Not that it mattered much. It was just important they have a quiet moment. Down the hall, Izuku opened his bedroom door, nodded his permission before Katsuki stepped inside. The room hadn't changed much. Still largely decked out in hero merchandise, though Izuku had clearly organized some of it to make room for some of his stuff. What stuck out most though was the empty bed, Kazue's nest missing. Though perhaps it made sense that the pup would share a nest with his Omega. Katsuki glanced over to the closet, but the door was shut. Well, what's going on? Despite having just been sleeping, Izuku sounded wide awake. Perhaps a skill he'd picked up as a single mom. Not something Katsuki had time to think about. He turned, focused on the Omega. Reached out to take his hand. Was grateful and happy when Izuku didn't pull away. There's no way to say this nicely, so I'll just say it. He paused. Looked Izuku straight in the eye. Ryo Yokoyama, the alpha that attacked you? Izuku tensed, started squirming, but Katsuki tightened his grip. The police haven't been able to find him, but he was seen at Aoki's store. The Omega didn't react. He didn't even blink. The first thing he was to let his jaw drop. Is Mr. Aoki okay? Katsuki nodded. He wasn't hurt. It was during store hours, so there were other customers in the store. But that does mean that your apartment really isn't safe for you or Kazue right now. Not until we find him. And Izuku, please listen to me. The Omega's eyes had dropped, but Katsuki lifted his chin, a gentle touch to his face. I will find him. I will find him and stop him and make sure he never hurts you again. But until I do, you and Kazue can't go back there. Izuku stared past him, into some horrifying past, a thought, a memory, but eventually he faced Katsuki. Took the alpha's hand to pull it away from his face, though he kept hold. He swallowed, shook his head. Understand? Katsuki studied him, tried to glean some understanding in his words, his tone, his face. He didn't know everything, but he could clearly see the Omega struggling with something. Izuku, I'm so sorry. The Omega focused on him, gave a little smirk. What for? That this is happening. That we haven't been able to find him. You're trying. And I know you are. Izuku let go of his hand, rubbed his arm, played with the straps on his cast. I know Kazue and I are safe here. We won't go back until we know it's safe there too. Just promise me you won't go alone. Izuku barked out a dry laugh. Yeah, I'll promise that. Just promise me you won't get yourself killed trying to find and stop him. Ha! Katsuki smirked. BSTRD like that can't kill me, no matter what he might try. Again, Izuku laughed, a little more genuinely. But his smile faded quickly away, his fingers tugging at his cast. Katsuki watched him, then, on a whim, reached out to take that hand, to stop him from playing with the cast. Pulled his hand up, embraced the Omega's knuckles. Izuku snorted. Why do you keep doing that, Katsuki? Because I missed you. He tilted his head slightly. And because you're appealing and you should know that? The Omega's smirk fell away, tripping into uncertainty and worry. Seeing that, Katsuki lowered his hand, let him go. Just relax, please. Heal up. Get better. Let me handle that BSTD and don't worry about that. He paused as Izuku nodded over and over again. You sleeping well? Yeah, fine. You look tired. He shook his head. It's a side effect of one of the doctor's quirks. Low energy for up to 2 weeks. Katsuki lowered his brows. You sure you're okay? Yes, Katsuki. Izuku shook his head. Paused as a familiar silence stretched between them. Reached out to run his fingers along the alpha's gauntlets. Like the modifications? Katsuki lifted his hand, stared at the gauntlet. Remind me sometime, I'll show you how they work. Okay. Izuku shifted from one foot to the other, falling back into the silence. Katsuki took it for what it was, the Omega searching for a way out of the conversation. I have to get back to the agency. I'll be back to make dinner later tonight. As he stepped to the door, Izuku followed, humming thoughtfully. Kazue keeps talking about your soba. Apparently he's a big fan. Oh yeah? Well good. The Alpha and Omega paused in the hallway as Ida's door opened suddenly and the pack Alpha yawned his way out into the hallway. He blinked blearily at the two, Then his eyes widened. Bakugo! You know there's no hero costumes in the pack house. Katsuki growled, but he stopped when he heard Izuku chuckle beside him, paused to listen, to hear such a wonderful sound. Even if it meant he did have to listen to Ida begin lecturing him on the importance of keeping the integrity of the pack house's home rules. It was a normal day. It should have been a normal day. A day like any other. A day of fighting and fighting and fighting and… But somehow it was different. He could feel it. Somewhere deep within him. He knew it, the moment he flew in from the side, breaking through a wall of howling wind and crumbling debris, confronting the villain at its heart as the tornado tore apart the city. He knew it the moment he broke through that cloud of debris to face a girl, no older than any of the school kids on their way to school right at that moment. He knew from the horrified, terrified look on her face. He knew from the way she looked at him and he looked at her. That day should have been a normal day. But it wasn't going to be. He landed several feet away from her, digging in his heels against the wind to keep to his feet. Opposite him, the girl stood still and unmoved, as if the wind dared not touch her. "Oi," he growled, and she flinched back. "Just what do you think you're doing?" The girl took in a ragged breath, pressed a hand to her face. "I don't know. I didn't mean to. This isn't supposed to be." She gasped and shuddered and took a step away from him. Stay back. Stay away from me." Katsuki growled, sunk low into his stance. "Stop wrecking the place and this won't have to get any nastier." The girl took another step back, shook and shivered, stumbled when Katsuki approached. "Stay away. Stop your own personal tornado and we'll talk." "I can't." The girl let out a sob that had Katsuki pausing. He knew lies. He'd been lied to so often by criminals trying to get out of a beating. And this girl, she didn't sound like she was lying. "Why not?" he growled. The girl shook her head, looked around in awe and horror at the swirl of wind and broken bits of concrete, street signs, other parts of the road. She raised her other hand, pressed it to her head. But just do it already. Stop using your quirk." Katsuki stepped forward and the girl screamed and the tornado whipped around in a fury, dragging at the hero's limbs, threatening to toss him into the storm and break him apart piece by piece. The girl, however, didn't seem to notice, her scream turning into a desperate shriek that rose over the roar of the wind. "I don't have a quirk." And again, Katsuki actually believed her. But if she didn't have a quirk, then what was happening? Who was conjuring the tornado? He looked for the source, but it was almost impossible to see with everything flying through the air around them. Everyone had been busy running away when he'd arrived and he hadn't noticed anyone lingering. So, who was it? But of course, there was only one answer. Katsuki turned back to the girl, snapped his jaw. "You're a late bloomer, and one with a powerful quirk." It didn't make the situation any more manageable with this knowledge. Most quirk users had years to gain control of their abilities before they spun out of control like this, and there was no one quick, easy way to stop someone on a rampage. The best he could do in that moment? Damage control. And maybe try to calm her down. Though he doubted he was the right person for that job. Still, he did set his teeth and say, "If you want this to stop, you need to calm down." The girl stared unbelieving at him. Quirks are supposed to be a part of who you are. If you're freaking out, your quirk will react to that stress. So just sit down and take a FNG breath or something. He turned toward the tornado, squinted into the spinning debris. "Meanwhile, cover your head. I need to start getting rid of some of this mess." "What are you?" She didn't get to finish her question before Katsuki focused in on a particularly large piece of concrete and shot an explosive round at it. The concrete blew itself into dust and the girl screamed, covering her head. "I said calm down. You want to destroy the entire city or something?" The girl just sunk to her knees and sobbed. Katsuki growled, tried to focus on the debris. He could destroy some of it, but ultimately he knew he wasn't going to be able to get anywhere with it. The girl would just keep tearing up the street with her freaky tornado of destruction. And the more upset she was becoming, the stronger the winds were getting, the more even Katsuki was starting to struggle to keep his feet on the ground. He was still trying to formulate a plan when just beyond the shrieking of the wind, he swore he heard someone screaming, and something shot through the wall of wind and debris to skid to a halt next to him. Kirishima, his skin hardened to withstand the impact of the debris, grinned up at Katsuki. "Hey man. How's it going? You stood me up like 3 weeks ago, you know?" Katsuki snapped his jaws. "Not the time." He nodded to the girl, who was staring at Kirishima with slightly less distrust than before. "She's lost control of her quirk. I need to start getting some of the more dangerous stuff out of the air. Cover her and maybe get her to calm the F down some." "You got it." Kirishima rushed over to the girl, covering her with his body while smiling and speaking to her quietly but calmly. Meanwhile, Katsuki refocused on the swirl of debris in the air. There was so much that the sky had practically gone dark. There was no way to tell just how much damage had been done nor how big the tornado had gotten, if anyone had been hurt, if anyone was trapped. The storm obscured everything. They needed to get it under control and fast. There was really only one way to do that efficiently. As much as Kirishima was going to be better at calming the girl down than Katsuki ever would be, he wasn't convinced that was going to do the trick. At this point, the tornado had taken on a life of its own. The girl was conduit, but the storm had a will, almost a sentience. Katsuki could feel its malice in the pulsing, tearing winds, hear its deep, furious howling quivering in his bones. He needed to do something before it got any more dangerous. There was really only one solution. He glanced over his shoulder, saw that 1, Kirishima was indeed protecting the girl, and 2, that he was completely distracted by both talking to her and keeping her safe. His attention was fully away from Katsuki. Which was good. Because no doubt if he realized what Katsuki was about to do, he'd have something to say about it. It was without much thought that Katsuki faced his palms toward the ground and shot himself up into the air. He had long grown accustomed to flying around using his explosions. Even in winds this strong, he knew how to angle himself to get to the right position, carefully maneuvering into the storm until he found himself floating at its heart, just above the girl and Kirishima, right where the winds seemed to converge and spin wildly. The roaring was louder here. Katsuki wouldn't have been able to hear himself think. That is, he was thinking. Which he didn't really allow himself to do. Because, as he opened his palms wide, he didn't really want to think. Not anymore. Everyone had a limit. Katsuki had always known his. He'd always known that he could so easily push over those limits. It was strong to tell exactly how big the explosion was. Being at its heart, all Katsuki was aware of was searing heat and sound so loud he heard nothing at all, and a wave that rolled through his body seemed to linger at his heart and lungs. The air around him vibrated. The storm gave a horrendous shriek. Somewhere, at the back of his mind, Katsuki was aware that his fingers ached and his arms felt like jelly. Aware that he hadn't even bothered to try to counteract this explosion. That the force of the explosion was throwing him back down to the concrete below. Somewhere, at the back of his mind, he knew all of this. But he found he just couldn't bring himself to care. He hit the ground with an equal force to what he had expelled out into the air. As the storm blew itself apart from the inside, the winds rushing outward as if released from a container, Katsuki felt his body smash into the ground, felt bones shifting, his muscles zinging with pain. So much so that his brain seemed to short-circuit, that he was aware of a deep, piercing agony, of the fact that his lungs couldn't seem to pull in any air, but he couldn't quite make the connections that the pain was his own. When he tried to move, his body revolted, Katsuki feeling bile rise up his throat. When he opened his eyes, it was to sunlight, but only briefly. Then, someone was leaned over him, calling his name. His hero name at first, though that was quickly abandoned. It took a little bit of wrestling with his body, his mind, his will to listen, but he finally realized that it was Kirishima leaned over him, the beta nearly snarling in fury. "You idiot! What were you thinking? You know better. I know you know better." Katsuki took in a breath, felt his teeth shifting in ways it probably shouldn't. Couldn't care enough to feel the pain. "The big girl? She's fine. But you have to lay still, you hear me? You hit the ground strong and you need an ambulance." Katsuki tried to look for the girl, but he couldn't see past Kirishima. He couldn't hear her crying anymore, so he closed his eyes. "Just go." "What?" "Just leave me here." Maybe it was an odd request. Maybe it was futile. Maybe it went against everything he'd thought about himself. But maybe it was what he really wanted. Kirishima was quiet. For a long time. So long, Katsuki thought he might have actually listened to his request. Then he felt a flick at his forehead. You idiot. Don't move, all right? Your back's probably a mess. I'll make sure you're taken care of, all right? We'll get you some help. I don't want it. What, my help? He could almost hear that stupid grin in the beta's voice. Sorry, Bakugo, but I'm not going to just leave you here. What kind of man would that make me? We've already been through this. The beta laughed quietly, shifted. Katsuki was too tired to open his eyes to see what he was doing. Yeah, I know. I let you push me away last time. That's not going to happen again. You're stuck with me now, Bakugo. You better get used to me. Katsuki set his teeth in a snarl that very suddenly cut off into a whine when he tried to raise his arms only for them to scream in pain. Kirishima put a hand on his issy, kept him pushed down. I said don't move. You're hurt and we need to get you to the hospital. Just leave me alone. That's not going to happen. He could almost hear the smile in his voice. Just let me handle it, all right? For once, just let someone else have your back. Literally, because seriously, I'm really worried you might be really hurt. Katsuki let out a snarl, a warning to stay away. It was enough that Kirishima paused. That the beta part of him was no doubt scared of the alpha in Katsuki. But it didn't make him go away. In fact, Katsuki felt the beta's hand brush over his face, pull his mask away, gently lay over his eyes. Just rest, okay? I'll take care of things here. You just hang on a little longer. Maybe it would have been better for him to fight. But he was tired of fighting. He was tired. So he lay there, as Kirishima comforted the girl and directed the emergency personnel who eventually showed up. Katsuki listened to it all play out, but he never once opened his eyes. Paramedics took one look at him and immediately called ahead to the hospital to schedule an emergency surgery. Katsuki barely had time to comprehend that he was going under the knife and what for before he was anesthetized for the operation. When he woke, it was to searing pain in both his arms and his back, so much so that he growled and snapped and snarled at everyone who dared get near him. His one exception was Kirishima, who stayed by him, having left only briefly during his surgery to change out of his hero costume. His injuries were not to be taken lightly. Torn tendons and ligaments in his hands and arms, shoulders torn out of alignment, several broken ribs, a concussion, and, most severely, a broken back. The list was long and severe enough that Katsuki listened, but he didn't feel like it was real. Because there was no way this was what he'd done to himself. There was no way he'd done this and survived. It all had to be a joke, right? Kirishima, however, listened closely as the doctors explained everything, from his injuries to his treatments and his prognosis. The good news was there didn't seem to be any nerve damage and Katsuki still retained feeling and movement in all his limbs, even if his right leg was a little prickly sometimes. The bad news was even with the help of healing quirks, it was going to take him weeks to heal and he may have lingering pain for the rest of his life. The doctors also delivered the news that he was being upheld as a great hero for saving the life of the girl and for stopping the growing storm before it could kill anyone. They called it his greatest achievement yet. The irony of it all made Katsuki want to hurl. Once the news had been delivered, once Katsuki had an understanding of everything that had happened, Kirishima pulled out his phone and stood. I need to make a call. I'll be right back. If he could have moved, Katsuki would have considered leaving while the beta was away. However, his back still hurt like hell and he was definitely not in any condition to even try to move from the bed, no matter how much he wanted to. So he laid back and tried to find a comfortable position, though that was difficult to say the least. When the beta returned, Katsuki glared at him. What was that about? Kirishima shook his head. Just letting my pack know I won't be home very much for the next few weeks. The alpha snapped his jaws. You're not coming home with me. Kirishima crossed his arms. Come on, man. I know you don't have anyone else to help you out and you can't do this alone. No way I'm letting you anywhere near my place again. The beta narrowed his eyes. It was as close to a glare as Katsuki had ever seen the beta give. Bakugo, you do get how serious this is, right? Katsuki snapped his jaws, but Kirishima continued, you could have been killed. Hell, you were nearly paralyzed. Do you really not care anymore? What happened to being the #1 hero? What happened to always winning the fight and being the best there is? You drop out of the top 10 rank and what? You just give up? He paused, but Katsuki refused to speak. Seriously, man, what's gotten into you? Where's your fight gone? There weren't words to answer that question. None that Katsuki could quite grasp. So he grasped for something he'd said before, reaching for familiar habits and motions he'd been through so many times before, growling shortly. I don't need your help. Then tell me your plan. You're going to need help walking for the next few weeks. If you fall, there's no way you're going to be able to get back up on your own. You just planning on going home and rotting away? Shut up. Katsuki snarled and snapped his jaws, saw his vision tunneling red around the edges. Don't you dare talk down to me. I'm not. I'm just trying to get you to see sense. Seriously, you weren't even this bad when we were in school. What's gotten into you? Nothing. You're just pissing me off. If you really want to help, then leave me alone already. Is that what you want? To just be alone so you don't have to feel so bad as you slowly kill yourself? It was a clear challenge, the beta refusing to back down to Katsuki. A challenge that could not be ignored. Every instinct in his body howled for him to act, to snap forward, to put the beta in his place. Before he really could stop himself, he did try to leap forward, a snarl in his voice that quickly crumbled, not a howl of agony. His back rippled in ways he knew it shouldn't, a white-hot agony searing down his middle and radiating out into his fingertips. He collapsed backward, choked on bile, his entire body rebelling. It was quelled slightly by a sturdy hand on his shoulder, the beta sent washing over him as Kirishima leaned forward, calling his name. He looked up, but his vision was a pinpoint, overwhelmed by the color red. The pain faded slowly, just as slowly as the world came back to itself. In so much time, Katsuki was aware of people passing in and out of the room, but there was a constant streak of red at his side. When he finally blinked open his eyes, through a line of dried salt and grime, he saw Kirishima sitting there, his head tilted to the side, fast asleep. Katsuki watched him, wrestled with the idea of him still being there, of himself being stuck in that demon bed. He bit the inside of his cheek, set his teeth against the swelling in his throat. Okay, he snarled at the sleeping beta, fine. I'll let you help me. Just this once. With the help of some rather impressive doctors and nearly round-the-clock care, in 2 weeks Katsuki was back on his feet and ready to go home. His arms and hands were nearly fully healed, though they both remained in irritating bracers. His back hurt off and on and was incredibly stiff from how much he'd been laying in bed, but his prognosis was overall good. The doctors told him he'd be back to fighting villains in no time flat. Katsuki didn't hardly bother to listen to them. Kirishima had taken time to come visit every day since Katsuki had entered the hospital. He increasingly spent more time each day trying to convince Katsuki to let him help around his apartment while he was recovering. Katsuki never spoke on this subject, not until the day before he was scheduled to be released from the hospital. Then, when the beta entered the room, the alpha glared at him. Contact Jiura at the agency. She'll get you a key to my place. Kirishima blinked at him, seemed confused for more than just a few moments, but when it all suddenly clicked, he scrambled for his phone and called the agency Katsuki worked for before he could change his mind. He never did bother to tell Kirishima he'd made up his mind weeks earlier. When the day came to finally release Katsuki from the hospital, both his agency and Kirishima's took every precaution with the hospital to hide this fact from the media, who had been swarming ever since Katsuki's accident. The last thing the alpha wanted to do was face those wolves, especially in his state. After bundling him up in an absurd amount of clothing and Kirishima actually foregoing doing up his iconic hairdo, a nurse pushed a grumpy Katsuki in a wheelchair and to a car waiting at the back of the hospital. Both Kirishima and the nurse helped him out of the wheelchair and into the car, both now long used to the constant growling of indignation and pain from the alpha. Once Katsuki was safely in the car, Kirishima got into the driver's seat and they quickly left the hospital, the media none the wiser. As soon as the door shut behind him, Katsuki wrinkled his nose. The car smelled of Kirishima's pack. That being said, it wasn't an unfamiliar scent. In fact, he could pick out several scents amongst the congregation that he very clearly recognized. There was Kaminari, Mina, Siro, even Ida and Todoroki. It wasn't a surprise, not really. Katsuki had known about the pack since right after graduation. He'd been invited to join, encouraged even, at its inception, a suggestion that, at the time, he'd simply growled at. Somehow, there was something comforting about their sense. Even if it did make him a little uneasy being surrounded by so many, especially the alpha sense. He didn't bring it up, nor did he think on it long, leaning back and just enjoying the sun on his face, even through the windshield. As they went along, the car bumped over a hole, jolting Katsuki and forcing a yelp out at the sudden snap of pain along his back. Sorry, Kirishima sounded both worried and cowed. I'll be more careful. It's fine. Just get us to the building already. The beta nodded, smiled softly at him. You excited to go home? Katsuki clicked his teeth. Whatever. Kirishima glanced at him, but didn't say anything. It took far too long to get to the apartment and even longer for Kirishima to help Katsuki get out of the car and up the stairs to the front door. By the time they finally got inside, Katsuki collapsed, breathing and sweating on the couch. Kirishima rushed around the apartment, grabbing pillows and blankets and setting him up right there in the living room. You doing better? The alpha growled lowly, but Kirishima just laughed. Rest up. We'll move you into the bedroom when you're feeling up to it. He stood and glanced around the room, moved from one corner to the other. Lingered at the side table, which prominently showed a new photo of the entire Bakugo family, with a barely smiling Katsuki in frame. The beta raised a hand as if to take it, but brushed his fingers through his hair instead. Well, at least it's looking a little better here. Katsuki grumbled something, though even he wasn't sure what words he'd said as the beta wandered over to the kitchen. So, what am I going to find in the pantry? Any surprises I won't be happy about? He opened the fridge and the pantry at the same time, peering into both with a critical eye. Just a couple cans of beer. There's a bottle of sake here though. It's for cooking, Katsuki snapped. Good, Kirishima pushed the fridge door shut, smiling widely. First glances, this place is looking pretty normal. Wouldn't have guessed a guy on the brink lived here. So, he turned to Katsuki, it's been a few days. Mind telling me what all that was actually about? Even knowing Kirishima was watching him, Katsuki didn't acknowledge him. He wasn't sure what there was to say. How to explain how easy it had become for him to just move himself through the normalcies of day-to-day life, how easy it was to move through the things he'd done for years now when he didn't care to do anything else. That there had been some small comfort in performing to what was expected of him. Nor did he know how to explain how acting out the normal things had made everything else so much harder. So, he said nothing at all. Whether Kirishima noticed or not, Katsuki couldn't quite tell, as the beta paused only briefly before he went on about the physical regimen suggested by his doctors that he had to start as soon as possible to get back to hero work at some point. To this, Katsuki listened a bit more readily, if only so he didn't have to think about anything else that might be on his mind. It was a hellish couple of weeks. For more than one reason. First and foremost was Katsuki struggling with sharp, sudden, stabbing pains through his back. These were often accompanied by or preceded by throbbing pain in his hands and arms, making him fear the worst about his future as a hero. Second was the fact that Kirishima was in his territory and just generally around all the time. Adding to his discomfort, the beta constantly had to help him with simple tasks, especially during the first few days. And lastly, there came an uncomfortable truth between them. Kirishima was slowly figuring things out much more than Katsuki would ever want him to. As dense as he might be sometimes, he started picking up on the subtle behaviors and phrases Katsuki used when speaking of himself, typically answering any demeaning comments with a tilt of his head. Maybe you're just being too strong on yourself, he said at first, but those words quickly changed to, seriously, man, you can't expect these kinds of things from yourself. And maybe it was that simple, but it also wasn't that simple. Because there was a picture on the side table of him and his folks that he never allowed Kirishima to catch him looking at. And there were more photos, literally buried in the closet at this point, of a green-haired Omega that Katsuki told himself he'd forgotten, but he absolutely had not. As spring changed to summer, he found his thoughts wandering toward that closet more times than he cared to admit. especially since the beta basically living with him was starting to pick up on something being wrong. Kirishima, when he wasn't trying to riddle Katsuki out, spent his time cheering him on, encouraging him in his recovery, helping him when he stumbled, and chastising him when he, more often than not, tried to overdo it. Despite his irritation with the beta, he became a constant support that Katsuki found himself turning to and leaning against. It was a familiar pattern. Something left over from their time at UA, something that had tried to surface 2 months ago when Kirishima had first barged his way into the apartment. Katsuki wouldn't have called it uncomfortable nor unwelcome, but it was still strange to slip back into old habits. He'd forgotten how much he'd leaned on Kirishima for support and how much the beta had reciprocated when he'd silently asked for help. He'd forgotten what having a best friend was like. In addition to all his other duties, Kirishima also came and went every now and then to help support his pack, either through hero work or by running quickie errands when Katsuki was sleeping or once he'd gathered more of his strength. He never left the Alpha for long and always seemed anxious upon returning until he confirmed everything was okay. Katsuki, for his part, snorted at the beta every time he said he'd worried about him. 3 weeks in, Katsuki was strong enough to start physical therapy. It was tough at first, Katsuki absolutely shocked at how quickly his physical prowess had diminished due to his injuries. Still, Kirishima stayed at his side and helped him along, never batting an eye when the Alpha snarled either at him or at the universe. And once, in the very dark of night, when Katsuki had been curled up in his bed, in more than just physical pain, somehow, Kirishima had known. Somehow, he'd known to knock at the door, to let himself in, to curl up with Katsuki, to tell him it was going to be okay. That no, he wasn't worthless, and yes, this would end. Everything would get better, eventually. And maybe Katsuki believed him. And maybe he didn't. But the words mattered, as did his presence. So he let the beta sleep in his bed on more than one occasion, when he was just too tired or sad or apathetic to stop him. He really did smell nice. The scent of his pack had faded by that point. Katsuki found he missed the faint sense of his former classmates on the beta, but mostly he enjoyed tasting fresh air, an open window, a spring day. Even if all he craved was the heat of summer. Kirishima stood back, looked him up and down once, twice. Well, you're looking back to your old self? Katsuki let his snarl deepen. Shut up already. He twisted his wrists, grimaced at the gauntlets on his arms. I don't remember these things being this heavy. The beta shrugged. Well, at least you can wear it all somewhat comfortably. He wasn't wrong. Pulling on his costume for the first time since the accident had felt strange. Refreshing in a way. Shameful in another. But both Kirishima and his doctors had recommended it. The truth was he still had several rounds of physical therapy to get through on top of getting back into strength training for his hero work. He was a couple of weeks out from going back out on patrol, but his doctors were confident he would make a full recovery. He only had pains every now and then, mostly when he tweaked his back in certain ways or if he pushed himself particularly strong. The doctors were uncertain at this point if that was going to be permanent or not, though they cautioned him against testing it out later. Best just to let everything strengthen and see if that helped without hurting anything again. So Katsuki didn't think about it often, distracted instead by the sheer weight of his costume. Seriously, had he really worn this for years now? He needed an upgrade. Lighter material, smaller gauntlets. Things that would make movement easier, especially while in the air. Plus, he needed extra bracing added to his shirt to help support his back. As it was, he was wearing a separate back brace and it wasn't quite fitting with the costume, but he wasn't going to go without it. Not yet at least. So, you feeling any better now? Kirishima asked. It was the beta's favorite question to ask him. He'd asked it time and time again, at Katsuki's high points and his low points. The low points had confused him initially, though he quickly learned it was just the beta's way of trying to bring a little levity to the situation. Although Katsuki had yet to even crack a smile at the familiar words, they did offer some strange comfort that he accepted, nodded at. Yeah. Little weird, but it feels good. Feels right? Kirishima nodded as well. You did always looked good in that costume. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the beta, who laughed, ran a hand along the back of his neck. Never mind. You want to get changed now or you want to walk around a little? The alpha paused to glare, though ultimately he found he didn't really care to ask what had just happened. No, I should get out of it for now. Kirishima had to help him with the gauntlets, as they were technically over his doctor's weight limit for him. The beta had allowed him to try them on with the stipulation that he wouldn't swing them around too much. Even if he'd had every intention of doing just that, feeling the weight of them pulling at his arms and the slight stretching, barely aching feeling in his joints had quickly dissuaded that idea. As nice as it had been to be back in his element, it felt just a little better when Kirishima slipped the gauntlets off. "I'll be right back," Katsuki grumbled, pulling the mask off his face. The beta made a distracted noise as he worked to check all the safety mechanics on the gauntlets. Sure, they just filled them with water for the test, but they could still potentially be dangerous, so he was being extra careful, as Katsuki had warned him to be. The alpha watched him, wondered if maybe he should try to help, but decided the risks of Kirishima blowing up the apartment were low, so he went into his bedroom to change. It took him quite a bit longer than he liked to get everything off and to put fresh clothes on, especially when it came to unbuckling and pulling off his boots and breathes, but eventually he re-emerged from the bedroom to find that Kirishima had set the gauntlets back in their case, which was resting against the nearby wall. Katsuki was expressly forbidden to pick the case up, so he growled at it and walked on. "Kirishima?" he called, a little surprised when a head full of red hair popped up from the couch. "Oh, here." The beta rubbed the back of his neck again. "Everything okay?" Katsuki watched him, noticed him squirming, growled. "Should be asking you that. What's up with you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about how much better you're doing. How much you can do on your own now." He grinned. "Guess you won't be needing me hanging around for much longer?" The alpha considered him carefully, turning each word over, looking for what the beta actually wanted to say, though he didn't think he could find that in the words he'd said. So he took the seat next to him, huffed out. "Oh, you should go back to your pack soon. I'm sure they miss you." They're fine. They have Ida to keep them in line." Katsuki blinked. "Seriously? Ida's your pack alpha?" "Sure is." He snorted. "Can't believe you guys actually wanted him as pack alpha." The beta made a humming noise, gave him a bit of a smirk. "What? Think you'd rather be in charge?" "Hell no." Katsuki snapped, turned away. "I wouldn't want to be part of that mess. And I definitely wouldn't want to run it. Sounds like a nightmare." "Yeah, it kind of is. But that's why Ida's so good as our pack alpha. We don't need someone to protect us. Just to keep us in line, and he's always done that well. Or, at least, he knows what works most of the time and he's willing to try that." Kirishima laughed. "And what about you?" Kirishima blinked at Katsuki, clearly not understanding the question, so he elaborated. "Aren't you head beta? What's your job like?" "Oh, nothing much. Main thing I do is invite new members to join. Ida and the rest of the pack have to approve, but, you know." He shrugged, looking at anything but Katsuki. Katsuki stared at him briefly, then growled. "I seriously doubt it's that simple." "Feels like it?" Kirishima went unusually quiet after that, still staring at anything but Katsuki. The alpha watched him, but he seemed in a daze, so he reached for the television remote. When he did, a hand pressed over his, stopped him. "You know," Kirishima sounded uncertain, which was enough unlike him that Katsuki faced him. The beta stared down at their hands, looking maybe a little sad. "I think you should join up." "No way in hell." Katsuki took his hand away, leaned back. "I already told you. I'm not a pack person. I don't want to be around all those losers all the time. I think it would be good for you. You wouldn't be alone." Katsuki set his teeth, glared into the corner of the room. "Katsuki? What?" He snapped toward the beta, surprised to find their faces were very close together. Kirishima no longer looked sad. He was staring intently at his face, eyebrows drawn down, a little frown tilting his lips down. So close, Katsuki could smell the open door, could practically feel himself salivating at the fresh, cool scent of the beta. He wanted to say something, but he was a little lost for words. Then Kirishima nodded once, just a little JRK of his head, as if making up his mind, and leaned closer and closer, until their lips pressed together. There came a rush through Katsuki. A wave of emotion from a long still pool. His hands flinched, To bring the beta closer or push him away, he didn't really know. Warmth was flooding all his extremities, but he wasn't sure if it was the warmth of contentment or the heat of anger. He didn't think it was anger, but he didn't think it was want either. He did, however, notice the twinge in his jaw, the instinct to open wide and bite into the beta, to claim him as his own. What did that mean? Was he attracted to Kirishima? Was it just instinct? All at once, Kirishima leaned away, leaving Katsuki dumbstruck and alone. Immediately, he cursed himself for what he'd done. He'd been so busy trying to parse through his own emotions that he hadn't really let himself enjoy the moment, to let it all wash over him. The beta sat back, looked a little sheepish, though he kept Katsuki's gaze. Neither of them said anything, Katsuki still wrestling with his own warring thoughts, Kirishima seemingly examining him closely. Then the beta smiled. Soft and kind. But there was also hurt buried deep under layers of selflessness. Sorry. Seems like you weren't all that into it? Katsuki brushed a hand over his mouth. It was the first time anyone had embraced him in almost 2 years. It was the first time anyone but Deku had embraced him ever. And honestly, he wasn't really sure what to make of that. He lowered his hand, shook his head. Sorry. It's not you. I know. Kirishima leaned back, seemed suddenly like his old self, even if Katsuki could sense a bit of hesitation in his movements. I can tell. It's that mysterious Omega of yours, right? Any other time, Katsuki might have snapped his jaws at the beta, told him to mind his own business. In that moment, he dragged his thumb under his lips, scratched it along his jawline. Yeah. Kirishima nodded. Sorry things didn't work out. And I didn't mean to intrude. It's fine. I should be over it by now. Kirishima made a humming noise, shrugged. Sometimes it takes a little while to work through things. He put his hands behind his head, leaned back to stare up at the ceiling. Pondered it thoughtfully. I hope you know this doesn't change anything. I still want to be your friend. I still want to support you. He shifted, glanced to catch Katsuki's eye, but the alpha was distracted, only noticing the movement out of the corner of his eye. I still want you to join the pack. I really think it would be to your benefit. Katsuki flicked his finger along his cheek, stood, gestured Kirishima to follow him. I'm not joining your pack, shitty hair. Come on. I'll make us some lunch or something. Kirishima smiled, stood. Followed him. Slipped easily back into whatever they were, whatever they weren't. Whatever it may be, Katsuki was grateful to have the beta there. He just didn't really know how to say that. So he cooked a rather extravagant lunch that had Kirishima salivating and had him commenting again that this would be a feast even for his pack. Katsuki just growled at him and continued on with their day. Patrol was boring and typical, but Katsuki enjoyed it. It was quiet. People seemed in awe of him but also kept a wide breadth. It was a nice, cool day. There wasn't really anything to complain about. Until, that is, Katsuki realized his radio was set to the common channel, and he heard several familiar voices suddenly ring out through his headpiece. Make you sure cover all areas. We need to make our presence known to both the citizens and the criminals. Yeah, whatever. Hey, we going to do anything for dinner tonight? Like, maybe not let Mina cook? Come on man. Her cooking's not that bad. She could burn water. Like literal water. Katsuki snapped his teeth, pressed the button on his wrist to come over the radio. Will you extras shut the hell up? You're on the common channel. Bakugo! Kirishima sounded excited and surprised, though Katsuki supposed he hadn't told the beta he'd be on patrol today. Good afternoon. Happy to be patrolling with you. I'm not. So just shut up already and get back to work. He flipped to another channel, one the police used every now and then. It wasn't encrypted like some of their other channels, so only the major alerts were ever broadcast there, or if the city was particularly busy they'd use it to keep different cases running separately. Katsuki often just put that channel on, knowing if he heard something on it, it was a serious incident. His agency also knew he used that channel often, so every now and then he'd get orders to change his patrol patterns. But honestly, he was just happy he didn't have to listen to those fools going off about dinner. Patrol was quiet thereafter. He did spot an obnoxiously bright red hero across the street once, but when he saw Kirishima was accompanied by someone from his pack, Katsuki didn't call out, slinking down a nearby alleyway instead. Down that alleyway, he checked for any unusual activities, anyone doing anything they shouldn't be, any signs of villains up to no good. This part of town was relatively quiet, his agency having stuck him here since his injury. They still didn't quite trust him to go back into the rougher parts of town, especially with speculations on why he had disappeared for so long running rampant through the rumor mill. Criminals could sniff out weaknesses and they'd have a field day testing his limits if allowed. Even if Katsuki wanted to confront those limits as he had so many times before, he understood that it was unwise of him to push himself, even if it had been months since the accident. So he hadn't put up much of a fuss. But he was starting to get that itch back. It was that itch and his need to get away from any sort of confrontation with any of his former classmates that drove him down that alley. He hadn't expected anything. He hadn't even expected something noteworthy to happen. It wasn't like that day with the girl and the tornado and the moment he'd realized there was an easy way out. He didn't sense anything unusual about the moment at all. So when he turned a corner and found an elderly woman hunched over herself standing in that alley, he was cautious, but not suspicious, of her intent. "Hey," he growled, the woman rising up slightly, "you lost or something?" The woman was very still, but only for a moment, before she turned over her shoulder to watch him approach. The closer he got, the more a smile stretched along her face. It was just strange enough that it put Katsuki on edge, had him prepared for when her hands swung toward him. He caught her wrist, held it to the side. "Hey, what are you?" He stopped as something hot sunk into his leg, just below his groin. Indignation aside, he knew exactly what had happened, could feel blood spurting out of his body, could feel it dripping down his leg as the woman pulled her knife back with a gleeful giggle. "Die, monster, die," she hissed, still with that gleeful smile on her lips, and struck out again, her knife aimed for his other leg. Katsuki hissed, let off an explosion between them, though the woman seemed unfazed, her other hand slipping out of his grip and yanking something through the air. Before he knew what was going on, he felt something thin and sharp pulled tight into his throat, cutting off his air. Katsuki thrashed, another explosion blowing through the alley as he stumbled and fell, clawing at the string around his neck, somehow already tied in a hangman's knot. It took him several moments of struggling before he finally found the knot, burning through it with a few sparks from his palm, taking in a huge breath while turning to look for the woman. She was gone. All that was left was the walls, sprayed in his blood. And he was still bleeding. He knew his artery had been severed. He only had minutes to live unless he stopped the bleeding. He fumbled with his belt, managing to pull it off and wrap it around his leg before pressing his radio. "Hero down. I need an ambulance." Static responded. His head was going woozy. It took him several minutes to remember he'd such channels. Another minute to remember how to change channels. Those idiots were still chatting on the other channel when he suched over. "Hey!" he screamed over their voices. "Hero down. I'm." His head spun and he glanced down, seeing nothing but red pooling underneath him. I need an ambulance." "Bakugo? Bakugo, where are you?" Kirishima quickly came over the radio, but his voice was overruled by another, a voice he recognized, but couldn't put a name to. "Kaminari, contact his agency, get us his patrol route. Kirishima, keep talking to him, get as much information as you. Any other heroes or law enforcement in the area, we are looking for a blonde-haired hero, black costume, orange and green markings, named Ground Zero. Elevate to highest priority, situation is critical." He wouldn't call in otherwise. "I'll look on foot." Out in the distance, Katsuki swore he heard an engine revving up. He knew there was no way anyone was going to find him in that little alley. But he couldn't remember the street he'd walked off of. "Hey Cats, talk to me. Where are you?" "Alley." He shuddered, felt very cold. It was getting strong to keep the pressure on his leg. Even if it didn't really hurt that much, his fingers were starting to shake. The world was starting to spin. "An alley? Are you in an alley? But which one?" He tried to say something, anything, but all that came out was a noise of despair, as the realization that he was going to die on that street crossed his mind. His body gave way and he laid back, tourniquet abandoned, staring up into the sky. Karma was a cruel beach. Why was he lying in this alleyway, dying? What a terrible way to die. With even less than a whimper, getting murdered by some crazy old lady with a knife and a bit of wire. How the hell had she even done this? Well, he supposed he'd never know. Fate was cruel too. He just figured out that he really did want to live. Katsuki. You gotta talk to me. Where are you? Katsuki listened, as Kirishima's voice became the only thing in the world he really could recognize. Everything else seemed to slide away, as if dropping out of reality. The buildings, the street, the BLD running down his leg. Even his own body seemed to start dissolving at the edges. I don't want to die. He could have laughed, but found himself choking instead. When I don't want to die, that's when this happens. But why not when I would have been okay with it? Maybe he deserved it. Maybe this was punishment. That's what it had to be. Punishment for all he'd done. Well, he supposed he couldn't argue with that. So he closed his eyes, felt himself fading from the world, fading from reality. Fading completely. He was, somehow, aware of a hand on his arm. A voice in his ear. A tight, sharp pain at his leg. These were the last few threads of the world he remembered. Figures that the last things he'd feel of this world were things he couldn't quite comprehend, things he wasn't really sure he wanted to feel at all. Maybe it should have been a surprise when he woke up. Somehow, it wasn't. He opened his eyes, still feeling dizzy. The room around him was very white. The air he was breathing tasted sterile. The tube under his nose the culprit. With it, it was strong to smell Kirishima, though he somehow knew the beta was in the room. When he looked, he found the hero in the chair next to him, head in his hands. The beta didn't move, not for several minutes, so Katsuki said. His voice cracked and groaned and croaked, but Kirishima still leaped up as if shocked. His eyes were red, a line of salt down both cheeks. When he saw Katsuki, anger overcame his face. What the hell, Katsuki? What the hell? Katsuki blinked, surprised at the outburst. He didn't have the energy to match Kirishima's, though he did manage a growl. What? This is the welcome back I get? I thought you were over this. The beta actually snapped his teeth, shook his head. I thought you cared now. At least enough not to go and let yourself get killed. Fury rose like waves on the beach in Katsuki's eye. No matter how much he wanted to rise up and throttle the beta for suggesting such a thing, all he could manage was a short snarl of his own. I didn't. I was ambushed, shitty hair. You really think I want to die? Kirishima gasped for breath, once, twice. Put his face back in his hands. Did I do it twice, Katsuki? Your heart stopped. Twice. The news rocked through him, made his mind spin with denials, even knowing Kirishima wouldn't lie to him, not like this. Slowly, he took stock of himself. 2 wiggling toes, 2 aching knees, a very sore right leg and a very swollen and painful left, a titty full of organs, 2 lungs still pulling in air, 2 shoulders that connected to 2 arms and 2 hands with all 10 fingers curling at his command. A heart that he felt beating harshly in his ear. He closed his eyes, sighed. Sorry. Didn't mean to worry you. Why were you alone, Katsuki? It was stupid to go out alone. It's what I've always done at the agency. Most of us patrol alone in the quieter neighborhoods. Kirishima snarled viciously, snapped his jaws. He sounded a lot like an alpha in that moment. So much so that Katsuki managed a short laugh. This isn't funny. I can't keep watching you get hurt like this. I can't watch you kill yourself. It was easily the most emotional Katsuki had ever seen the beta. Oftentimes, he got fired up, passionate, loud in what he believed. He'd always been like that, way back from UA, and that hadn't changed over the years. But this was different. This was raw and painful. A wound ripped open again and again, a wound that refused to scab over, a wound that refused to stop bleeding. Confronted by such raw emotion from the one person he'd never really seen it from, Katsuki didn't know what to do. Or what to say. He just laid there, contemplating his death, what he would have missed. Thought about green eyes shimmering in sunlight, a musical laugh, summer nights under the stars. Remembered he'd burned that all away. I can't keep letting you do this, Kirishima repeated, taking his hand. Please. Join the pack. Let us support you. Let us help you, Katsuki. Please. Or just let me help you. But please. Please. I can't watch you do this anymore. Not like this. He shook his head, couldn't seem to meet Katsuki's gaze. Don't you want to be the #1 hero? Don't you want to be better than All Might was? You can't do that if you die now. So please live, Katsuki. Please let us help you. Again, the words to say escaped Katsuki. He didn't know how to tell the beta that he did want to live, that he did intend to be the #1 hero, that he did intend to be better than All Might. Didn't know how to tell him. He just no longer knew how he was going to achieve those goals. Kirishima was still grasping his hand, bent over it as if in prayer. Katsuki pulled that hand back, rapped his knuckles on the beta's forehead. When Kirishima blinked at him in confusion, no longer quite on the verge of tears, Katsuki laid back, stared up at the ceiling. All right, fine. I'll join your shitty pack. The beta was quiet for a long time. A long time. Then he sobbed once. Sniffled, tried to clean himself up. Katsuki didn't acknowledge this. He only nodded when the beta said, Promise? Yeah. I promise. The pack house was a lot different from what he'd been expecting, though to be honest, Katsuki hadn't really known what to expect at all. It was a big, monstrous of a thing with lots of pristine white walls and a stylized roof that was gaudy as hell. The thought of living in such a monster made him feel a bit queasy, though that was probably more the scent than anything else. He was an alpha, not part of the pack, yet, so of course the smell would bother him. He glared up at the house until Kirishima came around from the other side of the car. You ready? The beta looked tired. He'd looked tired since that morning when he'd come to pick Katsuki up from the hospital. Katsuki didn't really want to push against him when he looked like shit, so he just growled, followed him up to the house. When the door opened, Kirishima stepped aside to reveal a tiny entryway with a shoe rack stacked nearly to the ceiling, shoes tucked neatly into each cubby. Beyond that, a living room, filled with people. When he looked out over the crowd, he of course recognized everyone there and when he and Kirishima entered, everyone fell silent. While Kirishima stepped up into the living room, Katsuki didn't move from the entrance, the alpha part of him alarmed by the scent and the realization that he was somewhere he most certainly didn't belong. He wanted to run away. He wanted to stand up and growl and challenge the alphas in the house. All he did was keep his mouth shut, glaring down each of the pack members as they stared awkwardly back at him. The first to move was Ida. The pack alpha cleared his throat, pushed his glasses up on his face, stepped to meet Katsuki. Ida had always been a bit taller than him, but with Katsuki standing in the cut out of the entryway and Ida on the raised floor, the height difference between them irked at a nerve in his body. Katsuki's lip twitched toward a snarl, something Ida no doubt noticed. The truth, however, was not the height difference itself. It was, admittedly, the power dynamic. If Katsuki joined, Ida was going to be ranked above him. He'd either have to get over that or fight Ida for that position, and he had a feeling if he won the pack alpha spot, not many in the pack would actually follow him. Not that he wanted that. He just felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought of being under another alpha. Another fact was that he'd done a little research and found out it was customary for the pack alpha to heavily scent a new member, especially other alphas, as a way to ingratiate them into the pack. There was no way in hell Katsuki was going to let Ida just scent him. If that was a requirement to join, then he was going to walk right back through that door, and he was very much prepared to do just that. Katsuki waited, thinking on all of this as Ida came to stand before him. He looked Katsuki up and down once. You're looking a lot better, Bakugo. How are you feeling? Not dead, he growled. Ida nodded. And for that we're all glad. He held out his hand. If you'll have it, then I'd like to welcome you into our pack. The hand outstretched was so many things. A welcome, a consideration, an agreement. If he took Ida's hand, he'd be entering into his pack, he'd be accepting all the bullshit that would come with it. But he'd also be accepting all the help in that hand. That hand was outstretched as an offer for safety and peace and support. And maybe Katsuki wasn't all too happy with the idea of being around these people all the time. But he knew them. He'd lived with them for 3 whole years. Somehow, even standing there, the odd man out, he felt strangely settled. He knew this moment. Even if he didn't know the place, he'd always fit in this group. Somehow, they'd molded this place for him around him, even through all his squirming and growling. They knew him. They accepted him. Ida's hand outstretched, the small smiles on the faces beyond him that Katsuki was just starting to notice, they were all signs of that acceptance. And maybe it wasn't going to be perfect, but maybe this was what he needed, at least for now. He took Ida's hand, made sure to squeeze it tightly. Ida winced slightly, but didn't otherwise react. The pack gave a low rumble and slowly came forward, Uraraka first, then Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, the others. They slowly offered him their hands, pulled him up from the entryway, welcomed him home.